Ernest. I sat on the gritty sands, the calm tide brushing against my toes. Never had I seen the sea such a vibrant blue. It helped that there wasn't a single cloud in the sky, only the rising sun as it cast golden rays over the endless expanse before me. Dawn had arrived hours ago, forcing me back into my human form. It was Killian who had called an end to our search for Aliana, reminding me that we needed to find land. I would have argued, refused his offer, and demanded we continued to search, but my bones ached. My skin felt as though it had been pulled and stretched, and my skull sang with the agony of exhaustion. "You really should stop doing that," Killian said, standing at my side. I hadn't noticed he was there until he cast a shadow over me. "It will get infected." I followed the gesture of his hands to my arm. It was smeared with blood and silver scales, my fingers halfway through plucking another out from my skin. I dropped the single scale I just ripped from the root, allowing it to fall upon the smattering of others on the sand around me. I didn't realize I was doing it. Gods, my head hurt. I could hardly open my eyes without the light stinging them. "The more times your body shifts, the more you will find another part of the merform will remain." "As if I need more of a reminder as to the noose wrapped around my neck," I replied, conscious that Killian was still glaring at the blood. "If it disgusts you, Killian, I suggest you stop staring at it." His reply came without a breath. "It doesn't disgust me." Before I could truly drink in the seriousness of his response, Killian took my hand and eased me to standing. "What are you doing?" "Helping." I might have stopped him, guiding me into the shallow water, but I was far too focused on the way my skin reacted to him. Shivers erupted from his touch, spreading up my arm and over my back like a cool breeze. They only continued to overwhelm me until we were waist-deep in the shallows, and Killian guided my arm into the azure water. "You don't need to do this," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I know." But he didn't stop. Killian cupped water and poured it over my skin. Then he took his large, imposing hand and rubbed the blood and loose scales away until they fell through the water like forgotten coins. We did not speak until he was satisfied I was clean. I could have said something else, but a part of me did not want to ruin the moment. Instead of fighting it, I allowed Killian to offer me the silent gift of his touch, of comfort. "Thank you." A flush of heat crept over my face. Killian noticed, choosing that moment to release my hand. He waded back out to the shallows, leaving me with nothing but his phantom touch as a reminder. "I prepared a place for us to rest," he said with his back to me. "Sleep will help with the exhaustion your body is suffering from. Something to eat, too. Then we'll continue tonight. Continue searching for Aliana. Continue hunting for my magic." Killian didn't need to say it, but we both knew what would happen by nightfall. The days had never felt so short before, like I was trying to grasp onto the passing seconds, but unable to hold on. Just off the beach, where a canopy of rough-barked trees offered shade from the sun and its heat, was a shack. Although shack was an overly kind way of describing the 4 rotten walls of old wood, and a roof which was more rust than metal. "This is where we're staying?" I asked, nose screwed up at the thought of stepping foot inside the ramshackle place, let alone sleeping in it. "It is. Or is it not sufficient enough for you, your majesty?" I scoffed, pushing myself past him, so I was the first to enter. "The correct title is Your Highness, and I've slept in worse places. Your humble dwelling, for example." Killian's low chuckle followed me inside. "Well played, princeling." Turned out, the inside did not match the outside, at all. A single bed was pushed against the far wall, just beneath what could only be described as a stubbornly defiant shelf. It was one wrong knock from falling down. The only thing brave enough to be on it was the dust, and by the gods there was so much of it. Fish traps were piled high beside the door, the fragrant stench of rotten catch lingering on the netting they were made from. "Modest," I said, feeling as though I had to say something, because Killian was watching me at the entrance. "And where are you going to sleep?" His purple eyes flickered towards the bed. "Well, in the bed." I stumbled over my words, unable to stifle the sudden rush of annoyance. But there's only enough room for one person. Ernest, I'm well aware. I practically exploded on the spot. So where do you expect me to sleep? Killian narrowed his eyes, inspecting. He could pretend all he wanted that he was being serious, but there was no doubt he was enjoying every moment of this. Princeling, how can I possibly make you rest that rigid, royal back on anything but a feathered-down mattress? You're welcome to the bed. I suppose I'll find an alternative. A few deep breaths, and I felt the nervousness ebb away. Killian enjoyed getting a rise out of me, something that was as painfully clear as the way his eyes never seemed to stray far from where I was. We busied ourselves with getting ready for sleep. Killian draped an old sheet over the single window, casting the room in a cool shadow. It was sweltering outside on whatever nameless island he had taken me to. I checked for scorpions beneath the thin sheet and overly used pillow. Satisfied there was nothing in the bed that could kill me, I climbed on to the creaking cot. I must have audibly moaned, because Killian snapped his head towards me, brow peaked in what I could only explain as cautious expectance. He, to my dismay, lay himself out across the floor, with nothing but the wooden panels beneath him. Muscles flexed in his arms as he positioned them beneath his head. White hair spilled around him like rivers of melted silver. "Comfortable?" he asked, voice light, but the message beneath it was clear as day. I rolled my eyes, tutted, and scooted as far back in the bed as I could. When the press of the warm wood wall was against my spine, I patted the space beside me. "Get your sorry ass off the floor, Killian." "Why? As you so plainly pointed out, this is luxury compared to my humble dwelling." "Shut up and get in the bed," I said, more aggressively this time, "before I change my mind." I half expected Killian to refuse me, but he sat quickly, gathered himself, and paced to the side. Gods, it took effort to hold his eyes and not let mine wander. He was topless, which was not usual for him. He only wore the trousers he had found in the shack when we arrived, practically clinging to his hips. "Never in all my years did I think I would be sharing a bed with—" "A man?" I asked, although I regretted it the moment it left my mouth. Killian sat on the edge, making the entire weight of the bed shift. He motioned a hand down his bare torso. "Do you see me and believe I have not lain with men before, Princeling?" I was thankful his back was to me, so he couldn't see me screw up my face and bite down on my lower lip. "Well, have you?" My stomach was so exceptionally close to Killian's flesh. I found myself breathing in for fear of touching him, which was ridiculous, because there was already barely an inch between us. His body was far larger, far wider, and far more muscular than mine, yet he curled himself up, spine aching, enough to offer me some room to breathe. "I have lived for many years, more than you could begin to imagine. When I have the offer of a basket of fruits to enjoy, why limit myself to only one kind?" A new type of heat rose in me, and this time it was not in my face. I couldn't believe the jolt that shot through my crotch, as though a bolt of lightning chose that moment to strike. To make matters worse, Killian was chuckling again, almost as if he was aware of my reaction. "Go on, then. Try and explain. How many years have you been lurking around my kingdom?" Killian exhaled out of his nose, a long and tempered breath. "Should we not be trying to sleep?" I bit my tongue, trying my best to think of the best response. Believe me, if you talk enough, it would knock me right out. My sarcasm was meant to be like a jab of a blade, but instead it hit Killian more like the tickle of a feather. He rolled over and looked me dead in the eyes. "I have been around longer than it's been your kingdom, Ernest." "And Karakos is your patron?" Any magically gifted human was blessed by patronage from one of the gods or goddesses, and from the inking across Killian's chest, he took his support by the god of the oceans extremely personally. But Killian followed my question with yet more silence. It wasn't the silence that came with someone being unsure of what to say, but the type of silence which revealed they had no idea how to say what they wanted to. Killian opted for simple words, whereas his expression suggested there was more to it. Yes, something like that. So, I said, repositioning myself as the arm beneath me began to prickle with pins and needles, Karakos gifted you with immortality. I gather that's the curse you wish for me to break. I wish to be free of Karakos and his gifts. Killian's eyes widened, if only for a moment, before he stilled his expression. In that moment, something clicked between us. Although I didn't know the god who had blessed me with magic, I understood the desire to give away my gifts, and more so the burdens that came with them. Aliana was proof of that. To answer your earlier question truthfully, I'm not sure how long I've been alive for. I lost count a very long time ago, but I can say that I've seen princelings come and go before you, watched the kingdom of Ire spread like poison over once fertile lands, and witnessed both the birth and death of stars. I waited for the punchline, for the moment he told me it was all a joke, but it never came. Are you toying with me again? Believe it or not, I'm being rather honest with you. It was going to be almost impossible to sleep, knowing the endless possibilities of who this person was. Yes, we had all heard whispers of the Sea Witch, but magic was rare. I was proof of that. In truth, I only really believed the Sea Witch was a figment of stories told by parents who wished to keep children in line, until he showed up in my life, like a thorn embedded in my flesh. You're a puzzle, Killian. Had I made a mistake asking him to get into bed? I hardly knew him. Gods, I didn't even know his last name. That is a fair assumption. One we should fix. Killian, to my shock and horror, shifted closer. The blood drained from my face, rushing down the length of me until I was practically frozen from the inside out. This close, there was no hiding my reaction to him, but that was both ways, for Killian couldn't hide from me either. My name is Killian Metropoli, and my curse is not the immortality or my power of the sea and sky. It is the cost that comes with it, the never-ending task and the toll it takes on me. I could tell he wasn't being entirely honest, so I probed him for more detail. Your task being... I sensed his trepidation in the long pause before he replied. Eradicating the mer. They are the plague upon Ire, and I am their cure. Killian's tone deepened. Suddenly, I felt the urge to bolt, but with his mountainous form blocking me from getting off the bed, I was as trapped as a fish in a box net. Sounds like a rather personal goal for you. It is. I swallowed, throat bobbing as I forced the spit down. So if we don't find Aliana, get my magic back, save Ire from the acolytes and grant you your wish, you will kill me. You don't want to hear the answer to that. Killian broke eye contact and exhaled slowly through his nose. So ask me another question. He didn't need to say it out loud for the possibility to flood me with dread. Yes, once the infection took hold, I would be a monster. How could I blame him from wanting to eradicate yet another risk to the whole world? What happened between you and the acolytes of Gorgana? For the first time since Killian rolled over to face me, his eyes darkened. He moved until he was on his back, the arm closest to me raised above his head. I thought it was to get himself comfortable, but it was actually to offer me more room. I took it, because my back was aching from holding my position. It's not the type of story that should be shared before sleep, Killian said, eyes fixated on the rickety ceiling. Small holes had worn into the metal sheets, letting in the sky. In a strange way, it was like looking at the night sky with a constellation of watching stars. That sounds to me like you don't wish to answer the question. Another pause. No, I have nothing to hide. If you'd like to know what became of me, I'll tell you. But don't hold me accountable if you don't find solace in your dreams afterwards. Gods, What had happened between him and the acolytes? It must have been truly haunting if the story came with a warning. When I didn't retract my initial question, Killian took the silence between us and filled it. I was born into a household of non-believers, during a time when the gods were names to worship and revere. Karakos, Gorgana, Lyra, and Nyssa, just to name the most important to this story. I was 5 years old when my father became unwell. What started as a mundane infection from a nick on his forearm mutated to a disease of the blood, which spread violently and destroyed him from the inside out. It suddenly made sense as to why Killian was so concerned about me picking at my scales. My mind replayed the moment we had not long shared, searching for anything I may have said in my lack of knowledge about his father, which would have been insensitive. He was the pillar that held our family together, and when he passed, it left a hole that nothing could fill. Nothing beside Gorgana. My mother turned to the local priest, seeking guidance, but instead of a supporting hand, they filled her head with worms and poison, convincing her that my father would never reach Mount Asphodel, the eternal lands where souls ventured and enjoyed the benefits of living a good, honest life. Killian took a deep breath in, allowing the story to resonate in the minimal space between us. It hadn't taken long for the small room to be full of his words, echoing until nothing else seemed to matter. So even all those years ago, the acolytes were as twisted as they are now, I said, feeling my skin prickle in gooseflesh. I would say that it was worse when I was a child, but then a young mind would see the world in such muted colours, especially after such loss. My father was my son, and I gravitated towards him. When he left me, the world no longer held on to colour. Perhaps you just couldn't find the colour, I added, fighting the urge to lay a hand on him. Grief can do that to a person. It takes time for us to find the strength to open the curtains again. You speak from experience, he said, side-eyeing me. I lost my mother, before I had the chance to know her. As I said it, a lump formed in my throat and threatened to choke me. To the world, parents are made to look after their children, but to the children, their parents are the world. Without them, it feels as though nothing moves, like life has no solid path on which to walk. Beautifully put, except it would have seemed my mother missed this important message. Killian laughed for a beat, as though something he said was funny only to him. His laugh, I quickly realized, was not a reaction to something humorous, but a very human response to hiding another emotion. Sadness. If you don't want to continue, I'll understand. It's strange. Killian tilted his head. It's been a long time since I shared this story, and there's something freeing about telling it to someone. Then consider me all ears, I said, selfishly glad he would continue. I wanted to know it all. I thirsted for it. There is no other way to put it except plainly. My mother was easily manipulated. They took her grief, her broken heart, and moulded it into something that would benefit them. And in turn, my mother made me follow in her footsteps. What was her name? I asked. Killian contemplated the question, chewing it over within his tensed jaw. Sophina. Her name was Sophina, and they ruined her. When he spoke, his voice was overwhelmed by emotion I could not name. It was a storm of many feelings, but it was the anger in his darkening eyes that stole my breath away. Without needing to ask, I knew that the acolytes of Gorgana were responsible for ruining his mother. That is certainly enough reason to despise them. Killian rolled his head to the side, eyes dropping from mine for a moment. Believe me, the reason I harbour such disdain for them has little to do with the story thus far, because it was not until a handful of years later when they... Killian reached for my hand, fingers smooth as sea glass, and pressed it to his throat. It was a strange action, but it felt important. His lost gaze, his sudden silence, were all proof that he was suffering in a memory, drowning in it. I was buzzing, my skin shivering with a sudden need that had come out of nowhere. "Killian, are you okay?" He shook himself from whatever dark place he had disappeared to, but when he spoke, it was not to shed light, but to draw me into the darkness with him. "When the acolytes of Gorgana tasked my mother with murdering me." Chapter 28. Killian. My body was a well. My words the stale water which had been left to fester in the deepest pits. And Ernest, one little human man, was the bucket reaching deep down and emptying me of my truth. The story I shared with him was something I had lived with every hour, every day, every God's forsaken year, and yet it felt different. Because for once, it was as though I could allow myself to be brave in the face of my mother's betrayal. Ernest's ocean eyes widened a fraction. The bed creaked as he lifted himself up onto his haunches and peered down at me, mouth agape. His fingers had just dropped from my throat, but his touch lingered even after he removed them. "She killed you? She killed her own son?" I took a deep breath in, feeling both my hearts beat in tandem. One for my short time as a mortal, the other gifted to me when Karakos had betrayed Gorgana, keeping me from the goddess of death's grasp, only to use me as his puppet. Before the congregation of acolytes, my mother took me to the cliff's edge, held me over the abyss, and drew her blade across my throat, I said, watching emotions race across Ernest's face. The woman who brought me into the world deemed herself worthy to take me out of it. My skin rippled everywhere his eyes roamed. I delighted in the way my nerves lit up where he looked, and I wished for Ernest to never take his eyes off me. "But how? I mean, you're alive, are you not?" I smiled at him, because I was learning that watching the silver-tongued prince fumble over his words was one of life's surprising pleasures. Although my life was taken as a means of appeasing Karakos, the ocean god wasn't satisfied by the death of an innocent. But do you know the deity who thrives on such a thing? "Gorgana," Ernest whispered, his stare distant for a moment. "Death herself." A god's power lays within belief. Karakos, for example, surrounds this world. There is more ocean than land and sky. All it takes is for a mortal to gaze out of a window and see the expanse of blue, to think of the god who rules it. That's why Karakos is the most powerful of the gods after Nissa's banishment, and why he rid the world of her. He was jealous of her power. I was practically watching the cogs turn in Ernest's mind, and the great betrayal removed Nissa from her throne, offering Karakos the chance to take up the mantle. "You've listened in your history lessons." I smiled, but it was forced. After the great betrayal, it was Karakos who took the mantle of god of the gods, but Gorgana is the same in her thirst for power. Death delights in the brutal, premature murders of innocent lives. Back when I was a child, some may have even argued that the goddess held as much power as Karakos, enough for each to rival the other. "What changed then?" Ernest asked, lashes wet with tears of pity. I almost told him not to allow them to fall, but there was something deeply satisfying about another crying for me. "If Gorgana was as powerful, how did the goddess lose so many followers?" "Me." Ernest rocked away, enough until his back was pressed to the wall and his knees were drawn up to his chest. All the while, I had hardly moved a muscle. I focused on the princeling, refusing to close my eyes. "Not the bedtime story you were expecting," I said dryly. Ernest took the back of his hand and cleared his eyes before a single tear fell. "With you, honestly, I expected nothing else but misery and pain." If it was not for the feigned smile, I may have taken his words as the insult they were meant as. But in the little time I had spent with Ernest, I had learned that his insults were always veiled emotions he did not wish to share, at least not yet. "Do you fear me?" I asked him. What did I wish to hear in response? "No," Ernest replied, loosening some of the tension gripped around my chest. "Not yet," I corrected, "for you still don't know what I am. I know that you'll seek to kill me if I don't find a cure to this sickness. I know your hatred for the acolytes is highly justified, and I know you are clearly not human." The air throbbed, as though the minuscule particles of water begged for me to reach for them. "Pray tell, Ernest of Ire, what do you believe I am?" "That I've yet to determine. But for now, I can trust you, I hope." He slowly lowered himself back until he lied beside me once again, as though his body language proved he did, in fact, trust me. It was only then I realized I had not denied his initial suggestion about me needing to kill him if we failed. Then again, I was not prepared to start lying. "So let me get this straight," Ernest added, staring up at the rotting ceiling. "Karakos healed you, gave you access to powers and eternal life, all to stick a middle finger up at his rival?" I contemplated that for a moment, because Ernest was not entirely off the mark. Karakos, like all gods, is vengeful and violent, but he too understands the balance of right and wrong. To him, I was the latter, but I was also potential. You see, Karakos and Gorgana have always had a lack of care for one another. What is water, if not life? It gives sustenance to the world, feeds the soil, allowing for vegetation to grow. Mortals drink from springs. Animals require it to live, as do all, if not most, living beings. And Gorgana is the opposite of life. She opposes it. I nodded, silver hair falling down the side of my face. "You're listening." "I don't have much of a choice," Ernest countered before rolling his eyes. "Continue, please." "Oh, you look pained, little princeling. Did it hurt to be so polite?" "Yes," he pouted, shooting me a sideways glance. "It did." "I admire your honesty." I wondered if he shared in that with me. Whatever he asked, I told him. I could have stopped, could have refused him, but instead I allowed him to flip through the pages of a story I had held under lock and key. Back to the gods. You know that Karakos was in love with Luna. Everyone knows that tale. It is Luna whose light draws Karakos towards her. It is because of Luna and Karakos that the tide is real and not just a concept. As you seem to know it all, tell me what connection the gods have to the Mer. I opened the door for Ernest to answer, knowing all too well that the version of the story he knew and the one I knew were two entirely different things. They were their children, a product of a union between two gods. "Not quite," I said, narrowing my eyes. "Gods are known to create children, but it is not in the same vein as mortals. The children of gods would best be known as monsters, abominations, if you will." Ernest's eyes flared wide, his words coming out before he truly took in a breath. "I figured it out. You're an abomination, a monster, saved by Karakos and changed into, well, this." "Wrong again, little princeling. I am what the stories called heroes, as you would be with access to your magic. Yes, you may title me both things, but my true nature isn't of either. Mer are monsters, creatures born not from Karakos and Luna, but Karakos and Gorgana." I enjoyed the silent shock that followed, the way Ernest's pale eyes widened inch by inch until there were saucers on his face. It was clear that this was not the story he knew. Karakos was tricked, something the gods enjoyed doing with one another. The great betrayal was all a result of trickery and misplaced trust. But unlike that resulting in the banishment of Nissa, Gorgana's deception created the mer, poisoned creatures who longed to spread death, thus strengthening Gorgana within Karakos' domain. Ernest's silence and slackened jaw were proof enough that he didn't expect me to say that. That's why the acolytes sacrifice people to Karakos, because it feeds the monsters? Yes, that's right. I wasn't the first, but my sacrifice offended Karakos, enough for him to take pity on me. This world has always suffered the consequence of warring gods far before me, and will continue to, long after I am gone. I couldn't conceal the hope from my eyes, and Ernest noticed. And yet, they're all gone, Ernest said, eyeing me with a knowing suspicion. Disappeared, never meddling or heard of beyond the retelling of myths and stories. No god is ever gone, not even Nissa. They can be banished, weakened, stripped of power, and made to scuttle into the confines of bone and flesh to protect themselves. My task is to eradicate the mer, to clear the spoils of their union from this world. Only then will I be free from my bargain. I blinked, staring deep into Ernest's eyes as my inner voice finished my plea. Unless you free me first. You are right. This wasn't a wise bedtime story, Ernest said, rolling onto his side to face the wall. I fought the urge to reach out and lay a hand on his shoulder. My muscles strained with the need to touch him. It's a lot to take in. I understand. I took a moment, watching the rise and fall of Ernest's back. Freckles lined his shoulder blade, perfectly placed as though mirroring a constellation of stars. I counted them, silently getting up to the number of 8, before losing myself to the silk of his skin. Ernest's silence was a clear sign he didn't want to speak further. I just didn't know which part of what I'd shared had so affected him. The story of gods and monsters, or the knowledge that I would be forced to kill him, even if I may not have wanted to. But Ernest would lose his humanity when the infection truly took hold. As I drove the trident into his gut, I would be looking into the empty, lifeless eyes of a monster. Mer lacked humanity. They were parasites, and I was the being entrusted to eradicate them. Just as a mer's only instinct was to spread death, mine was to destroy them. I rolled onto my back, trying to find physical comfort while my mind was practically quaking with fear. These were only single moments of tenderness, but moments I seemed to crave. It was dangerous to allow these feelings to fester, knowing what would become of Ernest. A sickening rush came over me, gripping at my stomach. I laid a hand down on my lower abdomen, unsure what such a feeling was. It was familiar but distant, an aching I had not felt since Karakos offered me my bargain. It was the possibility of failure. No, it was the idea of hope. Hope that we would find Ernest's power and free him from his infection, so he could free me. Or was it because the thought of killing him, humanity or none, was painful? It was that very feeling which kept me awake long after Ernest's breathing evened out. Sleep wasn't something I would find, nor necessarily needed. Yet I found myself lying beside him, refusing to move, even as the discomfort inside of me grew like a distant storm. Only when I was brave enough to abandon his warmth did I rise from the bed, taking my trident and leave. All the while I felt him, the way his back brushed my arm with every inhale and exhale he took. Walking away from the shack was difficult. Each step back towards the glassy, calm ocean, Ernest's curled-up body was imprinted in my mind. I lowered myself in the soft sands, knees sinking as I dipped the 3 pointed tips of my trident into the water. Power pulsed beneath my palm, shooting down the length of my conduit. Ripples cast outwards, growing and growing, until I was sure it could be felt in every dark corner of the sea. Not that it needed to stretch so far. Not when the message was meant for one being alone. All the speaking about gods and monsters reminded me of a creature who would have the means to find what we were looking for. But it was a risk to call upon it, as all good things were, just like Ernest. He was a risk, likely my greatest one yet. Karakos, my water called, searching for an imprint of the mer against my oceans. Karakos, I free you. Seek me out. Chapter 29. Ernest. A crab! I stared dumbfounded at the orange-armoured creature that Killian held in his outstretched palm. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Contrary to your belief, my words are bond. I do not kid around with you. I'm trying to help you. Since waking, my frustration had reached new heights, not only because Killian had not bothered to wake me, instead leaving me alone until I'd woken to find the sky already darkening with mid-afternoon. Added to that, in the little break I had hoped to sleep peacefully, Killian had infiltrated my mind. Nightmares fueled the dark, painting pictures of a child being murdered by his mother, thrown into the fates of gods and their monsters. But what truly lingered after I woke was the terror. There was nothing more frightening than a child's fear. It was both irrational and rational. The concept of my faceless mother murdering me, when she had the best reason to seek revenge, burrowed something poisonous deep inside of me. "What good is that going to do?" I said, flinging my hand towards the crab in dismissal. A sharp click followed as the crab reached out its serrated claw and snapped at me. "Now, Ernest, if you knew any better, I would suggest you don't offend Karakos. Offending a monster will only lead to pain and suffering." My mouth dried as I narrowed my eyes back on the creature. Monster? That thing? Killian lifted his hand closer, making me jolt back a step with a newfound fear. Karakos is likely the most formidable of them all. I felt the urge to place a hand on my hip and lean into it. "Okay, Killian. And what exactly is such a little Karakos?" I caught myself before earning another nip of its claw. "Going to do for us?" "Find what we're looking for. Perhaps if I explained it in mortal terms, you might see the method in this madness. Aliana is a needle. The ocean is a haystack. Except think of the hay being the creatures the ocean is made up of. So if we can ask the hay itself where the needle is, then that will save us many wasted hours searching every corner of the ocean for her." I swallowed back a laugh, enjoying just how serious Killian was as he explained his plan. A little crease had formed between his pale brows, as though the analogy itself was hard for even him to understand. "So Karakos is going to help us find Aliana, who, in your terms, is our needle." The crease smoothed, and his lips lifted in pride. "Exactly. I thought that might help you understand." "Oh, I understood all right." What stumped me was waking to find Killian not beside me, but scheming. I reminded myself he was only helping me because of what my magic could give him, but there was something in the way he looked at me which planted another possibility in my mind. "Thank you," I said, eyes flickering between his violet gaze and the crab in his palm. "I would be lost without you." "Convincing," Killian added, a smile creeping up his face. "You've almost perfected your attempt at being honest." Gods, he was handsome when he smiled. Not devilishly so, but otherworldly in his beauty. It made sense to me that Killian had lived for a long time. Surely he had been the one to inspire those statues back at my castle. Any sculptor would find a muse simply by looking in his face. And yet you still need more practice of being less of an insufferable... The sand beneath my feet shifted, silencing me. It didn't move entirely, just the distant rumble of an earthquake. But it was as though the grains began to shiver and dance. I looked down and found crabs. Hundreds, if not thousands of them. The sands birthed them out in hordes. They scuttled over my toes, nipping at skin. "Shit!" I screamed. But Killian didn't seem bothered by the unexpected visitors. He was whispering something to Karakos, as though the crab could understand him. Then he lowered the creature to the sands and released it. I stumbled back, trying everything in my power not to crush the army of crabs beneath my feet. Unfortunately, the crunching sounds only proved otherwise. "Stand still before you truly face Karakos' wrath," Killian snapped, watching as the army of crabs moved towards the water, scuttling on strange legs before the tide swept them away. "The more you leave alive, the quicker they'll locate Aliana." Once I was satisfied that the sand was, in fact, sand again, and that the final waves had lapped up the dregs of Karakos' army, I stepped in beside Killian. "You are truly full of monstrous surprises." He shot me a sideways glance, and I could have sworn a fire lit in my belly. There was something distracting about the way he looked at me. "Princeling, you have no idea." I almost choked at the intensity in his eyes. "So, what do we do now?" "We wait," he answered plainly. "Karakos' kin will locate Aliana, and the moment they do, we will go to her. Could take minutes, maybe hours, at worst, days." "Days aren't something I have to spare." The sun had moved far from its peak in the sky, but dusk was still hours away. "We have to find her. And today. Or do you need a reminder as to what the acolytes will do tonight?" To my surprise, his hand landed on my shoulder. The suddenness of his touch drew me out of the impending doom I had woken with, offering me some much-required distraction. "Trust me, I'm aware, and we have time. In the meantime, I have something I'd like to show you. Not another crab monster, I hope." I watched the right side of his mouth quirk up, then the left. The smile didn't stop there. It climbed up his face and broke over his purple-hued eyes until his expression radiated with the emotion. Then, beneath his fingers, I felt the thudding beat of his heart. "No, but some would call her a monster." "Who?" His eyes left me, and I felt like I could finally breathe properly. He glanced over my shoulder into the canopy of trees that lined the beach. "Tell me, Ernest, do you believe in fate?" The question was strange, but then again I found myself pondering it. What good is fate to me when mine is resting in the hand of doom? Killian leaned in, closing the space between us until there was barely an inch. "Ever the optimist." Am I that predictable? Killian drew back, and I found myself leaning in. It was silly, embarrassing almost, especially since I knew he recognized it. It seemed my short temper was not the only thing I had woken up with, but an insatiable hunger in my groin. Gods help me. I could blame the mer-poison for such a feeling, but even I knew that would only last so long. "Not quite, little princeling," Killian whispered his answer, threading his fingers with mine. His soft palm sparked a shiver to race up my arm. "Not quite." We had left the beach and followed some unseen path into the island. White gulls cawed overhead, following us from above. Serpents coiled around low-hanging branches, and other creatures shot through the undergrowth. Sweltering heat beat down on my skin, making the thin clothing we found in the shack feel more like a winter coat lined with fur. Between the feeling of cooking in my skin and the endless waste of time, my frustration was practically boiling over. I believed we were walking aimlessly until the tree line broke, and I caught what could only be described as a small castle in the middle of woodland, or at least the ruins of one. I had asked Killian where we were, but he'd found it amusing to leave me without an answer. All he'd said was, "amongst friends," which really didn't mean much. The closer we came to the old walls, the more I noticed other things which didn't seem to make sense, out of place in a remote area like this. Little bags hung from sparse branches, containing herbs or other dried leaves. Glass vials of all assortments and sizes were nestled against the roots of trees, or discarded along the foot-worn path we followed. I couldn't place it, But something about it all unsettled me deeply. I almost felt as though we were being watched from the shadows, which, in a place like this, there were an abundance of. "After you." Killian gestured towards the doorless entrance of the strange ruins. Thick trunks grew through the walls, making it hard to discern where the castle ended and the forest began. Crumbled stone surrounded us, as though this place had once been far grander, far larger. Now it was barely the outline of an old castle, claimed by earth and time. "Killian, my boy, is that you?" A voice echoed down the dark corridor before me, as though it carried on the stale air lingering in the building. It was raspy, like rusted coins clanging together in a purse. Although I couldn't see the person who spoke, I had no doubt they were ancient from their all-knowing tone. "When have you been one for pointless questions, Larissa?" Killian replied, a constant presence just behind me. "Have the years since my last visit dulled your senses?" The laugh began, rumbling through every crevice and crack that darkness could reach. "Far from it, my child. Time has been a friend of mine, as you well know. Come, you know where to find me, and bring that pretty little friend of yours. He prefers Ernest, but I call him Princeling." Killian's hand fell to the curve of my lower back, urging me a step forward. "I do not like this," I said, to the amused and dark cackle that echoed with more intensity. "Not one bit." "No harm will come to you, Ernest." There was no denying the total honesty in Killian's words. "I promise." I promise. How did 2 words make my knees weak? I wished they didn't make me feel better, but they had. Although that didn't stop me from snatching up his hand again, threading his fingers with mine and holding on. The shock on his face melted to horror, then to something else entirely. "What?" I asked, sticking out my lower lip. "I've seen you naked. I'm sure holding your hand isn't going to bother you." "It's not that." "What is it, then?" I gripped tighter when the sound of feet was caught on the warm breeze. Killian's stare was intense. He looked from my hand to his, as though he was expecting something more to happen. I usually don't like being touched. His fingers drummed on the back of my hand, as though proving a point. I tried to pull back, suddenly ashamed, but I couldn't tug my fingers from his iron hold. "Sorry." I said, "Usually, Princeling." There was no denying his smile. I was merely surprised. "Now, come on. Let's not keep Larissa waiting." There was barely time to contemplate Killian's pronouncement as we continued navigating the ruins of the strangely decorated place. When the mysterious woman Killian had named Larissa spoke, it sounded as though she stood only at the end of the corridor. But it turned out I couldn't have been more wrong. As we wound through the dark, climbing narrow stairs, and passing over floors that looked like they could barely hold our weight, Larissa did not reveal herself. But I knew we were close. I could smell something, proof of life. Whoever this Larissa was, whatever she enjoyed tea. My mouth salivated at the scent of lemon verbena and honey stewed over a fire. The harsh scent of crackling wood hit the back of my throat and stung my nose, but the sweet lemon soothed it. Calling the place we entered a room was perhaps too generous. It was no more than 4 crumbling walls, a hearth, a rickety table, and a large brass pot which a hunched woman stood before. The ceiling was more a collection of overlapping branches from the trees that had infiltrated the ruins and claimed them. At least the air was cool beneath the shadows. "Having 2 visitors is a rarity for me. Be thankful I have enough tea brewed," Larissa said. Her back moved as her arms turned a ladle the length of her body in the pot before her, which oozed with the smells of the concoction she brewed. "As if you didn't know this moment was coming years before any of us," Killian said from my side, still holding on to my hand. Through his palm I could feel the thump of his 2 hearts in tandem, one after the other. Beat, beat, beat. It was a comforting rhythm, which I needed in that moment. "You caught me, Master Metropoli. Please, both of you, take a seat," she said without turning around. "It is not every day I get company, and I understand your time is limited. So, let us not dilly-dally, huh?" Killian peeled my stiff fingers from his, and I carefully dropped my arm back to my side. I still found it hard to move as I watched the old woman hum to herself, barely bothering to notice we were here. Not wanting to offend our host, I walked to the table and pulled up a chair. Killian joined me, sitting so close to my side that his knee brushed mine. "Does he speak?" Larissa asked, turning sharply on us. My breath hitched in my throat as I took in her face. Milky eyes, a far-off expression, skin like the melted wax of a candle, and a crown of grey-brown hair twisted upon her head. I leaned forwards. "I know you." "Ah, so you do," Larissa said, scooping up a clay mug from the shelf at her side and turning back to the pot. "And I know you, Prince Ernest of Aya." "You were outside of the city," I continued, knowing she had not told me I was wrong. "In the crowd, trying to get in. You told me to run. You told me my father was doomed. I remember. Would not leave the city alive. Yes, yes, I know what I told you, for I was the one who spoke." I shot Killian a look, one that told me this was news to him, before he spoke. "Then we can skip the introductions and move on swiftly." Larissa spun back around, moving on lithe feet for a woman of her age. She walked to the table slowly, as though every step had to be careful, which from her colourless eyes and the way she never looked to us when she spoke made me sure that she was blind. "I do not rush you, Killian, so I ask that you do not rush me in return. Seeing fate takes time and patience, a virtue which I asked you to work on the last time you visited me, did I not? I see that fell on deaf ears. My apologies, Larissa, but as you've mentioned, we have no time to dilly-dally. Time is a godless concept. No one controls it." The mug was placed before me, and another before Killian. Not a drop was spilled. "Drink up, Ernest of Aya." Years of doing as others asked flooded over me. If there was one lesson Father taught me, it was respecting my elders, and there was something about this woman that told me I didn't want to offend her. I watched her warily over the rim of the mug. She wasn't looking at me, not even in my direction, but she sensed my hesitation. "The tea is nothing but tea. It isn't poisoned, spiked, or brewed with anything nefarious. It is simply tea. Drink up." That didn't stop me from watching Killian take the first sip. The liquid ran over his lips, a single droplet escaping down the corner of his mouth. I watched it, transfixed, eyes tracing over the lump in his throat as he swallowed. "Ah, you picked my favourite concoction." "Of course I did." Larissa slapped the table. "I knew you were coming." "Of course you did," Killian echoed, tilting his head up sharply to make me follow suit and drink. "Then you'll know what we've come for." "Answers, which you know I cannot give, although paths I can suggest." She was talking in riddles, but I didn't care, because the tea was so God's damned incredible. My first few sips were polite and careful, but I soon tipped it back and gulped every ounce of it down. "What answers?" I asked, hissing across the table to Killian. He did everything not to look at me when he replied. "Where your magic comes from, which forgotten god wishes to return to this world and use you as a pawn. Your fate. All my life, it had been speculated by my father, but never known. Is it possible to find out?" "Anything is possible, Ernest," Larissa said as she snatched the mug away from my fingers. She lifted the mug to her nose and inhaled so deeply I thought her chest would burst. "How do you know a person's fate?" "Larissa is fate," Killian answered. speaking on behalf of the woman who dug her bent finger into my cup, swept the dregs of sodden leaves from the bottom, and stuffed it into her cheek greedily, rubbing them on her gums. Larissa is many things. I said some would call her a monster, a title which no doubt pleases her. Many years ago, others called her a witch. But the truth, princeling, is she is no different to you. A hero, a human, blessed by a god. And you. I didn't mean to sound so offended, but then again, how else would I take it? Killian ignored that comment, swiftly moving on with his explanation. She has magic, abilities which are as rare as raw opal lost in beds of rock, whereas your ability could, grant wishes through speaking them aloud. Hers can see the outcome of almost anyone's story. Not the outcome, you blowfish, Larissa snapped, tea leaves stuck to her wonky and rotten teeth. I see paths. I witness all the many ways someone's story may go. Some have long, winding roads, others short and narrow paths that end abruptly. It is different for every person, and they change like the tide. It is maddening, or can be, to see a person's fate when it is no more than a knot of possibilities yet to unravel. And yours. Larissa ran her tongue over rotten teeth, showing bits of tea leaves stuck in between them. Yours is not what I expected. I found myself leaning towards her, thirsting for more. Do I succeed? Do we find Aliana, get my magic back, and save the world? Larissa tilted her head so sharply I was sure I heard bone snap. No, not the world as it has been. My blood raced down to my feet. But that is just one outcome, no? Depends on the path you tread upon. Ernest of... A feral look came over her face. Instead of using her finger to scoop tea leaves from the bottom of my mug, her tongue slithered free and lapped at the clay. It was a rushed and frantic movement, one that made me edge closer to Killian. The atmosphere shifted so quickly I almost lost my breath. A thunderous expression pinched at Larissa's face, turning her more into a monster than the hero Killian suggested she was. Killian noticed too, grasping my thigh beneath the table, reminding me he was close. "What have you brought to me, Killian?" Larissa snapped, milky eyes landing exactly where he sat. "That was a question I was hoping you would answer. Do you see something in his fate?" Larissa snapped a hand out to him. "Your mug. Now." Killian wasted no time in handing his over. Once she licked it clean, Larissa leaned back in her chair and released a moan, whilst her spine clicked from her lower back to neck. 2 threads. Pardon? I leaned in. Was that supposed to mean something? 2 threads, Larissa repeated, almost giddy or drunk. I see 2, connecting many times over, tying him. She pointed at Killian, then at me, to you. I made a bargain, Larissa. One to help Ernest in his venture to retrieve stolen power and save his world. Our world, she snapped, her voice deepening to something ancient. Shadows crawled over the room as though dancing to her changing tone, or perhaps shrinking away from her in fear. Or have you forgotten you belong to it after all these years? Did Karakos take your humanity away so thoroughly that it is lost to you? She was not the only one to react in anger. Killian buzzed with it, practically shaking. One hand was a fist on the table, the other tightened around his trident. I found myself reaching for him, attempting to offer my own kind of comfort. Beyond the castle, the sky cracked, lightning whipping across the gathering clouds. I apologize if something has offended you. That was not our intention coming here, I said, trying to ease the tension. Killian, we should leave. Please. No. His voice shattered the darker part. Not without what I came for. I looked expectantly to the old crone, praying to whatever god could protect us from such a being. It was to find she was already glaring at me, devouring me with milky blind eyes, as though they saw every mark on my skin. It is not you, Killian, who determines if they want the answer. If Ernest so desires it, he can use that voice of his and ask. I cleared my throat, missing the power that once lingered within it. Not only did it offer me control, but protection. And right now, beneath the scrutiny of this ancient woman, I could do with some protection. "Who is my patron?" I asked outright. "Do you see who gave me my power?" Larissa snapped her head to me, eyes wide and feral, but they softened slightly at the corners. "Nissa wishes to make claim to this world again, through you." Nissa, the banished goddess, mother, life herself. But she was banished long before I was born, and yet here you sit, marked by her. Larissa stood so violently that Killian's mug was knocked over. It rolled around a couple of times before tilting over the edge of the table and smashing against the floor. "You both shall find your answers. You both shall find your peace. But the cost will break more than the rules of nature. It will shatter the seas. It will cleave this world in two. And you both will pay the ultimate price." I have heard enough. I got up, head aching, body already feeling the call of the mer. How long had it been since we came? It felt like minutes, but time felt odd in this place. "Killian, I want to leave. Now." He didn't move a muscle. Instead, he continued to glare at Larissa with thunderous intent. It was as though he didn't hear me. "Now!" I shouted. It was as if my power came back in that moment, because the tension broke. Larissa cleared her throat, her expression softening as she looked between us. When she smiled, it was to show missing teeth and cherry-red gums. Not even a hint of her previous fury was left. Well, that was brief. "Ernest, it was truly lovely to see you again. Killian, ever the pleasure." I bowed my head, wanting this to end, but before I could utter Killian's name, he stood so abruptly that the chair was knocked to the floor. Without a word, he turned on his heel, steam practically coming out of his ears, and left. A frail hand reached out and snatched my upper arm. Nails pinched through the light tunic, aching my skin. I turned to find Larissa latching onto me like a leech, her expression serious. "Heed my warning, Ernest." My blood cooled at her use of my name. It was a weapon unto itself. "There will come a time when you'll be forced to make a choice. It will be painful, but you must make it." I allowed her threat to sink in. It could mean a multitude of different things. "You said Killian and I were bound. 2 threads. What did you mean?" She released me. "That is not for me to share. Killian will tell you in his own time, when he works the truth out for himself. Until then, be wary. We are pawns on the game board for the gods. Tools. Guard yourself." My head ached, my thoughts swirling. I had so many questions. About Nissa, about this truth that Killian had yet to work out. I had no doubt that Larissa saw our fate, but kept it from me for a reason. Even if I wanted to persist, I couldn't. I had no time. Silver flashed between us, caught in the dull light. I glanced down to find silver scales across my arm, the telltale sign that I would turn soon. "I will come back for answers," I said, drawing back. "Don't waste your time with an old soul like me. Answers do not lie here." A breath hitched in my throat. "Then where do I find them?" She leaned in, foul breath itching against my skin. I found myself stiffening, growing cold as her presence enveloped me. But when she whispered her answer into my ears, It was the maddening sting of inconsequential words. Knock, knock, knock. Open. Chapter 30. Killian. Every time Ernest called my name, it took everything in me not to stop. I stormed through Larissa's ruins, entirely aware of the colossal tantrum that I was having. But nothing could stop me, likely not even the magic we hunted for Ernest. Rain fell across the dense forest, the air humid and thick. I waded through it, putting as much distance between me and the old woman. Killian, I swear to any god listening, if you don't stop, I will fucking make you. Make you? 2 little words, and I couldn't help but sense Ernest's honest fury in them. I swatted bags of Larissa's incense, kicking bottles out of my way as I forged towards the beach. Leave it alone, Ernest. Leave it, he echoed, his feet smacking the ground as he made chase. He was breathless by the time he drew closer, snapping at me with his ferocious little teeth. How do you expect me to leave something I didn't ask for? Then forget it. It was so easy to argue with him. Not that I wanted to, but there was something about our contrasting tempests that always ended up clashing. None of this will matter in a few days. Just forget it. You bastard! Ernest, to my surprise, picked up his pace until he stood before me. I couldn't do anything but stop with him in my way. As much as I longed to barrel through him, I didn't think I could. Not ever. What was that about, Killian? He shouted, pointing in the direction of the ruins. Even from here, I could hear Larissa laugh. Your reaction was so fucking confusing. I thought I was doing the right thing, to help you get some answers. His eyes widened, his finger lowering. At what cost? You want your magic back, do you not? I am expending every possible tool I have to help you, and this was just another wasted chance. Now please, move out of my way. He narrowed those fucking blue eyes. His black hair stuck to his face in thick curls, dampened by the humidity of the island. Make me. I stepped close, fueled by the challenge. You do not know what you are playing with. Ernest stepped in to contest me. Yes, I do. I'm facing a man who is so stuck in his trauma that he doesn't know how to deal with it. A man whose past is so deeply embedded in his soul that scars have healed over the thorn, and he doesn't care to allow anyone to help him free it. Water dripped from my nose, falling over my lips to my chin. The bargain I made was to help you, not the other way around. Ernest rolled his eyes, hands pressed firmly on his hips, whilst he looked to the sky for patience. Except your bargain means I am supposed to do something for you. How did you put it? Free you. Free you from what, exactly? You never did say. I should have forged my lips together, should have bit down on my tongue and swallowed my reply down with the blood that swelled in my mouth. Instead, I spoke it. This life, this path, this fucking thread that tethers me here until I solve an issue I never started. Something Larissa said replayed in my mind. 2 threads. I see 2. They connect many times over, tying him to you. An issue, Ernest repeated, taking in my words, believing I referred to him and not the mer infecting the oceans. Karakos, damn you, Killian. I never asked for your fucking help. I never wanted you to sweep in and save me. If I was so much of an issue, then leave. Go and crawl back into whatever hole Karakos has kept you in. Go fester in your past and fuck off. My heart stopped in my chest, both simultaneously. No, I wasn't talking about you. Ernest turned sharply, his body moving with such fluidity there was an otherworldly grace to him. I forego our bargain. Forget it. Break it. Cancel it. Do whatever you want with it. I stood, dumbfounded, as I watched Ernest march ahead. He rolled his shoulders back, held his chin high, and all the while he had no idea of the collection of scales which had grown on the back of his neck. Then I did the only thing I could. I gave chase. Oh, how the tables had turned. "You need me," I said desperately. "No, I don't." Ernest dismissed me with the coldest tone I'd ever heard him use. "Didn't you hear? Nissa's my patron. I have the goddess of life behind me, a literal queen. She trumps your little ocean god, doesn't she? Except she won't care for you, since you gave your magic away freely." If anything, my retort only made him storm ahead with more vigour. Damn my mouth. Damn my inability to think before I spoke. Had years of no real human contact ruined my ability to be one? Was I even one at all anymore? "Ernest, wait! You don't understand the dangers lurking out there." "Dangers? As in a god-cursed man who would hunt me down the moment I fully turned?" Ernest asked from over his shoulder. "I know everything about danger. I have looked into your eyes, knowing they would one day be the last thing I see if I don't get my power back." He was right. Of course he was. But that didn't stop me from pleading with him to listen. Who had I become? I hardly recognized the weakness inside of me as I chased after a human, begging for him to hear what I had to say. "Ernest, wait. Please. Leave me alone, Killian." He used my name in the same weaponized manner I had just used his. I could have easily made him stop, used my power and controlled his body as though I held the strings, but I didn't dare do that. Not ever again. Ernest broke out of the tree line, his heavy footfall softening beneath sand as the thrashing waves clawed at the shoreline ahead. "Okay, Ernest, you're right. It's me who needs you." Out on the beach again, away from the density of the forest, there was nothing to muffle my truth. I need you. And finally the truth shows itself. He stopped, turning on me once more. I thought this was my chance, until I saw the red stain that was once the pearl white of his eyes. "The night I was bitten, you saved me. Then I saved you in Thalassopoli. We're even. I can't just leave you to face this. I won't just—" "I believe Ernest asked you to stop." A figure stepped in from behind him. It spoke with a voice so melodic and sweet, sickly almost. Worst of all, it dripped with power. Waves of red hair fell like rivers of blood over pale skin. It clung to the damp body of a woman with vivid emerald eyes, and a smile so deadly I reached for my power without thought. It was her, the woman we searched for, except she had found us first. "Aliana!" Ernest exhaled, turning to face the woman standing too close behind him. Lightning flashed in my veins, echoing over the sky, but before I could cast it towards her, Aliana lifted a pointed nail. Gold light glowed at the base of her throat. Sea Witch. Keep still for me." I did stop, because it was all I could do. Magic blanketed over me, something strange and cold, forcing my muscles to turn to stone, and my wants and desires to refuse my body's commands. From the woman's throat, golden light spilled beyond, as though she swallowed a star being Ernest's power. Here it was, just in reach. Freedom, my chance. Then why did I wish to turn my back on it? "This is not the warm welcome I expected," Aliana said, slinking around Ernest on careful feet. Like him, her skin was speckled in scales, but hers were purple and green. I watched her out of the corner of my eye, out of fear and interest. "You send your little crabs to fetch me like some hound, and then greet me with lightning?" Even if I wanted to reply, I couldn't. What made matters worse was the genuine concern in Ernest's eyes when he looked between us, as though he watched a lion circle a lamb. The last time I had felt this powerless was when my mother's fingers had gripped my hair, whilst her blade dragged across my throat. Even with the trident in my hand, it was as though Aliana's voice was cutting me off from its power. Ernest placed himself between me and the mer. "Aliana, please don't hurt him." My chest cracked at Ernest's plea. It was as though the sea and sky watched on, waiting to see how this ended. "I don't plan to." Instead of rebuking him, she said something else. "All the effort to reach me, and it has worked, Ernest of Ire. I'm here now, just as you wanted." Then Ernest stopped himself, cleared his throat and straightened his posture. It was as though I watched him change, not from man to mer, but from the man I'd come to know, to the prince he had been before. "Then you know what I need back from you." Aliana tapped her finger to her throat, just over the glow of light that shone beneath her clavicle. "I have an idea. Please." He dropped to his knees, mimicking what many others had done for him before. "If I don't get it back, it is in the fates that I will be doomed." Her expression was kind, soft eyes and a tension-free mouth. Aliana pondered this, her jaw flexing as though she chewed on Ernest's words. "Come, Ernest. I have something I would like to show you." Light glowed from her throat as she laced her voice with his magic. Although, if Aliana truly knew him, Ernest did not need to be controlled to follow her. He would have gone without it, given the chance of getting his power back. I wanted to scream. I wanted to break apart the sky and ravage the world the moment Ernest rose from his knees and turned towards the sea with Aliana by his side. Words were shared between them, but nothing I could hear. All I could do was watch them both walk into the waiting water, as the sunset reflected before them in a halo of light. Ernest stopped when he was waist-deep. He turned to face me, defying the odds of her control for only but a moment. I could not hear him over the thunder of my hearts, the roar of the ocean, or the untapped power that hummed in my skin, but I read his lips. Will he be safe? He referred to me. Aliana smiled at this, placed her hand on Ernest's shoulder and continued to urge him forwards. All I could do was watch. Watch as the mer took him from me. Watch as salt water melted his human flesh from his body, revealing the mer which lurked beneath. The last thing to disappear was the flick of a silver tail. Then the surface was still, and Ernest was gone. Chapter 31. Ernest. Aliana was unlike the other mer I'd seen before. It was as though her body had held on to the humanity the sickness could have purged, leaving behind something familiar, yet entirely different, something new. Her tail was a sea glass green and dawn-stained purple, complementing the hue of her eyes. The ocean currents pulled back her poppy-red hair, making it seem as though rivers of blood flowed in her wake. Scales coated her body, covering her chest and spreading down her shoulders to her talon-tipped, webbed hands. Aliana no longer looked like she was in the midst of decay. She was beautiful and rejuvenated, human, but changed. We didn't speak. There was nothing to do but shadow her. Even if she hadn't woven the spell around my limbs, making me prematurely shift in this form and follow her, I would have. Her command echoed even now as the water rushed past my ears. The deeper we swam, the cooler the water became. We moved through reefs of the most beautiful coral, passing amongst shoals of fish. Perhaps if everything wasn't on the line, my power literally just out of reach, I might have appreciated the change in the scenery around me. The water opened up, revealing a film of strangely dancing mist where I believed the sandy bed of the ocean to be. But Aliana spared me a glance and dove beneath. I followed. What lurked beyond took my breath away. A trench reached far deeper than I ever imagined possible. On either side, the harsh rock face of the Earth's deepest layer felt like it was closing in on me. I followed close behind Aliana, her green and purple tail flicking with vitality. I searched the grooves in the rocky walls, noticing the flashing of light from within. Eyes. They were everywhere. Large and imposing, they watched me as I passed. "They won't harm you," Aliana said, swimming in tandem beside me. "You're one of their own. This is likely the safest place you could be in all of Aya." "And where in Aya are we?" I asked, the question forming in bubbles beyond my lips. "Home. Not the one I grew up in, but the one I found after your father abused his control and killed me." Guilt uncoiled within me. Aliana stopped, her hair fanning around her shoulders. I joined her, hyper-aware now of the scaled bodies which practically crawled out of the cavernous spaces in the trench. Steams of hot air billowed out of strange formations, spitting liquid fire out across the stone. In the flash of light, I saw hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes. Some were like Aliana, almost human, with heads of hair and kind eyes. Others were the monstrous creatures I'd seen before, hairless, with milky eyes and mouths overspilling with rows of sharpened teeth. "Not what you expected, is it?" Aliana asked, following my line of sight as it swept over the trench. There was a knowing in her voice, a hint which suggested she already knew the answer. "I don't know what I was expecting, or what I'm looking at for that matter. This, Ernest, is what I have used the power you gave me to do, to offer life back to those who lost it. All these all these people are regaining what was taken from them when they changed. Humanity. I am offering them a future, just as you gave one to me." As she spoke, I watched a child no older than Ernie had been slip out of a hole in the rock face. A woman with short black hair attempted to call him back, but was unsuccessful. "You've done this? I would say you did this, Ernest." I shook my head, wanting to shrink beneath the glares of so many more. "How?" "Your father threw me to my death, and it was death that greeted me with open arms. It was instinctual for the mer to feast on me, except you also acted on instinct. I heard you, through Gorgana's domain, begging for me to take your magic. So I did. And with it, this is what I have achieved." There was a sadness in Aliana's eyes, but there was also fury. "I'm sorry for what he did," I said, as a swell of sickness crested within me. "My father, he has offered the same end to many people before me." Aliana's lip curled, as though my apology disgusted her. "Ernest, you were the only one with the power to stop him, and yet you watched, crying out my name, wasting your gifts. Then, just as your father threw me away, you threw that magic away. But now you want it back? I need it, not want it," I stammered, feeling as though I was drowning beneath the truth of her words. Everything Aliana had said was true. I did have the power to stop my father, but I hadn't. I was no better than him. Yes, I don't deserve it, but if I don't get it back, so many more people will die. Aya has been overrun. Death is creeping over the land. Look around you, Ernest." Aliana gestured, sweeping her arm through the dark water as mer slowly slunk out of their hiding groves. "I need it too. Unlike you, I'm using it for something good. I'm giving back the humanity that was lost with the mer's infection. I'm using it for more than just control. This magic has a purpose now." "You don't understand." My tail flicked, pushing towards her. I silently begged for her to see my desperation. Maybe if she recognized it, she would give my magic back to me. "Aya has been taken by the acolytes of Gorgana. They have my father. Every night they will continue killing innocents. If I don't get my magic back, I cannot stop them. Do you think I care about him?" Aliana twisted in the water, extending her hands out to the mer who watched on. The man who cared only for his own power. The man who decided he had the authority to throw me to my death for no reason. I was doomed the moment your family gained dominion over us all. Something impossible I've come to understand. You see, this magic will finally be used for something good. Look around you. See the faces of other people your father's lack of care has sent here. A ripple of panic had me reaching out for her. I grasped her scaled arms, squeezing. I had to focus on finding Aliana, but didn't know what would happen when I did. And it showed. I practically fumbled over my words, throwing out a net in hopes of catching her to help, except that net was riddled with gaps and holes. I helped you. I granted you a wish. I didn't only use that power to control. The only reason I have not killed you, Ernest, is because you once showed me kindness. But do not think for a moment that I am in debt to you. That's not how life works. Those words hit me with an otherworldly force. I dropped my hands, overwhelmed with a sense of failure. The acolytes are killing innocent people, Aliana. Forget my father. Forget everything I've asked for. Can you sit back and allow children to die in the name of a god? Her answer was simple. I was not given the choice to forego my life before this. But instead of dwelling on what was taken from me, I'm focusing on what I have got. Lost souls. Forgotten people. Innocents made into monsters. No one had a choice. But this can be your home too. Forget what came before this and focus on what you will do with this new life instead. Anyone who is sent to the depths will be offered a new life. A second chance. A new home. One away from the dangers of the above. Here they will be cared for. Here I will keep them safe. It's not as simple as that. And why not? I looked upwards, seeing the distant glow of moonlight, which barely penetrated through the wall of mist at the mouth of the trench. Because it's my fault, and I need to make it right. Ernest, you belong to the below now. This is your home. These beings are your family. Leave the above to fight their own battles. It's no longer your responsibility. You do not have the power to change the world. Except I'd had the power to save the world, and I'd wasted it. I'd given it up, and now innocents were paying the price. More children swam out from the dark caves, tails from pink pale to the richest of cobalt flickering beneath them. Everything I'd known about the mer had shattered the moment Aliana led me here. If you knew what I wanted from you, and also the answer you were to give me, why did you bring me here? I murmured. Because telling you why I won't give you this magic back wouldn't be as powerful as showing you. All this time, you had the power to change lives, and the only one you altered was your own. You now see what I'm doing with it. I'm making the below safe. I'm giving the mer a chance to regain their humanity and live the lives that were cut short for them. Children, mothers, fathers, siblings, a new world. Just then, the atmosphere changed like a swell moving through the water. It rippled across the trench, causing the children to scream before swimming with haste back to the shadows of their dwellings. Aliana looked up, an animalistic snarl breaking across her face. He has found us. A clicking sound echoed from outside. I turned to see the rock face moving, except it wasn't moving at all. It was what scuttled over the rocks that did. Crabs. My attention fell upon the larger creature with the armor of scales and beady eyes that were watching us intently. Shit! Do the right thing, Aliana pleaded. Now is your chance. I brought you here to show you what I must protect, but I cannot do that if he finds us. He, Killian, the man who'd clearly used Karakos to locate me. And he was coming. This time, when I looked to the mer, I saw them in the same light Aliana painted them in. They weren't the monsters Gorgana made them to be. These were the creations Karakos and Luna had first intended, representations of life. Aliana was righting the wrongs. She was using this power as it should have always been used. Killian's life purpose was to eradicate the mer, and if he located this place, he would kill all of them. "I will go to him," I said, not wishing to leave, but knowing I would endanger every soul hidden from him here if I didn't. "But please, just as it is your responsibility to protect the mer, it is mine to ensure the people I failed are saved from a worse fate than being beneath my rule. I wish I could just forget it, but I cannot." "Sometimes we do not have the choice," Aliana said, her entire posture coiled, gaze fixed on the ceiling of mist, ready to attack Killian the moment he entered. Just like I didn't, when my life was forfeited for no good reason. "I'll prove otherwise," I said, the muscles in my tail flexing as I prepared to leave. The acolytes wish to strengthen the goddess of death. If Gorgana gets enough power, they'll ruin the world. Not just Aya. Everything. No one will be safe. Not human or mer. Please consider my request. Just because you are hidden here doesn't mean death won't come looking for you." My name rang out across the oceans. The water shivered with the sound of Killian's call. Aliana didn't refuse me again. Instead, she hissed one single word. "Go." I hesitated, knowing my one chance of getting my magic back was slipping through my fingers. There was nothing else I could say, nothing I could do to convince Aliana to help me. Maybe in time she would remember what was at stake, but I couldn't blame her for her lack of faith in humanity, for it was my father who took that very thing away from her, and I had helped. Yes, I may not have helped throw her over the balcony, but I'd stood by and watched. The blame weighed heavily on my shoulders, and I had to face the consequences. But I wasn't going to turn my back on Aya. All my life I had used my magic as a crutch, but that had to change. And whereas everyone else was against helping me, there was one being who would scour the fucking oceans just to support me. My tail jolted, the muscles propelling me up and up, leaving everything I had focused on behind, whilst I saw to him. My last resort. Killian. Chapter 32. Killian. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My body was weighed down by a power so great I watched helplessly as night settled upon the world. Sweat beaded across my skin as the trembling began. I longed to clutch my chest as though I could rip away my ribs to ease the pressure. But there was nothing I could do. Nothing but watch the light slip away with no knowledge of where Ernest had been taken. Ernest. I longed to scream his name, but sound was frozen in my throat. It was like wading through stone which had seized around me. My limbs, my throat, my face, my soul. Aliana had woven her stolen magic across my skin, making sure I couldn't follow. Time had never been so painful. It hurt to simply exist, knowing I was helpless to do anything. Powerless. So I stood there, agony tearing through my chest, head, spinning until I could focus on little but the single name repeating in my mind, body and soul. Ernest. 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 To the moment the cord snapped, and my body became my own again, there was no room for thought, only action. I would empty the ocean entirely if it meant finding him. It wasn't a feeling I could explain, fueled by the desperate need to see him, to know he was okay. All the while, I felt ruination rip me apart with monstrous teeth. Chapter 33. Ernest. A storm raged across the ocean. It pulled at my body, tossing me this way and that. Harsh currents ripped up the sand, turning the water murky. Even with my heightened sense, I had no understanding of where I was going. There was only instinct, some unnatural draw to the very pulse behind this magic. To Killian. His name was imprinted all over this unnatural storm in the below. Although this power was far from magic, this was the essence of a god. It was as though Karakos had finally awoken, a reaction to equally violent emotions, poisoning the oceans. "Killian!" I shouted his name out into the depths. "I'm here!" The magic must have heard me, just as I knew it would. The storm picked up in its viciousness, responding without words, but more energy, more terrifying power. Ribbons of water wrapped around my waist, solidifying into metal bands. Although uncaring, there was a familiarity to the touch, an echo of the man who controlled it, wherever he hid within the ocean. In a blink, I was torn from my path, dragged along the ribbon of twisting water. There was no fighting it, no hoping to break free. I was an autumn leaf caught in a torrent of wind as the current drew me far from the ravine. I'd come searching for Killian, but he'd found me first, just as I knew he always would. Pulsing in the centre of the tempest his current had drawn me to was Killian. Purple eyes flared with power no man or mer should hold. It rippled off his skin, echoing across the water which hissed and spat with streaks of azure light. It was not uncommon for Aya to experience storms, not with the clash of the day's warm weather meeting the cool of evening. Father often told me to search for the eye, the storm's centre, because there was no place safer. As a child, I often thought that concept ridiculous. What storm had eyes to see? Did it delight in watching the destruction and chaos left in its wake? But now I understood. Killian hung suspended in the water, tentacles slithering out beneath him. He was my safety. I lifted a hand over my eyes, calling his name out in hopes he would see me. He saw nothing. His stare was lost to the world and the power he expelled. Physically, he was here, but mentally his mind was adrift, and all I could think about was reaching him. Forging ahead, the wild water ripped and tore at me. I felt it pry scales from my skin as it slapped my flesh like the hands of an uncaring lover and snatched at my body. It hurt, but it was nothing I wasn't already used to, so I didn't stop. I didn't stop calling his name, using my webbed fingers to claw through the almost solid layers of his power. I was a thorn, embedding myself deep into Killian's flesh, demanding that he notice me. I could have been struggling forwards for seconds, hours, days, centuries. The relief I felt when I finally reached him was immense. I steadied myself inches before him until I was close enough to wrap my fingers around his closed fist. Although he didn't recognize me, I recognized the pain drawing down at his features. I performed a quick inspection over his body and saw no wounds. Whatever he was suffering was from a scar far deeper than flesh, and it ruled him. "Stop it!" I screamed, knowing it was useless but unable to do anything else. Around me the tempest picked up, water spinning in a cyclone so powerful I could no longer see past its walls. "Killian, you need to stop! Do you hear me?" I rested my hands on the hard curves of his chest. Beneath my splayed palms, there was no ignoring the thunderous beat of his two hearts. One after the other, with hardly a beat to spare, they cantered like a stampede of wild horses. Any moment, surely, they would break free of his ribs and fall into my waiting hands. With one still pressed to his chest, the other moved back to the closed fist around his trident. I willed for him to notice me, and, for a moment, his eyes focused, his pupils dilating. My breathing hitched as the wild, screaming tempest spluttering in pace. It was as though my touch was the anchoring he required. Slowly, his eyes focused on me, not through me. The deep rush of magic lifted, revealing the bright purple hue I had grown familiar with. His hearts hammered beneath my palm as though they were prisoners begging for release. Ernest. His breathing was shallow and rapid, the gills across his neck flaring with vigour, tentacles writhing and slithering beneath him. Although my touch was enough to draw his attention, it was as if he could not see me completely. Something else still ruled his mind. Although this time Killian mumbled my name, saying it over and over beneath his breath, beneath the raging storm. Ernest. Ernest. My name. It shattered out of him, and understanding broke over me. This reaction, his explosion of power, it was nothing but his emotions reflecting the lack of control, his panic, his anxiety. Breathe, I said, tail flicking until my entire body was practically forced against him. He was cold, so cold, but shivering as though the energy he was expelling still did not free him from the pent-up power he still held back. Killian, look only at me and breathe. I felt it then, beneath the press of my palm. His heartbeat slowed just a fraction, but enough to show me he was calming. I am. Killian screwed his eyes closed, his divine face creasing in lines of concentration. I'm frightened, Ernest. That was the gleam that had been in his wide, unblinking eyes. Killian was scared. Of what? I couldn't understand yet. Big, powerful Killian, who'd made a deal with a god, was scared. He was terrified. I'd seen the emotion haunting his eyes. Anxiety is frightening, but it's going to be okay. I'm going to help you through it. Karakos knew I was familiar with anxiety. It snuck up on me, sometimes without warning, explanation, or reason. There had been days I had woken with a constricting agony wrapped around my chest. Other days it was a niggling little voice in the back of my mind. It hurts. Killian barely got the 2 words out before his hand moved atop mine and held it in place. Listen, Killian. I'm here. I'm with you. Focus on nothing but my breathing, in and out. Together, okay? We breathe together. I cannot. Emotion pushed at the confines of my ribs until it cracked me open. There was no stopping my next words, nor the boiling honesty of them. I meant every fucking word. Then let me be the one to rid your demons, Killian. That is my promise to you. Let me help you, just as you have helped me over and over. He opened his eyes enough to peer at me. There was surprise in his face, enough to distract him for a moment. The nod he offered me was proof he would try, so I breathed, in and out, gills flaring as it absorbed the air from the water, filling my lungs and repurposing it. Killian joined in a moment after me. His chest rose and fell, bubbles fleeing his mouth. I was acutely aware of his hand on mine, then the curling of tentacles around my silver tail, but I didn't feel trapped in his hold. Not this time. Slowly, his fingers began to drum a series of rhythms on the back of my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was always 5 taps before a short break. Then Killian would begin again. Good, I said calmly, recognizing the swell of the cyclone finally easing. It was as if the water released a breath too, mirroring Killian, who focused on nothing but me and breathing. Just like that. And gods, I couldn't focus on anything else either, especially not when he leaned his forehead onto mine. Suddenly it was as though nothing else mattered. Not Aliana and a hidden dwelling of myrrh, the magic she refused to give me, or a world in which the promise of gods was frighteningly true. There was only us. I closed my eyes as well, focusing on the rhythmic beats of his heart, the smooth grace of his fingers on mine, and the way his magic was back in his control. I didn't make a move to pull away, nor did Killian. "I thought I'd lost you," Killian said softly, words muffled by calmer water. "When you left, I couldn't follow. I thought I'd failed you." "Failed you?" Those two words sunk deep into my chest cavity, piercing the thumping organ, which hurt for Killian. "Would it be so bad if you did?" I asked, unsure why, but I was barely in control of my honesty. The relief of knowing Killian was calming, that I'd reached him not physically but mentally, seemed to drown out my ability to think before I spoke. Killian withdrew his forehead from mine and stared deeply into my soul. "Yes. Karakos, help me." His tentacles slithered around me, affixing themselves to my scaled flesh. My body arched, leaning into him more, giving my control to him. It was my eyes that I was sure betrayed me. They flickered between his violet gaze down to his mouth, as though I expected his lips to do something. I watched them curl into a smile. This time, when he dipped his face closer to mine, it was with the beginning of a question. "Ernest, I want to do it." I was breathless from anticipation, the need to think of nothing but him. "But I haven't finished. How do you know what I'm going to ask?" Because I could see the desire in his eyes. It was mirrored by the heat curling in my core. "Just do it, Killian. Take what it is you want before the moment's missed." He contemplated my words, panting slightly. A new type of anxiety flashed through him. It wasn't panic of losing me, but the fear I would reject his advances. "I'm here. I found you. You found me." I leaned so close into him that every inch of my bare chest was pressed to his skin. "So do it. I dare you." "How could I ever refuse you, princeling?" There was a single moment of stillness before my mouth crashed into his. The kiss was an explosive release of tension, like an exhale we both shared. Our lips met with the politeness that came with being careful. Yes, it was rushed on my part, easing myself into him until I felt like there was naught but an inch that separated us. All the while, Killian was careful with me, gentle. His hand released mine, but his tentacles constricted a little tighter, the pressure pleasant. Then his fingers rested against the side of my face, so large they stretched the entire length from my jawline into the curls of my hair. A roar of need spasmed through my lower stomach. It was a deep, innate hunger, and it surprised me. It built in my loins, clawing its way out across my body like the feral thing it revealed itself to be. I wanted more. I wanted him, all of him. A memory of another man speared through my head. Hadian. A name which had once motivated me only days prior, now had no effect. It didn't sway me away from Killian, but only made me desire him more. Unlike Hadian, at least Killian was honest with his need for me. Did he use me for my power? Yes. But how could he use me unless I allowed it? We both knew what we had gotten into, and in this moment I needed it. Starved, I parted his lips with my tongue. It offered Killian a silent invitation, which he met. He was a feast, one I selfishly devoured whole. Our tongues twisted, two dancing eels desperate for one another. My hands were awkward, useless. I didn't know what to do with them in our inhuman forms. If we were on land, his cock would be rubbing against my palm, my knees aching with anticipation to drop down onto them. But here I was without knowledge, without room to even understand if sex was possible beneath the water. I delighted in every tip of his 8 limbs as they brushed over my skin. A fleshy pucker sucked against my nipple, popping it raw as Killian snatched his tentacle back. The pain was nothing but pleasure, encouragement. It fueled my need for more. My urge was sudden, but I longed to sink my nails into his flesh, bury them deep until he could never pull away. And from the way the pressure of his hold tightened against me, I sensed the feeling was mutual. So when Killian pulled back, I groaned in disappointment. "No! Come back!" It was a guttural sound that caused a physical reaction from him. Shadows of darkness spluttered beneath us. It took me a moment to realize the tendrils of ink seeping out across the water came from him. "You should never feel the need to kiss me out of pity." Hackles rose over my back, scales prickling like hair. "Is that why you think I just kissed you? Because you showed vulnerability?" "Weakness," Killian said as if correcting me, eyeing me inquisitively, seeing the truth behind the actions that even I didn't know. "Don't you dare say that. Believe that. You're far too ancient to be so ridiculous. Anxiety is not a weakness, Killian. It is a monster lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. If anything, fighting it makes you a warrior, someone with the ability to battle invisible enemies and win. You aren't weak in the face of inner demons, but brave." Killian lifted a finger to his swollen lips, lost to thought as my words sunk in. I hoped they lodged deep. "I would never have beat it if you hadn't found me." "That's an assumption, one you'll never be able to prove right." I longed to touch him again, but I feared the line our strange relationship had been skirting had not only been crossed, but had burned to cinders. "I suppose not." His eyes met mine, then traced my body as if searching for something. It was when he spoke again that I knew what he looked for. "Aliana did not harm you, then?" I shook my head, finally sparing a thought to the woman I'd left behind. "But I failed," I said, lips tender from the kiss whilst also desiring more. "She won't give me back the magic. Killian, it no longer belongs to me. I no longer deserve it." Killian's mouth was pink, lips raw from our kiss. His taste lingered on my tongue and refused to release me. It was the tang of citrus, the crisp bite of salt. His kiss was like drinking liquor, burning down my throat, stinging my cheeks, leaving a sweet aftertaste of thrill. I expected him to look at me like wasted potential. This was the moment he discovered I could no longer give him what he desired. But instead of drawing back, releasing his tentacles from me and turning his back on a failure, he surprised me. "We'll find another way." My hands moved, exploring his hardened stomach, the way the muscles dipped into a V-shape at his hips, where skin met the flesh of his tentacles. "There's no other way. Without my magic, I cannot appease the acolytes, cannot give you what you want." "I have more than I could ever want." I swallowed hard. "Tell me what to do, Killian. I need you." "We give up," he murmured, refusing to look away from me, my mouth, my eyes. My breathing hitched at the honesty behind his words. "But that would mean I can't free you from your bargain," I said, wondering if even that would distract him from me. "I know what it means, Ernest. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Even if it means you're fated to kill me?" But I couldn't say it, at least not aloud. "What does matter then?" I asked, feeling the need to hold my breath for fear I would miss the answer. "Stopping Gorgana's acolytes from hurting another soul. Evening is upon us." Killian said it like it was supposed to mean something. I looked up to the above, where the sky was dark navy. "And?" I fought the urge to just bury my fingers in his silver hair, tangle myself in his strands, and guide him back to my mouth before the taste of him faded. "The acolytes will be offering up another sacrifice," Killian said, his words puncturing the mood immediately. "We should go and stop them. You don't need your magic to put up a fight. That strength is within you now." I slipped out of his loosening tentacles, acutely aware Killian was saying it because he regretted the moment we'd just shared. "Yes, of course." My tail caught the water, shifting me away from him, facing the darkness as though I had a clue where we were in relation to Aya. But before I moved too far, a hand reached out and wrapped around my wrist, stopping me. "Ernest?" Killian spoke my name like it was a question. My mouth was as dry as a bone, which, considering we were literally breathing beneath the water, seemed like a miracle. "Yes?" "You didn't think I was finished with you yet, did you?" Fire erupted across my hips, echoing in the place where my cock had once been. Although if I reached down and pressed my fingers against scales, there was still a promise of instinctual release and pleasure. "Now are you saying that out of pity because I failed?" I asked, echoing his previous comment. Lightning flashed behind his eyes, brightening the hue into glimmering jewels. There was a seriousness to his stare that only made the feral twinge of my hips increase. "No, and I mean it." "You'll need to be more specific," I said, my encouragement barely a whisper. "The moment we are done tonight, the second we have the chance—" He paused, likely for dramatic effect or to make me more desperate for an answer. Which worked. My stomach turned, mimicking the tempest Killian's anxiety had imprisoned him in. "Spit it out, Killian." "I'm going to fuck you," he rasped. "If you would like that, of course." My lips curled over teeth, flashing my sudden hunger for him. "I would very much like that." "Good," Killian said, drawing me in the direction opposite to where I was about to swim towards. "Good boy." Chapter 34. Ernest. As we surfaced in the shadows of my castle, the cold night breeze trickling over my bare shoulders, I was horrified to find that the acolytes had already offered a sacrifice to Karakos. We were too late. But it wasn't a child they'd murdered this time. It was someone else, a person much closer to me, someone whose death they'd expected to teach me a lesson. King Terrian was dead. My father was dead. Even as a corpse, I would recognize my father anywhere, in any realm, in any world, even as he was presented before me now, hanging upside down from my balcony, legs tied together by rope, swaying in the nightly breeze. "This is my fault," Killian said, his fingers never leaving the small of my lower back. "I distracted you. I wasted time." He waited for me to respond, offering me a moment of silence for me to fill. But I had no words. Well, I did, but they were lodged in the base of my throat, the lump there suffocating me, refusing to let me speak. All I could do was look at the man who had once loved me, but who had then loved what I could do for him so much more. "He's really gone?" I asked the question more to myself than anyone else. Where I expected pain to radiate through my chest, there was only silence. Surely the agony would come any second. But with every moment that passed, no feeling seemed to rear its ugly head. "I'm sorry, Ernest," Killian spoke softly, but the way he was quick to guide me away only proved he did not know who it was that hung from my balcony like a puppet. I supposed he wouldn't, not as we both waited for the winds to turn him enough to reveal his face. "Tomorrow. We'll try again tomorrow." Killian had no idea who the corpse was or what he meant to me. I supposed for Killian it was hard to determine the man's once bright auburn hair from the deep russet it was now. Slowly, as the body continued to spin, I finally saw his face, or what I could make out of it. It was stained from the blood which oozed down from his split neck, spreading over his face in a mask. Eyes as dark as the night sky seemed to gaze at me, as though his dead body could sense me. The man who'd loved me. The man who'd used me. The man who had killed Aliana. "My father!" The acknowledgement broke out of me. "That is my father." Killian snapped his head to me, but I couldn't look away. Then he returned his stare back to the swinging corpse, seeing him in a new light. "That's King Terrian? Are you sure?" My mouth was as dry as desert sands. Yes. I couldn't cry. I couldn't do anything but watch as the remaining droplets of blood fell from his wound, feeding the ocean beneath him. Killian moved closer, inching towards where my father swung like a pendulum, water sloshing around his broad torso. It was easier to watch Killian, the grace he moved with, the vision of his tentacles which twisted beneath the water. But he wasn't the king before. What a ridiculous statement. Everyone knew my father. He was king. Was, because he was dead now, bleeding into the ocean. Before I could release the spike of fury that crested within me, a voice called out from the shadows of the balcony. "Have you finally come to give me what I have asked for?" It was only when the words echoed from above that I caught the movement, a shifting of a body, slowly emerging from the shadows. Silver hair fell free from a blood-red robe. It was snatched by the winds, casted to the side as though pulled by unseen hands. Piercing red eyes, and a face of milk-pale skin that glowed brighter than Luna herself. The priestess. Seeing her sparked some instinctual tempest in me, the need to pull myself up the cliff face to the balcony and tear into her. "Did you really think this would hurt me?" "I'd hoped it would. Actions reap punishments, and I have not been pleased, Ernest of Ire." The priestess's voice carried out from the balcony, skipping over the calm water's surface like a stone. Except the water wasn't calm for long. It spat and frothed around me. Conjured waves rippled out from where Killian watched. I couldn't see his face, but it was clear that her words had evoked a strong reaction in him. "I offered you a peaceful route, and you disregarded it. All actions have repercussions, something you wouldn't understand living such a life of luxury in your golden cage. But Korgana will teach you. Death will remind you what happens when you cross it." My jaw ached as my teeth grew to sharper points. There was no holding back the monster within me, not as I fixed my eyes on the woman above. "You'll pay for this!" I shouted. There was so much anger in my voice that it wouldn't have surprised me if I was causing the storm in the water around me. If I wrapped my fingers around Killian's trident, I had no doubt I could have used it to level the castle and everything around it. The priestess opened her arms up, as though waiting for the darkness to embrace her. There was no denying her glee, even from the distance between us. But I have nothing left to offer as payment. I'm penniless. There is nothing you can take from me that has not already been lost. Your threats are wasted, Ernest, but mine still stand. Except, after what you did in Thalassopoli, I have decided to alter my offer slightly. Wrath built in my chest, making my very skin shiver. "Fuck your offer! The magic's gone, and I too have nothing you want." She lowered her hands, grasping the stone balcony that my father had thrown Aliana over. Even from the distance, I could make out the strain of her grip, how the stone seemed to crumble beneath it. That's not entirely true, is it?" Her red glare fell upon Killian, and I fought the urge to hide him behind me. "I see you've brought company. Hello again, Killian. It's been an awfully long time, hasn't it? Who would have believed we'd ever see each other again?" Killian did not speak. He was frozen in place, gazing up at the balcony, entirely immobilized by fear. "Well," the priestess called down, "you know exactly how to stop this, do you not?" Again, Killian didn't speak. Instead, he lifted long fingers to his neck and pressed them to his flesh. I moved towards him without thought, unable to look at my father again. My hand rested upon his shoulder, my grip tightening in hopes of distracting him. "Killian? I... He stopped himself, taking a deep breath as the waves continued to lap and swell. The clouds rumbled with far-off thunder. The anxiety he had just fought was coming back, but this time he was refusing to relinquish his control to it. "We've seen enough," I said as I attempted to pry him away from the scene. His skin was oddly cold to the touch. the beats of his 2 hearts thumping too quickly. "Come, Killian. Please. I want to go." The priestess laughed down upon us. It began slowly, deep belly chuckles, until she erupted in violent calls. The sound of it scored against my skin, promising to flay me open from the inside out. Still, Killian did not move. He just continued to stare upwards, as if it was his father swinging like a pendulum, neck split and skin cold in death. "Killian," I said with more urgency, my nails digging into the flesh of his shoulders enough to draw blood. I didn't want to hurt him, but the distant gaze in his eyes and the incoherent mumbles told me that I was losing him, and quickly. "Look at me." And he did. He settled his rich eyes upon mine, and relief passed over his face. It was short-lived, like a flash of lightning, but it was enough for me to hook him in. Resolve hardened his features, but there was still a momentary glance back to the balcony. Then his arm wrapped around my middle, and he guided me away. That was when the laughing stopped. It came to an end abruptly before the priestess shouted to us one final time, "The fates have your story written. Your threads are tied. You shall give me what I desire, Ernest of Ire. And when you do, I will offer this world back to the one true goddess, Gorgana." "The gods are gone," I screamed back, almost gagging on the fury behind each word. "Give up, just as they've given up on us." "The gods aren't gone," she replied, oddly calm. "They're simply hiding. Isn't that right, Killian?" There was something beneath her words, a disguised blade that she threw along with the taunt. Although I couldn't truly understand the hidden meaning, something that stopped Killian dead in his tracks. "Doom will befall Ire," the priestess called out, humour lacing her tone. "That I don't need to tell you. Larissa has already shared such knowledge with you, did she not? Either way, death comes for Ire. Gorgana will be restored, and we shall rule over all humans, together. That is the thing about fate. You can never escape it. Can you, my—" Killian exploded in a roar so fierce the night was split in stark light. Trident raised, a bolt of furious white lightning shot down from the heavens, aimed directly for the balcony. It exploded in a burst of stone and rubble. My father fell, his body no longer held up by rope. But when the smoke settled and the dust fell around the ruins of my balcony, the priestess was no longer there. But her laugh, which rippled from the shadows, told me she had survived. For now. Part 5. Day 4 of Infection. Chapter 35. Ernest. As dawn graced the sky and I shed my merform, I climbed from the water and beelined for the privacy of the shack on Larissa's island. Killian followed close behind, as speechless as he had been since we left my kingdom. He hardly looked at me, didn't utter a word. His gaze was fixed forwards, entranced by something. The usual colour to his cheeks had been drawn out, his eyes exhausted and mind distant. Even if I had the energy to demand his attention, I didn't think I could have. It hadn't been difficult to find sleep, since neither of us had the energy to speak. Previous promises had been forgotten, stored away. I had half expected my mind to be haunted with nightmares, but I felt nothing. Before Killian could see my lack of tears, I had rolled over and evened out my breathing in hopes he thought I slept, so I could keep any questions at bay. He hadn't protested. Since the interaction with the priestess, Killian had retreated into himself. When I came to hours later, my body felt oddly rested. As my senses returned to me, I was all too aware of the heavy presence draped over my side. I craned my neck to find an arm and long fingers pressed softly against my navel. The sheet had ridden down during the night, allowing the cool breeze to caress my bare skin, as well as Killian's, it seemed. Killian's body was distracting. I felt every inch of his bare skin pressed against me, making focus almost impossible. I dared move for fear it would incite a physical reaction. My mind was telling me not to desire him, but this close, my body was craving him. I pinched my eyes closed, trying to push the knowledge of his warm flesh to the far reaches of my mind. I attempted to think over the events of the night before, but I felt nothing. I blinked, expecting the tears of my father's death to finally come, but my eyes stayed dry. My father was dead. Was I a terrible son to feel relief? It was as though the leash that had been tightening over my neck for years had finally loosened enough for me to take a deep, honest breath for the first time in a long time. Perhaps grief was lost to me because I had already experienced it years ago. My father, the one I'd cared for, had died the day he'd begun using me. Although physically he was no longer in this realm, the soul who deserved grief had passed many years prior. I needed fresh air, not the heavy scent of warmed wood and stale salt which accompanied the interior of the shack, but with Killian's slow breathing tickling the hairs on the back of my neck and his hand resting on my lower stomach, there was no moving without waking him. Slowly, cautious that I still wasn't ready for him to look at me and find the cold-hearted man I had woken as, I tried prying his fingers from me. All the while, I marvelled at how smooth and warm his hands were. I was too aware of his soft touch, even after I successfully moved him away. I tried to climb over his hulking frame to get to my freedom, but in doing so I had to lift my leg over his waist. I was halfway through the strange position when Killian's hand clamped back on my thigh, and he sighed. "This is the third time you've straddled my waist, by my calculations." I gazed down at him, recognizing the distant look in his eyes, the same one he had fallen asleep with. His brow was furrowed with tension. For a moment I believed I'd done something to offend him, upset him. "You're awake?" "I am now." Killian's fingers dug firmly into my thighs, keeping me in place. I was forced to sit upon his hips with nothing but a thin layer of sheet between us. All thoughts of fresh air faded. "I'm beginning to believe you have a problem with running away from me," Killian growled. "Am I not permitted to move without your knowing?" I attempted to keep some form of haughtiness in my tone, but all hopes of that were wasted as I looked down upon him. Killian's silver hair had fanned out across the pillow, flowing like rivers around his face, sculpted from strong, proud lines with flawless skin. My eyes flicked between his long lashes and the way his lips peeked at their bow, lips I'd just kissed hours ago. It was as though a painter had taken weeks to bring forth his features. "I'm not your keeper," Killian replied, drinking me in with his serious stare. To my surprise, the whites of his eyes were stained red, as though he'd been crying, which was strange, because it was I who'd lost a parent last night. "But I found myself feeling rather responsible for your safety, I must admit." This time, when he looked at me, it was with something else glinting in his eyes. It was the look of a haunted man, someone who harboured thoughts he couldn't share. It was guilt. I would recognize it anywhere. It was the look I saw on my own face every time I looked in a mirror. Even though I wanted to ask him to open up, it wasn't like I deserved to know. "Then you'll take your hands off me and let me go," I said instead. He looked at me expectantly, searching my face for the one thing I was sure he thought was missing since I woke. Grief. Still, his hands didn't move. "I'm afraid I won't be able to do that." I didn't reply, instead taking deep breaths to still the strange tension between us. It seemed to dissipate quickly when Killian's expression softened to a smile. It was so believable, I almost forgot the guilt that came before it. "How did you sleep, Princeling?" he asked, deep voice echoing over my skin, making the fine hair stand on end. My cock twitched at the rasp of his voice. Not wanting to give myself away, I shrugged, forced to sit upon his waist, acutely aware of the way his stomach muscles rippled as he breathed. The wrapping tattoos of tentacles around his torso moved as though they were a living, breathing thing. I slept as well as one would, knowing that today might be their last day being human, knowing their father was dead, knowing their city is lost to a cult that wishes to endow Gorgana with power over the world. So, pretty well, all considering. I didn't mean for my words to have such a bite to them. Killian recoiled, his eyes roaming my body. I knew he searched for the patches of scales that coated my flesh. There were many of them now. Yet another reminder that I was too late to not only save my father, but myself. Don't hide behind a wall of sarcasm, Ernest. Not with me. Not anymore. Gods. Every time he used my name, it disarmed me of any forced layer of confidence I built as protection. If you are asking me how I slept after I found out my father no longer walks this earth, then you'll be horrified to learn that I'm fine. Fine? I nodded, just as his fingers tightened against my skin, nails tracing the soft flesh in warning or promise. Relieved. Is that a better word? Killian pondered my words, allowing them to sink in. There was something in the way he looked up at me, as though he contemplated saying something, but was deciding if it was the right moment or not. Your King Terrian used you. He controlled you. I don't blame you for feeling relief at his passing. In fact, if he felt anything but that, I think I would be worried. Killian's hand slowly moved through my thighs, up to the curve of my hips. He doesn't deserve your grief. You aren't a monster for feeling a lack of it. I dropped my gaze, watching his soft palms brush over a nest of silver scales growing from my skin like feathers. His confident touch, the lack of reluctance, was a welcome distraction. If I'm not a monster, what am I? I held my breath, allowing for silence as I waited for his reply. That's not for me to say. Nor should it concern you with what I or anyone else thinks of you. Only your own judgment matters, Ernest. I preferred it when you didn't use my name so freely. He raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I nodded, swallowing hard. As my throat bobbed, Killian's eyes settled on my tender skin, as though he could study the veins, bones, and sinew beneath it. The priestess thought the sacrifice would hurt me, but in a sense, I feel free for the first time in ever. Killian's face paled, his eyes falling from me as he lost himself in thought. The change in his demeanour was so sudden, I found myself grasping for a way to distract him from his thoughts. Are you all right? Yes. I could tell he was lying. I'd prefer it if we didn't talk about last night. Not yet. Not yet. Something truly haunted him. Between his red eyes and frightened expression, I couldn't understand why my father's death affected him so physically. Maybe it was jealousy, knowing I was free, whereas he never would be. It would be my pleasure to ignore what has happened. I placed my fingers on his chin and turned his face back to meet mine. Having my father's name on your tongue as I'm straddled over you is not exactly an enjoyable experience. Consider the conversation changed. Killian lifted fingers to his lips and sealed them closed. Ernest, you're free to go if you want. I'm not here to replace the shackles you've just been freed from. I know it's over now. You could walk out of this door and never turn back, and I wouldn't blame you. I failed you. The bargain no longer stands. The ink around my wrist suggested otherwise. It was as thick and prominent as the moment Killian forged it around me. I opened my mouth, but no words came out, because in truth, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to remove myself from Killian's waist. I wanted his hands back on me. I wanted his eyes to look at nothing else. That isn't what I want, Killian. Relief crested over his handsome face. Good. Then tell me, what do you want? The question hung between us. It was as physical as the sea salt tang to the air and the warmth of baked wood as the sun beat down upon the shack from the outside. This may be the last time I experience this human body, I said. Killian flinched, but it was only brief. I won't lie and say otherwise. Yes, it may be. So I want to make the most of it. It was Killian's turn to swallow hard. And how would you like to spend your last day? Possible last day, I added. Possible last day, of course, Killian corrected. I want you to kiss me again, I said matter-of-factly. I enjoyed watching Killian's face shift from surprise to acceptance to hunger. I want to feel your mouth on mine. Then I want to feel your mouth on other parts of my body. Can you do that for me? A flush of colour filled Killian's cheeks. Then I took his hands, because, clearly, he was far too surprised to move. Guiding them, I placed them back on my waist. As his fingers wrapped around me, I felt small and fragile, which I finally knew was the opposite of the truth. I don't want to take advantage of you, Killian said, his words thick with honesty. Believe me. I lowered myself until my mouth was inches from his. We were so close, our breaths mingled. I want you to take advantage of me. But if you tell me this isn't what you want, then I'll get up and go. But let's face it, Killian. I see it in your eyes, in the imprint your fingers make as they hold me. You want me. You want to experience me. Are you going to pretend otherwise? Or are you going to take what you want? I cannot, Killian said softly. Cannot what? Cannot lie and tell you I do not want you. Shivers raced over my back. They spread over my skin until not an inch was spared from the goosebumps and prickled hair. Good boy. Those words of praise had found an entirely new meaning. Our mouths pressed softly together. The connection was subtle at first, just lips and the long exhale through our noses. Then Killian's fingers pressed tighter into me, and I rocked my hips over his cock as it hardened beneath the sheet. The more aware we became of our bodies, the deeper the kiss grew. During sex, I was always more demanding, but it wasn't with my words alone. As my tongue wove between his lips, enticing his to meet mine, it was the physical cue that I was ready for more. Then, as I dug my teeth into his lower lip, nipping hard before sucking the tender skin, I showed Killian the limits of what I enjoyed. If this was the last time I would experience such a thing, I would ensure the memory would imprint so deep I would never forget it, even in death. Ernest. Killian tangled his fingers in my hair and pulled me back. I gasped for breath, enjoying the swell of my lips and the redness of his. Before this, I really should explain something. No. No explanations. No words. No talking. I had clamped my hand over his mouth, shivering as his tongue brushed my palm. All I want to hear you say is how fucking good I feel as I take in your cock. I want you to listen to every moan of pleasure, every breathless delight as I suck your cock. Can you do that for me? He drew my hand back far enough to speak. Such a wicked little mouth, Killian growled, eyes drinking me in. Punish it, then, if it's so terribly wicked. His eyes widened, clearly not expecting me to be capable of speaking in such a way. That thrilled me more than the hardening length of Killian's cock pressed beneath me. And how would you want me to do that? We were playing with fire, but I was all too aware that we were miles from anyone that could hear us, beside Larissa, but I had no doubt she already saw this happening when she licked the tea leaves from our cups. So I decided to hell with it. Let the fire spark and rage into an inferno for all I cared. Well, I have an idea, I said as I got off the bed, kneeling beside it. All the while, Killian hardly moved. His eyes followed me, watching as I positioned myself upon the floorboards and placed my hands behind my back. The tilt of my chin, the narrowing of my eyes, were all a physical indication as to what I wanted. Your trouble, Ernest of Ire. My mouth watered, tongue tracing my lips as I prepared for the inevitable. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the way the white sheet pitched at his crotch. I hungered for this more than anything else. You have no idea. I'm interested in your idea of punishment. Killian sat up, carefully swung his legs over the bed until they were placed either side of me where I knelt. His fingers grasped at the bulge of his cock until I could make out the sheer size of it. There was one thing, feeling it pressed beneath my arse, but seeing it made that fire in me fucking rage. Have I not been clear? I flashed him my tongue, enjoying how his entire focus went to the wet cavern of my open mouth. Punish this wicked little mouth, Killian. I take it back, Killian said as he slowly drew the sheet away until I got a look at the pure length of him, the way the vein bulged out from the skin of his cock. You are a monster. I smiled, a dark and wicked grin that stretched from ear to ear. Trust me, you have no idea. Then, as my eyes sang with the cinders of seduction, I opened my mouth and beckoned him into it. Chapter 36. Killian. I longed to think only of Ernest, as his tongue lapped around the glistening tip of my cock, but my mind was occupied by two warring thoughts, truths, both of which I'd kept from Ernest, but neither could I divulge them now, as he knelt before me, with his tongue laving my cock. So I did what I was good at, and gathered up the thoughts, closing them in a chest deep within me. The first truth being that the man who called himself Ernest's father was not actually his father, not by blood. Ernest spoke of him as King Terrian, but the last time I had seen him, many years prior, he was not a king. He'd been a fisherman, and I'd handed him a baby. Terrian had used Ernest to place a crown upon his head. He may have taken on the mantle of guardian, but King Terrian shared no blood with Ernest. After Ernest's reaction, or lack of grief, I'd expected he had known, although after pressing him for his knowledge, I knew that wasn't the case. Ernest shared nothing with the man who called himself his father, not a single thing. The second haunting truth that kept me awake was the priestess. I closed my eyes and saw her, white hair whipping around a sharpened face, crimson eyes and skin the pallor of spilt milk. She had lived well beyond her mortal lifespan, and proved that she too was like me. Other. Not monster. Not hero. Who would have believed we would once again be brought together under such circumstances? Seeing her defied all odds. Because I had killed that woman many moons ago. Except there she had stood, proving death truly was meaningless. My mother. Sophina Metropoli. As Karakos welcomed me in death with open arms, stealing me from Gorgana with a single bargain, my mother must have made a bargain all her own. The skin itched across my neck, mirroring the blade she'd drawn across it. Although my skin was without scars, without marks, that didn't mean I couldn't feel it all those years later. I could feel it now, more so than ever. My mother had killed me, and sent me into the arms of Karakos. And I had killed her in return, sending her into the arms of the goddess who'd started all of this, Gorgana. I suppose there had been a third issue which had kept me awake, the press of Ernest's cool body into my chest, how he'd nestled into me for warmth and fallen willingly into sleep. I had planned to tell Ernest the truth the moment I had the chance, but as he knelt before me with his tongue teasing my cock, all thoughts of deception turned to dust. This man was danger incarnate. I was sure there was a god who presided over peril and menace, and I supposed Ernest took that mantle now. As he gazed up at me through his dark lashes, eyes hazy with desire, mouth practically dripping with spit, I knew he would be the ruin of me, my damnation. Truths would have to wait. Ernest was right. This could be his last day. He deserved this distraction before humanity left him. And selfishly, I needed it too. I needed him. My cock swelled in my grip, fighting against the tension I was applying to the base. I didn't dare move my wrist out of fear that the seed rumbling in my heavy balls would explode prematurely. Instead, without taking my eyes off my dangerous little prince, I guided my length and placed the curved tip to his tongue. "Karakos, help me." "Open your mouth wide for me," I said, before groaning at the soft brush of his tongue against my tip. Ernest took the weight of my cock's head, mouth opening as wide as he could, and was forced to loosen his jaw. Other lovers had struggled to take me in, but Ernest faced the challenge head first, literally. "Deeper," I commanded, although there was no denying the breathy pleasure that overrode my tone. "Can you do that for me, princeling?" Ernest didn't take his predatory eyes off me. He barely blinked as his spare hand came up and cupped my balls, while the other peeled my fingers one by one from my cock until he took it. I shall take that as a yes. Pleasure exploded across every inch of skin as Ernest closed his mouth over me. The pressure of his lips was perfect, as was the swirl of his tongue as it wrapped around my tip, lathering the tender flesh. His hand tightened on my base, twisting as he drew slowly up the shaft as though he was revealing a secret. Disappointment had me gasping as Ernest withdrew me completely from his perfect fucking lips. I could have sworn and demanded that he returned me into his mouth. It took restraint from me not to grab the back of his head and force him back upon me. From the glint in those ocean eyes, I was confident he would have liked that. Ernest's narrowed gaze flooded with mischief. "You do as I say, Killian." A growl erupted from my core. "Do you often get your own way?" I knew the answer already, but that didn't stop me from asking it. Ernest's sharp brow lifted, a flush of colour splashing across his cheeks. "I do. Are you going to resist me?" This was new. Thrilling. I had never lain with someone with so much fire in their veins. It was like a wild ravine, running down through the mountains, tearing at stone and debris. I was simply caught in the current, willingly being tossed by Ernest's controlling aura. "No." I shook my head, cock throbbing. "I will not." Ernest grinned as he returned his lips to my cock. Just before he took me in, only when the brush of that soft touch enticed a drip of my seed to smear over lower lip did he stop. "This may be my last day, Killian, so I'm going to need something from you." With my cock in his hand, the promise of his wet mouth seconds away, I would have given him the world. "Anything. Ask it. Command it, and I will see it done." Ernest knew the power he held over me, and I offered no resistance to it. "I'm going to suck your cock until my cheeks fill with the taste of you. Then you are going to bend me over this bed and fuck me until the memory is seared into my mind. Wherever I end up next, I want to remember this moment. You do as I say, and I will make sure you feel pleasure unlike anything you have ever experienced before. Do you think you can do that for me?" "Gods, you little brat. How could I say no to such an ask?" "Brat?" His wicked eyes narrowed further. The monster beneath my skin rumbled in response. "Careful with what you offer. I may have you in precarious positions that will have you questioning everything you've ever known." Fuck me. Fueled by my desperate need, I clamped my fingers around his jaw and squeezed. Ernest erupted in a moan of his own, the hardened cock between his thighs twitching with the need to be touched. "No more talking," I said, longing to thrust myself into his mouth and stop only when I felt the back of his throat. "Get sucking, you wicked little brat." Ernest said, tension humming between us. His grip tightened. Finally a nickname I actually agree with. I opened my mouth to say it again, but no words managed to come out. Ernest wrapped his lips back around my cock, his tongue swirling in patterns against the rock-hard flesh he held in his mouth. Whilst his hand massaged my balls and his other followed the rhythm, I fell backwards onto the bed. My legs completely gave out as a wave of enjoyment devoured me. I was swept away from everything, laying back as my toes curled in on themselves. There was nothing I could do but give in to Ernest. At some point I threaded my fingers into his hair, tightening my grip until I pulled subtly against his scalp. That didn't deter him, as I knew it wouldn't. If anything, Ernest was encouraged, taking as much of me into him until he couldn't devour another inch, and I had plenty to spare. Gods, Ernest, your mouth is divine, he gagged, which sparked yet more fire in my belly. As he finally drew back for breath, long strings of spit tethered us together. A single tear rolled down his cheek, caught by my thumb as I brushed it away. Then I guided my thumb to his panting mouth. Suck it clean. He did as I asked. So it turned out that control was mutual with Ernest. I would do as he asked, just as he too would do whatever I requested. He took my thumb into his mouth, sucking it, moaning into the back of his throat. All the while he hadn't stopped jerking my length with his perfectly gripped fist. Now who's the good boy? Ernest's eyes brightened. Me. I am. Except you cannot take me all in, I said, tilting my head as he looked up at me. That is a punishable offence. Then punish me, Ernest replied, his eyes alone telling me he was open to my suggestion. Do it. Is that what you want? Anything, Ernest repeated, mocking my deep voice. You said you would do anything. Ernest released my cock, allowing the hard length to slap against my inner thigh. His hands rose over my legs, across my navel and up to my chest. I watched as his fingers traced the lines of my tattoo, as though his touch could remove the lines my bargain with Karakos had etched into me. So yes, I need to be punished. Do it. Be a man of your word, Killian, and fucking punish me. I did not expect to actually do anything. But then again, this was Ernest I was looking at. He mimicked as he stood before me. He wedged himself between my legs, his perfectly tight body leaning over me, forcing me back onto the bed. Have I surprised you? You are one of life's greatest surprises, Ernest of Ire. As his title slipped from my slack mouth, I regretted it. Ernest didn't seem to notice as he maneuvered himself over my knees. He bent over, his belly on my thighs, his back to the ceiling, his perfectly ripe ass lifted skyward. I watched with my hands propped behind me to keep me upright. My eyes refused to leave his lean body for a moment. There was no need to ask what he was doing. That was obvious the second my gaze fell upon the perfect, soft curve of his ass. I trust you know what to do to punish me. Are you certain? I asked, unable to take my eyes off his flesh. Spank me, Killian, for I have been a devilish monster, a brat, as you so aptly put it. Go on. I'm not scared of a little pain. I dare say I need it. I took my fingers to his ass, because I could not resist another moment without feeling it. I grasped a handful, delighting in the doughy softness. It was so enticing I could have buried my face between his cheeks, something I had no doubt I would do next. But first, I had to do as he asked. I couldn't disappoint the prince, could I? The first strike of my palm was clearly not as hard as Ernest was expecting. He barely chirped as my palm met his ass. Then I squeezed the tender skin, fingers pinching hard. Like that? I asked. Harder, Ernest snapped, almost berating me. Again, but better. I did it again, my palm smacking harder until the sound rang out across the shack. It shocked me at first, and I waited for Ernest to tell me to stop. He didn't. Instead, his monstrous mouth opened, and he spoke a single word. Harder. Again, I smacked him. The skin beneath my palm reddened. I knew it was enough because of the gasp Ernest emitted, the way his stomach muscles hardened against my knee. His nails dug into my leg, his teeth sinking into his lower lip. "Again!" I did as he asked, not wanting to disappoint him. "Again! Again! Again!" If I did not stop myself, Ernest would have begged me to continue until his arse was black and blue. It was on the 7th time that he shouted his demand that I refused him. No more. He had no chance to move as I lifted him in my arms, spinning his body around until he dangled upside down in my hold. He was weightless, nothing I could not cope with. The squeak of surprise from Ernest fueled me as I gazed down at his arse, spread just before my face. I was vaguely aware of Ernest's arms wrapping around my lower back. He took my cock back into his mouth and began sucking again, the blood likely rushing around his skull as I continued to hold him upside down. But my focus was solely on the center of him. How close it was. How I wanted to spread my tongue over him whilst utterly devouring his fucking center. Starved. I was utterly ravished. My tongue slipped free of my mouth, dipped towards him, and drew it across the entire stretch of his opened arse. I spread my spit across his center, not stopping until it glistened in the light which spilled in through the slats of the shack's wall. I toyed with him, nipping the tender skin of his arse cheeks before licking at his center again. Then my hips began thrusting, fucking his mouth as I ate his behind like a piece of ripened fruit. Time no longer mattered. All that consumed me was his flavor, his soft tongue and desperate sucking. I swear it could have been years before I tore him free, spun him quickly around until he faced me once again. The blood had rushed to his face, filling it with a crimson blush. He was breathless, as was I. "How do I taste?" Ernest asked, his brilliantly blue eyes roaming over my face. "Like sin. Like paradise." There was no care for the spit that smeared my chin, or how my lips had swollen from sucking his ass. Ernest dove in for a kiss anyway, lips smacking into mine, tongue fondling mine, tender from being used to loosen his tight hole in preparation for what would come next. His nails scratched down my back, gouging lines, distorting the face of the god inked into my flesh. If he wished to, I would have allowed him to flay it off, to remove every mark of the god who imprisoned me in this life. Then again, for the first time, I wanted to thank Karakos, because this was what life was all about. Ernest. "Are you going to fuck me now?" Ernest pulled back and asked the question with the attitude of asking someone about the weather or what they would like to eat. Mundane, simple, to the point. "I am." Ernest giggled to himself as I hoisted him up with a jolt. He wrapped his legs around my waist, his arms behind my neck. I held on to him from beneath, each of my hands grasping a cheek and spreading them apart. Not once had I stopped my middle finger from roaming over his tight hole. "Don't be gentle with me," Ernest warned, brows furrowing in seriousness. "You'll regret that," I murmured, and Ernest's mouth parted slowly as I slipped not one, but two spit-glistened fingers into his hole. "But I don't think you're prepared to take me in. You're far too tight. Regardless of your commands, I don't want to hurt you." "Haven't you worked it out yet?" Ernest glowered, thighs tightening. "I like the pain." "I do not know if that should concern me or thrill me." "Both." Ernest pressed his open mouth to my neck and bit down hard. What followed was the suck of his lips and brush of his tongue as a reward. Pleasure to bury the pain. "If you're so concerned, allow me to guide you." As if I could say no to you. Ernest took this as his chance. All the while I had been holding him, Ernest had made me think I had the control and power over him. But that was all but an illusion, as one push had me falling backwards. For such a small little creature, he held much power. We fell back on the bed with a slam. What followed was the violent crack of the wooden slats beneath us, the bowing of the thin mattress. Ernest straddled my waist, a hand pressing down on my chest, keeping me pinned in place. I couldn't see my cock behind him, but I felt him reach back for it and stroke it firmly. It was then when I realized we didn't have lubrication. My vials, although not used in years, were left in the cottage outside of Aya. I didn't want to ruin the moment, but I couldn't stop myself from saying it. "Ernest, we cannot go further. I don't have any—" But Ernest was too quick. He lifted his arse up, positioned the spit-glistening curve of my cock before his hole, and then eased himself down. Seconds. It took seconds. All words were lost, as the tight ring of muscles swallowed the length of my cock until there was no more to take in. The feeling was all-encompassing. It overwhelmed me, blinded me, stole my breath away, and made me think of nothing but it. Nothing but him. We didn't communicate with coherent words after he took me in. The shack was heavy with breathing, our audible reactions to pleasure and the movement of our bodies. Through the haze of euphoria, I made sure to watch Ernest. When he gripped his thighs and lowered himself to my base, I knew it was time to take over. Reaching up, I grasped his shoulders and pulled him down atop me. To ensure my cock stayed buried within him, I lifted my hips and repositioned my legs into a seat for Ernest to sit upon. Then I began to penetrate him with a building rhythm. I did so until my stomach muscles burned, my legs ached, but above all that minor discomfort was the pure, explosive orgasm that came with this tightness, the way his eyes fixed on mine, and how our hearts seemed to synchronize to one thumping beat. He was transcendent. Behind him, as light spilled into the room, he was haloed by it. He was beautiful. I could have counted every strand of his black hair, how the faint, pale hairs which lined his skin flickered in the light. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes rolling into the back of his skull every time my cock connected with the deepest part of him. "You are the most beautiful creature I've ever had the pleasure of looking upon." I reached out and brushed a strand of hair from his eye. Ernest leaned into my palm, letting out a long exhale, as though he just recited a whole page of poetry to me with a single breath. Every part of his body was soft, even as my fingers trailed from his cheek to his neck, passing over a patch of silver-hued scales. It was akin to brushing my hand over sea-polished glass. When I would think back to this moment, I would remember the very second when the sex seemed to change between us. From frantic, demanding, and frankly desperate, to slow and tender. It became all eye contact, as though nothing else mattered but one another. A storm could have torn through the world and ruined everything around us, and I could honestly say to myself that I would not have cared. "Touch me, Killian," Ernest said, taking my hand and guiding it to his cock. I took it, gently anchoring myself to him. It seemed his pleasure reached new heights as I played with his length, whilst continuously burying my cock deep inside him. I longed to kiss him. Pure need built in my abdomen and spread tingles across my balls. I was close to bursting, the floodgates crumbling with every passing second. "Don't stop," Ernest moaned, eyes rolling into the back of his head. "Don't you dare stop, Killian. Talk to me." Encouraged, I fucked deeper whilst holding this strange, tethering connection between us. "Does it feel good when I'm deep inside of you?" "Yes," he gasped, eyelids fluttering. "I want it. I want you. Gods, help me." My wrist moved in tandem with my thrusting hips. I knew Ernest was close to coming when he could barely breathe properly. That and the tightening of his arse around my cock, which was the battering ram that finally took down the walls, holding back my climax. As all good things came to an end, we raced to our finish as one. "You are everything," I managed to breathe, just before I was overtaken by the orgasm. All at once, I lost control of my body, of space and time. Ernest bowed over me, pressing his mouth to mine, capturing my groan as my seed burst out of me. My hand was moving quickly, urging him to follow suit, and I felt another wash of pleasure as his seed spurted onto my fist, spreading over my stomach. Ernest flopped atop me, pulling my cock free of his ass with a pop. I gathered him up, wrapping him tight to me, whilst undulating waves of pure pleasure continued to roll throughout my body. I could feel his heart thumping vigorously, his breath caressing the damp skin across my chest, and, gods, those eyes, tired, blinking eyes, looked up at me as though I held all the answers in the world. That was eye-opening, Ernest said, a dazzling smile fixed on his face, a face I could have taken in my hands, brought to my lips, and started kissing all over again. I live to please. How do you feel? I asked him, brushing the back of his head, wanting nothing more than to continue touching and memorizing his body with my fingers until I could remember it for centuries to come. Ernest seemed to hold his breath, pondering my question as he searched for the right answer. Then he closed his eyes, laid his head back on my chest, and exhaled his answer. Free. Chapter 37. Ernest. My humanity was trickling away with haste. Every day the change to mer came sooner than the one before, scales worming their way out of my skin as though forced by an unseen hand. I brushed my finger over the patches of silver, nicking the soft pads on their sharp edges, delighting in the swell of blood and pain. It reminded me that this was real. It reminded me that soon pain would no longer bother me, and that I would crave nothing but blood. Killian had fallen back to sleep, a smile still plastered to his face. I would have given anything to join him, to close my eyes and allow rest to snatch me away. Gods, I was exhausted from what we'd shared. So deep it ached in my bones. My legs had been numb for a while, but I had blamed it on the deep strokes his cock had taken, a willing after-effect of his sheer size. But I was wrong. I was changing. The bedsheets had soaked through by the time my skin began melting away, revealing the tail of muscle and scales beneath. My eyes snapped to the light still slipping in through the shack's walls, proving the moon was far from calling me. The sun still beat over the world, and yet the mer was overtaking me once again. I opened my mouth to wake Killian, but my lungs refused the air, and I was suddenly drowning in it. Panicked, I dug my nails into his upper arm, snapping him awake. Killian's eyes looked to me, unblinking, not caring for the 4 beads of blood that dribbled down his pale skin. Relief filled me as he regarded my scales, elongated teeth, pointed tipped ears, and the gills opening on my neck. "I've got you," Killian said. And he did, although it wasn't without a face pinched in uncontrolled panic. "It's going to be okay." Was it? Somehow I didn't believe him, panic building in my chest. In seconds I was swept into his arms, my tail dangling over the crook of his elbow, as he barreled out the door, racing across the soft sands and wading into the ocean. What little of my humanity that had not faded already was snatched by the lapping waves. Like the tongue of a divine beast, they drew away my remaining flesh, making the silver hue of my scales glow like newly forged metal. The discomfort was over as quickly as it had begun. As the healing balm of salt and sea surrounded me, it was as though my lungs could take a deep breath for the first time. No matter how I filled this mer form with the sustenance of the water it so craved, there was no distilling the frightening truth. "This is it, isn't it?" I said, staring back to the shack as though I would never step foot on land again. The change has never happened so quickly before. Evening is still hours away. This is the end. This is when I fail you. This is when you have to kill me. Killian had yet to change, to free the tentacles he hid beneath his skin. His arms pushed at the waves, keeping him above the water as he regarded me. "I'm sorry." Killian refused to look away. "The poison is anchoring the creature to your soul. In time, you will lose it, alongside your body, to the sickness." He didn't mince words, which I respected. So I took the opportunity to be as blunt with the truth, too. "So is this the part of our story when you turn on me?" "Don't say that, Ernest." Killian's eyes widened, horrified by my question. It was only then, when the harsh lines of realization cut across his brow, that I knew he had truly forgotten what he was to do with me. "We both know what's going to happen. No point pretending otherwise just because you fucked me one time." Perhaps the mer was already latching onto my soul, because it was as cold and harsh as my words. There was barely a twinge of discomfort as Killian absorbed everything. "Ernest," he said softly, as though my name pained him, "I've dreaded this moment, long before I lay with you." A lump formed in my throat, threatening to choke me. It took effort to swallow it down, forcing it deeper and deeper. There was something in the way Killian looked at me, with a heavy guilt, as though this was all his fault. I had noticed a flash of the emotion before we slept with each other, but now it burned like a falling star behind his eyes. "This isn't your fault," I said, unsure what drove me to say it. Killian faltered, almost stumbling over my admission. He mumbled something beneath his breath, and I was confident it was about how wrong I was. But when he spoke aloud, it was the rushed and frantic tone of a man grasping onto threads, trying to patch this problem together. "I don't want for it to end this way," Killian said softly, his words buried by the rushing water. "Aliana may not give you the power back, but whatever you did to her ensures she can walk on land. What if we can convince her to offer you the same relief from the curse?" He was right. It was like something snapped in my mind. Aliana was not a monster, nor were the mer I'd seen in her hidden commune. She was using her power to change them, which was why I hadn't mentioned it to Killian, because he, above anything else, was a killer. He would hunt them, because that was his single purpose, his instinct. "Killian," my head ached as his words offered me a scrap of hope I wasn't brave enough to contemplate. "Unless... No more talk of any of it. We both know what's going to happen, and so be it. It would be best if you just forget about me. Everything. All of it. Just forget we ever—" "Impossible," Killian interrupted, violet eyes wide. He reached for me, large hands grasping my waist and pulling me to him. There was an urgency to the way he looked at me, as though if he dared blink I might disappear. "We'll find a way to fix this. We still have time. I refuse to give up now. And you should too." Time. Such a silly concept. It had been mere days since I'd even known anything about Killian, and yet it felt as though we had been together for years. And my father was dead, killed by Gorgana's priestess. Yet it felt as though it had been only yesterday when he was sitting upon his throne, watching as I sang to a stadium full of our doting subjects. What would time mean to me when the poison truly took over? Not wanting to give my thoughts away, I lifted my palm and held it to Killian's cheek. He leaned into it, glad for the touch, his hopeful expression sinking so deep into his skin that it would never fade. "Will you do something for me, Killian? One last thing. I know you owe me nothing, that our bargain is null and void, but just in case this is my last day, please do something for me." "Anything, Princeling. I have already told you this. I am not afraid to admit that you are my weakness." The emotion behind those words almost speared me to the core. "Distract me. Make me think of nothing else. If this is my last day, then make it a memorable one. Memorable not for me, but for you." But I could not say that. I could not vocalize that it was memories I wanted to make for Killian, knowing that when I was taken by the curse and he had to kill me, at least he would have memories to hold dear to him. "Can you do that?" He swallowed hard, the long strands of his white hair spilling around his shoulders. "I can." I offered him a smile, knowing the points of my teeth pricked at my taut lips. Even as the taste of copper spilled into my mouth, filling my cheeks and making my stomach rumble with an unnatural hunger, I refused to dwell on it, because I had a plan. Killian led the way, his tentacles spinning in a vortex beneath him as he propelled through the rich water. We passed over cities of coral that were a multitude of colours. Schools of fish swam amongst the deep, and large turtles passed by. Everywhere I looked, I saw a new creature. There were octopuses slithering over the sandy bed beneath us, cuttlefish investigating our presence. There was so much beauty and wonder in the below, a place I'd once feared. I knew, without a doubt, that Killian had something to do with the presence of so many creatures. Perhaps his connection to the water had called them all here, another part of his power that I would never have the time to understand. His trident never left his hand, the metal winking as it caught the rays of light piercing the above. With my arms pressed to my side, my tail rippled against the water, keeping me moving. At one point, blue-grey shapes parted from the darkness of the ocean like phantoms. High-pitched squeaks rang through the darkness. It was then that a pod of dolphins came and swam beside me, singing to me in their shrill calls. I reached out, running my fingers over the side of one of them. Then they began to swim around me, dancing in tandem as though they played with me. "They want you to hold on to them," Killian said, reaching for a dolphin as well. He wrapped his fingers around its tipped fin, latching himself to the powerful body. I did the same, laughing at the complete absurdity of it. My muscles were glad for the rest as the dolphin guided me. It swam us towards the rippling surface with such speed I screamed in delight. We flew out of the water, curving in the air as droplets fell around us. As the below raced back, I closed my eyes and swallowed down my anticipation. Killian leapt next, his deep chuckle echoing over my soul, his laugh such a real and honest thing. I held on to the sound of it, storing it away in the corners of my mind, attempting to hide the joy from the poison ruining my body. At one point, a school of pufferfish distracted the dolphins. They dipped and wove amongst the school, knocking the balls of needles between one another, chirping in delight at the new game they played. "It's the below's natural drug," Killian explained, as we watched the dolphins take the pufferfish between their teeth and bite down. "If humans take doses of the pufferfish venom, it's fatal. But for creatures of the below, small doses offer a high." That explained the sudden change in the dolphins' behavior. They seemed dazed, their movements slowed, the sounds they made sounding like frantic laughter. "Killian, thank you. For this, all of this. It was exactly what I wanted, needed," I said, drinking in the beauty of the below, admiring a place that once frightened me. It was colourful and full of life. Even if I cured myself, I didn't think I would ever be able to ignore the draw of the water again. Perhaps it wasn't so bad that I would be stuck here, in a place without responsibility and requirements. Here, in the below, I could just exist. My eyes caught the three-pronged points of Killian's trident, and hope dissipated like smoke on the wind. If he noticed my sudden change, Killian didn't show it. Instead, he nudged my shoulder with his, sparking a rumbling hunger for him in the pits of my stomach. "I am far from done yet, princeling." "I see mischief in your eyes." Killian blinked, doing his best to clear them of his devious thoughts. When he opened them again, it was to reveal that same flash of guilt I had noticed earlier. "There is something I must show you." I could tell it was only half a sentence he spoke. It was missing the before. "Before you perish to the curse. Before I have to kill you." All those thoughts ceased the moment he took my hand in his, anchoring himself to me as we faced the dark wall of water. Without another word, we left the drugged dolphins and exhausted pufferfish behind. I didn't ask where he was taking me, because it didn't matter. In the moments when my mind wasn't occupied, I would look up and study the darkening sky above. It was stained a dark navy, as though a god took a brush and stroked a darker blue over the heavens. "There's been something I have been meaning to talk to you about," Killian said as we reached our final destination. Ruins were highlighted by the fading strands of light penetrating through the water. It was a city, or had been, now lost and buried beneath the sea. Old walls and buildings were erected amongst sand and stretched for as far as I could see, the hint of old pathways still visible. "What is this place?" I asked, as we swam through the archway of an old entrance. Seaweed incrustations lingered between ancient sandstone, claiming it as their own. "I cannot tell you the name, because that was lost when Karakos rose the waves and swallowed this city whole." Killian guided us forwards, but his focus kept moving to me. There was something expectant about it, as though he looked to me for answers. "It's so quiet." Killian nodded, weaving us around an old street and through the crumbled ruins of what must have been homes. "Haunted. A place where many died. I believe it is tied to the creation of the Mer. Karakos was angered by Gorgana's deceit, and unfortunately, this city faced the brunt of the god's wrath." "You speak as though you do know the answers." He shrugged. "I know suggestions of a past." Seeing the forgotten city through new eyes, I imagined streets full of people like I. Would peddlers have sold their goods and fares from wagons and stalls? In my mind's eye, I could see clothes strung between buildings, drying in the sunlight, whilst children ran beneath on bare feet, laughing and playing. Then Karakos swept them all away with a gigantic wave. I swam from Killian, drawing deeper until the sandy bed was inches before me. Sweeping a hand out across the fine sand, it twisted away in a current, revealing glimmering mosaic tiles. In a way, I knew it would have been here. Made from chips and broken pottery, a scene stretched out across the street. It was breathtaking. The more sand I swept out of the way, the more I saw the image beneath. I was uncovering a piece of long-forgotten history, something the above's historians would bite my arms off to see. Salt and muted light had worn the colours, but the image was clear enough. I ran my fingers over the three figures, each faceless but gargantuan compared to the depictions of humans beside them. "This is from the Great Betrayal," I said, tracing my finger over the only goddess that I was less familiar with. An image of Nyssa, goddess of life, the very same who was banished from our world by Karakos and Gorgana's deception. Killian sunk to a position beside me, gazing down at the picture with a thunderous glare. "So it is." One hand on his trident, the other stretched out, he conjured a ball of twisting water and cast it down upon the sand-covered mosaic. As though a storm of winds had come in, the sand was banished, revealing more of the scene. There was Nyssa again, shown smaller this time, pointing at another. Paler chips of stone depicted light glowing around her finger. The unfortunate soul she gestured towards was Karakos, shown this time in his kraken form. Beneath him was an object I could not entirely make out at first. It was thin and long, with sharpened points like a weapon. A trident. Strange. "Believe it or not, I didn't bring you here for this," Killian said. A beat before his own tentacles laid themselves over the picture, blocking it from view. His gaze lifted over my shoulder, seeing something else in the distance that I had not yet noticed. Well, when I wanted a distraction, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I winked, half joking, but also half not. There was a chill here, a strange feeling that seemed to ripple over me. "We won't be long," Killian said, still holding on to the expectant look. "Come, Princeling." It was only a short swim from what must have been one of the main streets in the old city. We followed it into the centre, the ruins of old buildings thinning, giving view to something I never deemed possible to find in such a place. A tree, full of life, as though it was not buried leagues beneath the sea. Thick, rich brown bark, and an expansive canopy, with emerald leaves that danced languidly in the ocean's currents. I was so focused on the tree, I didn't notice that Killian had released my hand. He was somewhere behind me, watching as I inspected this impossible thing. Whereas the rest of the city had been eaten away by the creatures which dwelled in the below, this tree was untouched. It was as though something had dug it up from the above and placed it here only moments before, not years or centuries ago. The current caught the scent of earth. The natural fragrance of oak mingled with the tang of salt. "Do you recognize it?" Killian's voice rang out behind me. I would have turned to look at him, to pull a face at such a strange question, but I didn't, because he wasn't wrong. There was something familiar about this tree. Not in my mind, but in my body, as though it tugged me towards it. I lifted my hand and pressed my palm against the bark. Closing my eyes, focusing on the connection, I could have sworn there was a pulse coming from within. It was like Killian. His heart's beating behind bones and skin, but this was deeper, buried, like the knocking of a fist against a faraway door. Should I remember this place? Killian was silent for a moment. I turned to look at him, half expecting him to have disappeared, but his expression caught my nerves and bundled them into a knot. I had never seen him so serious. It was more frightening than anything else. "Yes," he said finally, "because this is where I found you." My blood cooled to ice in my veins. I just kept my mouth closed, allowing the knocking to vibrate against my palm, and for Killian to spill a truth that I seemed to know the moment I saw this place. I turned my head slightly to look at him. "You're going to have to be clearer, Killian. What do you mean, you found me?" "You were only a baby, a small little thing, floating amongst so much death. I had never seen it before. The body shifting around the tree, a place far from any island, no shipwreck, and yet here they all were, as though put here by someone or something." Killian was suddenly behind me, hands grasping my waist as his smooth warmth pressed into me. "You were the only one alive, perhaps because Nissa is your patron." His smile was weak, never quite reaching his eyes. "Only the goddess of life could keep you alive when so many others weren't as lucky." Killian unravelled the ribbon of everything I knew, pulling the lies free with a single tug of his words. "But my father—" I refused to look away from him, not wanting to miss a single hint of a lie across his face. When I asked to be distracted, this was certainly not it. "King Terrian was your father, but not by blood. He stopped himself from continuing. I, too, found myself holding a breath, waiting for Killian to crack a smile and tell me this was all some sick joke. "You're lying." "I'm not." Killian took my hand from the tree and gathered it in his. The tender squeeze of his fingers anchored my attention to him. "When I saw your father last night, I knew I had seen him before. It was the night I'd found you. He was fishing on the water only a mile away from here. I was in no position to care for you, so I gave you to him." I gave you to him. It was as though those 5 words were the key to opening up the grief deep inside my chest. The door did not only open, but it was also thrown wide, allowing the breathless sobs to break out of my throat. Tears were caught by the water, snatched from my cheeks before Killian could reach them. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. That pained Killian. I saw it in the way his expression crumpled, and how his hands fell to his sides as I pulled free of his touch. "I feel responsible for the way your life has gone," Killian said, his voice echoing through the forgotten sissy. "So you see now why this is my fault. I put you on the path to this moment. I handed you over to him." "Why? Why tell me now? I could have lost myself to the curse and never known. It changes nothing." "It changes everything, Ernest." The water shivered around Killian's skin. Or was it a sensation that came from the tree? A deep thumping which had not stopped, as though someone was inside, asking for release. You deserve to know the truth before the inevitable. The last word must have soured in his mouth because his face screwed up. I cannot tell you what you were doing in such a place. I cannot confirm if your true parents were one of the corpses that floated around you. But what I can tell you is you weren't to blame for your mother's death. Tyrion used that over your head, wrapped it around your throat like a leash, and controlled you with something that had nothing to do with you. I cannot allow you to lose your humanity before you know that you are innocent of all crimes he put upon you. It was as Killian spoke that I realized that it was not grief that I cried from. It was relief. Because deep down in my subconscious, I had already clicked these pieces together. All my life, I had formed the face of a woman who I believed to be my mother. But she was nothing but an illusory set of chains tied around me and my magic. Was there ever a woman in Tyrion's life? Father, Tyrion had used me, blamed me for taking something dear to him, but it had all been a lie. The spark of relief kindled like wildfires in summer. Soon enough, it was anger. My tail flicked beneath me, forcing me into Killian's chest. I knocked him hard with my fists, slamming them into the stone slabs of flesh that was his torso. His tentacles flared, catching the water to keep him from being forced back. I hate him, I screamed, bellowing out into the below. Killian stayed calm, which only infuriated me more. I know, but you should hate me, too. Hate you? Because you handed me over to a monster, I bellowed with yet another slam of my fists. You practically gifted Tyrion with the leash. I know. He winced, his proud chest red from the constant slams of my fist. It would have been kinder to let me die here. Why did you have to save me? Why? Killian was silent, or perhaps the raging emotion just filled my ears with the rush of blood, suffocating any other noise. The tempest was no longer within me. It was me. I was a twisting and violent storm, anger fueling me, keeping me going. I was flicking through the memories of my past, thinking of everyone who had been hurt by my father, all the innocent people I had controlled for him, Aliana, who had died by his hand, as well as many others. Killian had not only given my father the key to control, but also the handle of a blade. Then it all stopped, as Larissa's words filled my head. 2 threads. I was breathless, ribs aching from the thunderous beat of my heart. That is what she had meant, wasn't it? 2 threads, because we had already met before the night Aliana bit me. Killian nodded, taking my moment of distraction and pulling me towards him. I believe that's what she was referring to. But believe me, until I saw your father, I hadn't known the truth of it. He anchored his arms around my waist, wrapping his sinuous tentacles around my tail. Ernest, I deserve for you to scream at me. I deserve your hate. I take full responsibility for everything you've endured, which is why I won't give up on you now. Do you hear me, Ernest? I am not giving up. Out of everything he said, there was one fact that I had to dispute. I don't hate you, Killian. His eyes widened, his hold on me tightening. Then you're more of a fool than I first thought. Perhaps I am, I said, the anger spilling away from me. I did not even bother to try and claw it back. Why bring me here? Killian contemplated my question, his eyes leaving mine for only a brief moment. Because I had always wondered what became of that child. I should have known it was you from the song you sang all those days ago. It was the same lullaby I had sung to you. I've been so blinded by my bargain to Karakos that I've lost myself along the way. But then you stumbled into my path and reminded me that life is more than just what we owe to other people. It was so natural for me to raise the wall of my sarcasm to protect me, coming from the man who wanted me for my magic in the beginning. Or did you forget? Killian hardly reacted. Instead, he lifted his fingers and swept the hairs away from my temple. You've already freed me. But I haven't. Killian shook his head, and his white hair danced around his broad shoulders. Not with your magic. Just you, Ernest. You freed me of all the shackles that have chained me. You changed me. Before you, I'd lost myself. But you helped find me. You guided me back to the man that never existed, the potential of a person. He took my palm and placed it over his chest. I splayed my fingers over his crimson-stained flesh, hating that I'd done that to him. You reminded me of everything I could have been, and everything I can still be. I'm just sorry that I haven't been successful in doing the same for you. I believed every word that came out of his mouth. Killian was honest and raw, open enough for me to see every inch of his sensitive soul. It had been only days that I'd known him, but if there was anything I could have wished for, it was to spend so many years with him that I would also forget the importance of everything else. I want you to know... I paused, taking a moment to allow my sadness to ebb away so it wouldn't control me. Take your time, Killian said through a saddened grin, one which reflected the pools of his lavender-jeweled eyes. I want you to know that, if given the chance, I think I could have loved you. Think? Killian tilted his head, laughing slightly to himself. Is that really what you're going to take away from that? He dipped his head to mine, meeting my mouth with his soft kiss. It was gentle and slow. His hand cradled the back of my head, and his nails tickled over my scalp. When he was finished, drawing back whilst I tried to lean in again, his voice came out in a husky rasp. There is no doubt in my mind that I could love you, Ernest. My body pressed further into his, as though it desired him in ways I wasn't even sure was possible in our monstrous forms. Killian's eyes widened an inch, as though reading my thoughts was a new power he'd unlocked. He knew just what went through my mind simply by looking at my eyes. Would it be inappropriate to say how I wished I could give you my body one more time, before the inevitable? I used the same word he had to describe what was going to become of my humanity. What are you asking of me, princeling? A devilish grin rose across my mouth. My tongue slipped free and lapped the taste of him from my lips. Well, I'm asking if sex is a possibility this deep in the below. Lightning seemed to flash behind his eyes. As his pale brows lifted and lines deepened in his forehead, I knew I had already worked out the answer. Oh, believe me, Ernest, where there is a will, there is most certainly a way. Then will you do the honours of having me one more time, Sea Witch? I asked, my claws scratching down his back. I wished I could gouge out the bargain mark Karakos had inked into his flesh, take it from him, grant that one wish he wanted. Killian's voice deepened, his grasp on me tightening before he replied, It would be my pleasure. Chapter 38. Ernest. I had always enjoyed being in control, but here, deep in the below, it was Killian who led the way. Although there was nothing stopping myself from holding on to a thread of power for myself, letting go made everything more exciting. In my mer form, I had more innate strength than my human body ever held. My arms were hooked around the back of Killian's neck, my fingers tangled in his hair as our kiss became desperate and starved. All it took was 1 pound of my tail, and it sent us propelling away from the tree. We stopped when Killian's back slammed into the old stone wall of a building. Dust and sand exploded across the water, falling like snow to the sandy bed beneath. He groaned into my mouth, his tongue twisting with mine. There was no room for contemplation with Killian. The sweet press of his mouth on mine, his hands trailing up the back of my spine and down across the curve where flesh met scales. In the far reaches of my thoughts, I knew what was to come after this. But I would be selfish. I would take whatever Killian could give me and refuse to think about anything else. Where there would have been room for anxiety, Killian filled it. He tore away from my mouth, dipping to my neck. I gasped as his tongue brushed over the sensitive folds of my gills. A rush of pleasure rolled outwards beneath his tongue, until every scale vibrated with it. "Killian, more," I whimpered. There was no denying the lack of command in my tone. As the water echoed my voice back to me, I sounded like a desperate and pleading man, practically begging for Killian to continue showing my body this new pleasure. "I intend to give you so much more," Killian responded between breaks in his devouring. "I want to give you everything." "Everything?" I asked. Killian's brow lifted, his eyes overspilling with just how serious he was. "The world, a life, happiness, joy, relief, hope, everything and anything." A pressure rushed over my groin, spreading deep within the muscles of my tail. As much as the sentiment is wonderful, I think I would take pleasure right now over all the rest of it. You, Killian, would suffice. Because you're my everything, and I'm too weak to admit it. Another jolt, and we were moving again. Killian guided us away from the ruined wall I had forced him onto, pushing us into the shadows of an old archway. 3 of his tentacles had wrapped around me, the suckers adding pressure to my waist. Soon enough, I had been tilted until my back was pressed to the old stone slabs coated in seaweed. The stone grit scratched against my skin, mixing pleasure and pain simultaneously. I needed more. "You look so pretty on your back," Killian said, eyes narrowing down at me as though seeing me for the first time. "Princeling." Encouraged by the danger in his eyes, I reached over his shoulders and scored my nails down his skin. He arched his back, hissing through a smile. "And you look pretty buried deep inside of me," I replied. "Shame that isn't possible." When Killian settled his eyes back on me, they were glowing with violet-hued lust. "We live in a world of gods and monsters. Believe me when I tell you, anything is possible." He rose above me, leaving me laid out against the bed of sand and seaweed. His tentacles flared around him, spinning like a skirt of orange fleshy limbs. Except one remained more static than the rest, the point of it drifting towards my waist. I watched, heart hammering, as the tip of the tentacle fondled with the silky frills at my waist. A shock of pleasure coursed through me as Killian carefully moved aside the frills and lifted a subtle fold amongst my scales. I would never have noticed it until he found it. A fold, a cavity for him to fill. My eyes flared wide as he entered me. It was otherworldly pleasure. The type of orgasm that came from this connection would have taken the constant deep strokes of a cock. This was instant. An explosion that unfurled from the point he touched, which spread outwards across every inch of my skin and scales. Killian settled himself atop me, the rest of his tentacles knotting around my tail and waist as he continued to pulse inside me. He scooped me up. All the while I was completely immobilized with the feeling of him filling me. "Gods," I spluttered, eyes wide, euphoria ruling me. Shocked, I didn't know what to do with my hands, so I was glad when Killian captured my jaw in his unyielding grip and brought my mouth back to his. All I could focus on was the pressure of his limb inside of me, the way the heat of our connection spread in undulant waves around my abdomen, and the frantic vibrating of our sex. It took me a moment to acclimatize to him. Once our breathing synced and my body eased around his sex, I was confident enough to control my own body once again. We kissed feverishly, nipping lips with teeth and sucking tongues in tandem. His back was a mess of scratched flesh as I sunk my nails into him, refusing him to pull back, keeping him to me. Suddenly, Killian spun me around until my back was pressed to his chest. The sudden withdrawal of his tentacle made me gasp, but when he thrust it back beneath my scales, I screamed out. "Karakos," I swore, praying to the god to finally reveal himself. "Say my name," Killian said. "I need to hear you call for me. I want to hear it on your lips. Please." Facing the tree, Killian took me from behind. His hand grasped my neck and squeezed as his tentacle throbbed within me. It was enough for me to see stars burst behind my eyelids. "Killian!" "Louder!" Killian growled, fingers tightening, the tentacles swelling inside of me, stretching me, pleasuring me. "Say it louder, so that every fucking creature hears. Let them all know you are mine, now and forever." "Killian! Killian! Killian!" The water roared around us, spinning in a vortex. It whipped sand and stone up, coating us in a wall of protection. All I could think about was how the sounds the vortex made matched the thunderous clang inside of me. Shadows were spilling from beneath us, ribbons of darkness being snatched by the twisting water. I quickly realized it was ink from Killian. Each spout of thick, oily liquid came with a breathy grunt from his throat. This sex was not thrusting, it was swelling. The bulbous tip of his appendage filled every sensitive inch of my cavity, making it feel as though we were one and the same. Another tentacle slithered around my neck, the tip working up my jaw. I took it instinctually into my mouth and sucked hard. It was tasteless, but so thick the corners of my lips ached. Killian seemed to enjoy it, though, his breathless mouth parted, eyes roaming over me. Every place his tentacles touched, needles of pleasure pricked my skin. I wanted him everywhere. I wanted to feel him over my scales, so he would imprint himself upon me, humanity or no. I never wanted it to end. Him and me joined like this. But all good things surely had an ending, as they did beginnings, and we both raced towards it. Pinching my own nipples between my finger and thumb, the release inside of me was heavenly. Killian returned his mouth to my neck, sucking and biting, unable to stifle the pleasured moans rumbling over my flesh. I, too, gasped out. As the pressure inside of me had built to such heights, I truly believed I would burst apart with it. And I did. I imploded like a dying star. My pleasure was a gathering force so violent it raged through my insides until every vein was alight with fire. Killian met his end in tandem with me. I watched, delighting in the undoing of his expression, and the way his mouth opened so wide it was a miracle that he did not swallow the entire ocean whole. The water calmed, matching the roaring inside of me, which slowly, tranquilly came to an end. Killian was still inside of me, his biting now soft brushes of a tongue against my skin. His hand relaxed around my throat, falling to my chest where it pressed over my beating heart. I leaned my head back, light-headed from the unearthly orgasm that rocked my insides. The ruins of the old city came back into focus, as did the strange tree. Its leaves rippled from the branches closest to us. My eyes met Killian's, just as his vortex simmered around us. I longed to touch him, to run my fingers over the planes of his face and memorize the details for an eternity. But alas, we did not have eternity to spare. We had hours, if that. Killian lifted his thumb and swept something from my cheek. His expression quickly solidified into one of concern. It filled the lines of pleasure which had been etched deep into his forehead, until it was all I could recognize. "You're crying," he said, sounding almost confused. "I am." There was no hiding it. Simply looking at him pained me, but I laughed despite the tears rolling from my cheeks into the water. "I am crying, aren't I? How foolish." I no longer grieved the life I had left behind, but the life I had stumbled into. "It's not over yet, Ernest." The way he used my name was treacherous, my undoing. "We'll locate Aliana and demand she uses your power to offer you the same freedom from the curse that you have offered her. It's not a cure, but it will suffice." "And what does that mean for you?" I asked, snapping furiously at his wasted hope. "You are bound to Karakos, made to rid the world of the mer. It's your one task. Are you telling me whether or not I can walk on land, whether or not I can grasp onto humanity, that you'll give up on your purpose?" His eyes hardened with resolve, more so when he looked to the trident he had stabbed into the sandy bed while he'd fucked me. "I'll try. I'll find a way." "Why?" I exhaled. "Because of you," Killian shouted, tentacles wrapping themselves around me again, as though one faint current of water would snatch me away from him. "I cannot bear to give up on you." "But I cannot grant your wish." I pushed at his chest, wanting him to release me, but also wanting him to never let go. "Your freedom balances on you eradicating all mer from the oceans, or with the use of my magic. If both fail, then I will still be free. With you by my side, facing gods and monsters alike. I do not care for bargains. I do not care for wishes and magic. Ernest," he took my face in his hands and held me firmly, "give me one wish, and it will be for you. Give me magic, and it will be used to secure you to my side. Because you are my freedom. You have reminded me of the importance of connection, and I understand we hardly know each other, but fate never lies. Our threads are not simply connected, they're knotted together." I allowed his declaration to settle over me, to fill the empty spaces in my soul and piece the broken parts back together again. There was something completely fulfilling about him. How his touch felt right, how his attention made me feel deserving of him. Never had there been a person who'd looked at me and wanted me, not for what I could give them, but for what they could offer me. "I take it that means you won't kill me when the curse finally takes hold?" I asked, allowing the water to snatch the silent stream of tears from my cheeks. "Put the blade in my hand, and I would drive it through my chest first instead of yours." "But Karakos, he'll—" Killian's eyes widened, his mouth opening so suddenly that his words came tumbling out. "I am I heard nothing else, as another sound bellowed into my ear. "Come!" The single word was a thunderous boom through the water. I snapped my head towards it, expecting someone else to be floating at my side who had shouted into my ear, but no one was there. "You're what?" I asked, unsure if my mind had made up the voice. "You surely aren't going to leave me pondering what you were going to say." "Find me." Confused, I continued to search through the darkness of the water. "Did you not hear that?" Killian's brow furrowed as he followed my gaze, his tentacles falling from my scaled body. "Hear what?" "Come! Now!" This time, nothing stopped me from following the command. I couldn't explain it, but my body acted on some deep instinct. It was not from free will that I swam from Killian's side, allowing him to give chase. My body was no longer my own. It was being moved by the unseen strings of my puppet master. It was being controlled by Aliana. Chapter 39. Killian. I was so entirely focused on following Ernest that I didn't notice when the atmosphere of the below changed. Shadows were cast down upon the depths from the above. There was noise, the echo of wood against water, and the muffled shouts of people. It could only be an armada of ships, carried on the building winds, drawn out deep from the island of Ire. Red material billowed in my mind, taunting me, reminding me of the final secret I had yet to reveal to Ernest. Ernest, who I couldn't stop looking at, was surrounded by the aura of golden magic, which meant he was swimming not from choice, but because he was being controlled, commanded. I'd wanted to find Aliana for him, but it seemed like she had found us first, and soon enough I discovered why she was calling him. The mer were everywhere. Lithe bodies swam through the water, dipping and weaving through nets. Some had already been gathered up in tangles of thrashing limbs, crying out in terror as they were dragged to the surface in thick rope nets. My enemies were everywhere. The mer filled the sea, and the acolytes must be the ones who sailed across it. And yet my focus was on Ernest, who swam into the storm of mer, losing himself as he speared with focus towards something I hadn't yet seen. The swish of my wrist and the trident materialized in my hand. Power buzzed through my veins, echoing down the metal until it too was filled with it. I leveled it first towards a mer who was closest, following my internal need to rid the poison from my water. As the tips of my trident glowed with the crackling power, a force slammed into my arm and ruined my aim. The bolt shot upwards, slicing through the side of one of the gargantuan nets, freeing countless mer before it smashed into the ship's bow. "Killian, stop!" I blinked and found Ernest before me, no longer encased in the golden sway of magic. He grasped my arms, holding them back, keeping the trident aimed away from the mer. I felt his fingers on the metal as though he was touching my skin. Did he feel the magic course into him? Was it flooding his body? "Look at them," Ernest demanded urgently. "Look at the mer and tell me what you see." It took me a moment to listen to him, to look away and take in the scene again. This time, as I looked towards the mer I was about to destroy with my power, I noticed differences. Its body was not hairless and monstrous. No, it was almost human. I locked eyes with the closest one, noticing the vibrant blue iris that reminded me of the man who still held my trident back. These were not the milky eyes of the monsters I had hunted for countless years. These were the eyes of a being with a soul. Windows revealing the fear and panic that ruled it. Humanity. Aliana had done this. I understood in an instant. That was why Ernest had not refused me my idea, because somehow he'd known it was possible. But what truly stopped me from conjuring more of my power was the noise that came out of the mer's mouths, something which had been impossible until now. They were supposed to be voiceless creatures, except one was offering thanks to Ernest for stopping me, and they weren't the only one who spoke. The voices I had heard first, the ones I believed were muffled because they came from the above, were actually originating from the throats of every mer around us. "It is Aliana," Ernest said, as I still didn't trust myself enough to speak. "She can save me. But first, we must save her." Slowly, Ernest released my arms, allowing me to control myself again. He watched me expectantly, eyes flickering from my trident to the mer around us. There were children amongst them, small bodies with coloured tails and human eyes. Immobilized, I watched as the mer pulled at the nets, tearing at the rope with pointed teeth and claws, attempting to free those captured within. Already some nets were being drawn free of the water, hauled up onto the decks above. More would follow if we did nothing. Deep inside my flesh, the beast stirred, feeling my resistance to its command. Find her. 2 words were all I managed. It took everything in me not to aim my trident and unleash all my power. But looking into Ernest's ocean eyes reminded me of my new focus. I'll save as many as I can. Ernest planted a rushed kiss to my mouth. When he pulled back, it was with resolve in his eyes, a determination to save those around him from the acolytes. It was the same resolve I saw in his gaze when he spoke of Aya and those who resided in the above. It seemed he had found a new purpose, a new people. "Go," I said, knowing if he stayed before me for another second, I would steal him away from danger. "I'll be right behind you." His jaw feathered with tension as he regarded me for another silent moment. "I believe you will do the right thing. Then find me." "I will find you. Always." These were the easiest words to say, and in a way they were exactly what Ernest needed to hear. He nodded, turned back to the tempest of scales and screams, and swam into the fray. Karakos, forgive me. I could not begin to comprehend the punishment I would face for going against the god and his bargain. In the back of my mind, I wondered if that was why my body had slowed its healing abilities, why my power had felt more distant at times. I'd first blamed the bargain I had made with Ernest, but perhaps it had something to do with what Aliana was achieving with the mer. My purpose was to rid the oceans of Gorgana's curse. Only then would I be free. But around me, it didn't look like a curse at all. Ernest really was freeing me without even realizing it. It was his magic that was changing the very demons I hunted. Given time, would Karakos forego me, find me useless to him? I had never felt hope so powerful before. I could no longer see Ernest, but his words remained, haunting me. I believe you will do the right thing. My tentacles tightened beneath me, then flared outwards. The force of their spinning propelled me upwards, directly in line with one of the nets that was inches from being dragged onto the ship above. I grasped at the material, just as the mer inside did, and others who attempted to tear it open beside me. Using the tips of my trident, I went around the net, ripping holes large enough for those captured within to swim to freedom. Over and over, I moved without thought, not allowing myself to contemplate exactly what I was doing, only that I had to save them, because Ernest believed I had it in me to do the right thing. I would prove him right. If there was anyone with the power to pit me against a god, it was Ernest. I did it for him, went against my instinct for him. As I tore into the nets, offering my hand to help pull the mer out from their imprisonment, I couldn't help but realize that Ernest, whether he had his magic or not, still held the power to make me do anything. He was both my weakness and my greatest strength. Chapter 40. Ernest. There was no room for thought amongst the chaos which ruled the below. I swam forwards, leaving Killian behind, all to find the person who had lured me here. "Aliana!" I shouted. My attempt was pointless, because my cries were buried by the struggling cries of captured mer and the booming sounds the ships above made as their oars sliced through the water. But that did not stop me from trying again, shouting until my throat ached. I passed nets, stopping to help the mer rip them apart. Not all were so lucky to find freedom, though. For every net that was taken up onto the ships, another was thrown down, dragged to the depths by iron weights. This was hell. A sky-shattering bang split the above. I looked up to watch a bolt of molten fire fizzle across the dusky sky. It connected with one of the ships, shattering it into thousands of parts. Wood, debris, and humans dressed in the red robes of Gorgana's acolytes, sunk like forgotten toys. Another crash followed, as a bundle of scaled flesh and netting slammed back through the water's surface. Mer, countless bodies stuffed inside, gasping for the salt water. A feral anger pounded through my body. It took everything in me not to swim to one of the humans and tear them apart limb by limb. My teeth ached with the need to feel soft flesh, and my stomach growled with an instinctual hunger I had never experienced before. Above all the sounds, the most beautiful melody rose. My ears pricked, and I turned my focus to another net, which was being raised from the depths. I had no doubt Aliana was in it. Her voice, laced with magic and persuasion, leaked through the tangled rope and bodies. I hadn't heard her voice for a moment, because she had been taken from the water. Every free mer heard her cries now, though, and all dived down towards her. I followed the horde. Fire flashed like serpents above. More lightning speared through the darkening sky, smashing into bows and sails. I could not see Killian amongst it all, but by the gods I felt him. A hand reached out amongst the knot of tangled, scaled bodies. I caught a flash of red hair, and I knew who lingered within. I grasped the hand and squeezed, pulling the body free until the face I expected to find materialized. "Ernest!" "Why have they come?" Aliana splattered, holding on to me for dear life. I grimaced, knowing the answer. "Because I have doomed you. The acolytes want my power, and they know you have it." Aliana's face pinched. A smear of blood oozed from her nose. "They're prepared to empty the ocean to get this power for themselves." She nodded, overwhelmed by the panicked screams and shouts, the crying children and pleading Mer. "This is my home. How dare they?" "I won't allow them to get to you," I said, looking around for a quicker way to free Aliana and the rest of the Mer. "Any of you." Aliana grasped my upper arm, nails sinking into my flesh slightly. The pain hardly registered, not that it mattered. In seconds I would be healed, and she would be taken. I had to act. Now. My teeth ached as I wrapped them around the netting separating us. I tore at it with my jaw, ripping at the material until it frayed and split apart. Only when the hole was made was Aliana able to get loose enough to help. We both tore at it, creating a space big enough for her to swim out. But it wasn't enough. The net was still being hoisted upwards, and the hole was only big enough for one Mer to leave at a time. There were far too many left inside for everyone to get free. "Keep helping them out," I said, as Aliana blinked wary eyes at me. "I'll give you some more time." I made to move back to the surface, but before I could swim away, Aliana tugged me close to her. Through stained lips, she hissed, emerald eyes not leaving mine for a second. "You are nothing like your father, Ernest. You are good." Her words seemed to awaken something in my chest. It was the explosion of encouragement I required. It was the same comment she made before my father had murdered her. I know. Those 2 words held more meaning than I had the time to explain, more than I could even truly understand. Red hair floated around her narrow shoulders as Aliana nodded and released me. "Aliana!" I grasped onto her arm. "Free me from this curse. Do what you've achieved with the Mer, and help me." A softness passed over her expression. A weak smile lifted at the corners of her lips. "Oh, Ernest, have you not already worked it out? I use this given magic to free all Mer, to return their stolen humanity back. You are no different. I may not be able to stop the change, but I can ensure you are still you. There is nothing more I can do for you that I have not already secured." My fingers relaxed. Everything stilled around us. A strange relief lifted over my chest, as though Aliana's words had snapped the metal bands constricting around my lungs. No, not snapped. Broken. Shattered. "Whatever God gave me that magic knows you are better off with it," I said. "You deserve it far more than I ever did." She laid a hand on the side of my face, the touch no different than a sister's caress. I longed to lean into it, but the noise of the chaos was growing. "These are your people now, Ernest. You don't need to be a prince to protect them." I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of focus flood through my body. My limbs, tail, scale, claws and teeth. This was me. My new normal. And it no longer felt like a curse. "You're right." Aliana lowered her hand, red hair spilling around her face like fresh blood. "Of course I am. Now, go. Let's save our people. Our people." We didn't spare each other another word as I focused on the above. Aliana continued gouging holes in the net, freeing as many Mer as she could. I looked around, aware this hole was being hoisted to the surface. If I narrowed my stare, I could watch the smudge of red-cloaked figures grouping together as they physically pulled it up. They were determined. I would give them that. But so was I. My eyes found the thick rope which gathered the net together at the top, and I swam for it. It took little effort for it to fray between my teeth. I tore at it urgently. Then it finally snapped, and the loose rope slithered down into the depths, where Aliana was working to free those captured. A hiss passed inches beside my ear. I jolted to the side to watch the serrated tipped spear disappear beneath me. It was so close it had nicked my ear, but I didn't need to lift a hand to know the wound was easily healing. The presence of Killian's trident still lingered across me long after I had touched it. I moved on to the next net, fueled with adrenaline, knowing that once this was over I would find Killian. In the darkness of my thoughts, I could imagine his face when he heard the truth. We had a future, or the potential of one, even after the curse took hold. I would be Mer, but I would be me, too. As I reached for the next net, ready to tear the rope apart with my teeth, I searched for a hint of Killian. Just a flash. But as my heart shuddered in my chest, the moment of distraction was all it took. Pain lanced through my waist. I looked down, already tasting the blood that oozed up from the wound. It was strange to find something metal protruding through my stomach. My hands moved towards the tear, fingers toying with the tip of another spear. This one had not missed. The bloodied tip was something which did not belong there, and yet it matched the glint of my scales and almost looked beautiful. Ribbons of my blood danced around my webbed fingers. I watched it swish languidly until a harsh yank tore at me from behind. The agony was blinding. Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the above by the rope latched onto the end of the spear, which pierced through my waist. Darkness crept in at the corners of my vision. I attempted to blink it away, but my attempts were futile. I called out for Killian. While his name thundered in my head, I didn't know if I'd even managed to speak it aloud. Pain ruled me, everything else bleeding away. I blinked, and the scene changed. The cold kiss of air stained with smoke and ash, but my eyes wouldn't stay open. Suddenly, hands were on me. I opened my mouth, gulping in a breath, only to feel deprived, starved, desperate, like I was drowning without being near water. "We have the prince," a voice said. I blinked, watching the outline of a figure standing above me. It wasn't until they bent down, red robes fluttering around them, that I recognized Hadian. His face had hollowed since I last saw him. The hate in his eyes sharpened into a weapon. There was no relief seeing him. Not as I grasped for water, my tail smacking against the damp wood of the ship. "He will more than do. Put him in the tank," Hadian said, his voice both close and far away. And yet he was still kneeling, hands reaching for me. If I could have pulled away, I would have. But the spear was still embedded in my stomach, although that pain hardly even registered compared to my need to be back in the water. "He's better dead anyway," the first voice said. Hadian didn't bother to look up at the other speaker, not as his gaze was focused on me. His fingers brushed over the soft flesh of my stomach. I pinched my eyes closed, not wanting him to touch me, but helpless to stop him. "That's still to be determined," Hadian replied. Even with my eyes closed, I could hear the glee in his tone. A simmering spark of defiance lit within me, filling my body with sudden energy. This was my chance. I flung my eyes open, jaw aching as I split it wide. But as I jolted up to sink my teeth into Hadian's neck, he leapt away. Before I could lunge again, he wrapped his arms around me in an unwelcome embrace, took hold of the butt of the spear through my back, and pulled. A scream mingled with a song of lightning that flickered in the sky. I didn't know who made the noise until my throat burned. Then there was nothing, as my world faded to black. Chapter 41. Killian. There were only a handful of ships left who'd escaped my power. I infected the ocean with my fury, thrashing waves against the ships as they turned and fled, hoping that each one sunk beneath the depths before it got away. But I couldn't pursue them. I had to find Ernest. He was my focus. So I regathered my power, pushing it deep into the cage within me. Bodies littered this stretch of the below. I saw death everywhere I looked. I imagined Gorgana would be laughing, rubbing greedy hands together at the number of souls sent into her waiting embrace. Humans sunk, dragged down by the thick red cloak draped around their bodies. Mer floated lifelessly beside them, bodies starved of water from being held on the ships before I had shattered them with my storms. Some of the Mer I swam past watched me with unseeing eyes. Spears pierced through their necks and tails. I had killed many in my time, and such a scene had never caused me such discomfort, because the Mer I had destroyed had looked at me with eyes lacking any recognition, whereas those around me were overspilling with souls, with life, humanity, and now the acolytes had taken it away. Even amongst so much death, I couldn't help but feel hope kindle within me. If Aliana could use the magic and give the Mer the very humanity the curse starved them of, then Ernest had a chance. We had a chance. It would mean going against Karakos' bargain. But what good was our deal if the Mer were changed? Maybe that would free me in the end. There was a nick on my upper arm, caused when a large splinter had scraped me. It had yet to heal, more proof that Karakos was clearly forgetting me, or perhaps not needing me to keep going. I gripped tighter on the trident, drawing more of its essence within, so that by the time I found Ernest, I would be renewed. As I waded through the watching crowd of Mer, I remembered Karakos' voice, as loud and demanding as it had been that fateful night years ago. A deal, the god had proposed. But what if vengeance was no longer required? These Mer were not monsters, not in the same sense they had been before. This was the result of Ernest's magic. It had the potential to not only free me, but change the world. The deeper I travelled into the bowels of chaos, the more I felt as though something was missing, a part taken from me. Mer watched, expecting me to turn on them. Many had died, but many had also been harmed during the acolytes' attempts to capture them. I was still not used to their human pleas, the way children cried in the arms of adults, and adults wailed in grief of those who had been lost. Beneath each sound, there was not just fear, but fury too. Regardless of the curse and their regained humanity, many of the Mer had already turned on the acolytes' corpses, ripping into their flesh, feasting on their bodies. It should have turned my stomach, but it didn't. In fact, my reaction to them eating the humans was the opposite of repulsion. I longed to join them. A green-tailed Mer swam up from beneath me, blocking my path. My tentacles ached with the need to reach out and smother her. I continued to fight for control over the beast, refusing to let it win. "Aliana," I said. My jaw tightened. Although she blocked my way, it didn't stop me from scanning the space around her, expecting for Ernest to reveal himself. There was no flash of his silver tail or stark blue eyes, and yet I still looked for him. It was Aliana's silence that drew my attention back to her. It spoke a million words, all without saying a single one. It was uncomfortable. At first, I believed my inattentiveness had just drowned out her response, until I rested my gaze back on her and truly took in her expression. Brows pinched, lips pulled taut with tension, webbed fingers clutched over her chest. She had the expression of a person who was about to shatter my universe with a handful of words. In fact, it only took 3 to ruin mine. "Ernest is gone," she said, eyes downcast with concern. A beat of power cast out from my trident, pushing with force at anything near me. Only Aliana resisted, her poppy-red hair dancing around her shoulders. "What do you mean, he's gone?" I replied, growling more than speaking. It built in my chest, rumbling out of my throat. The acolytes on the ships took him. "Ernest!" I shouted into the depths, refusing to believe her. I scanned the darkened ocean again, stretching out my awareness until I filled every inch of water. But the longer I searched, the more constricted my chest became, because I could not find Ernest, not with my eyes or my power. My world stopped. Agony spasmed in my chest and was echoed by the sudden tension in my skull. I clutched at my ribs, longing to pry them open to free the pressure. The last time I had felt this hopeless, it had been Ernest that saved me from the storm of anxiety. But now he was gone, taken by the acolytes. It was my mother. She had done this. I had doomed Ernest the moment I revealed him as my weakness, and now she was prepared to use him against me. Sharpened nails pinched into my arms, opening new wounds across my skin. It was all that registered through the roaring anxiety, the vicious and all-consuming reaction to having my greatest fear realized. Aliana fixed her bright eyes on me. Even through my panic, I registered the way her emotions mirrored mine. It was determination. It was focus and promise. "We will get him back, Killian. Do you hear me? Together. I owe Ernest my life, and so do many of the mer behind me." "You were prepared to give up on him," I sneered, lips curling. "I thought we could hide from the above, but they won't leave us alone. I see now there's no hiding from this. We will help you. I will help you get Ernest back." I opened my mouth to reply, but all that came out was the building growl of the beast within. It had never been so close to breaking free. No matter how I tried to stifle the building pressure of it, the beast was seeking an escape. "They do not want him." Aliana's eyes flashed with knowing. "No. They want the power I took from him." That wasn't entirely true. But voicing the other option went against my very instinct. If the acolytes truly wanted his magic, they wouldn't have left until Aliana was pulled aboard. "But you won't give it to them." She shook her head. "No, I'll not give the power to them." "Then you will free Ernest," I snapped out, desperately clinging to the final thread of hope. "You will offer him the same humanity you have returned to the mer." Her expression softened, her grasp on me relaxing to a gentle caress. "Don't you see, Sea Witch? You've been the one to free him." "Not of his curse," I stammered. "I say we go and save him. Then he can be the one to explain exactly what his freedom looks like." Movement spread at Aliana's back. I watched as an army of mer fanned out. I scanned my eyes over the collection of tails and scales, regarding the weapons they held in their webbed hands, the determined fury in their eyes. For the first time, I understood why Karakos once rose the oceans over the world, dragging cities and land into his domain. Given the chance, I would do it. I would swallow the entire world if it meant saving Ernest. Part 6. Day 5 of Infection. Chapter 42. Ernest. I woke, floating in a body of salt water. It was the ache in my lungs that tore me from the darkness, a sharp stab that came with the need for breath. Instinctively, I reached up for the stone sides of the tank, pulling myself to the surface, whilst my legs, human legs, kicked at the heavy press of the water. There was no time to celebrate that I had turned back into my human form. I gasped for breath, water sloshing over the stone basin where it puddled across the floor around it. I leaned over the edge, vomiting salty brine from the pit of my stomach. As my vision cleared and the roaring discomfort in my skull subsided, I noticed the spilled water moving over brown sandals, which waited inches before me. My eyes trailed up from the sandals to the ankles, to the hem of the red cloak, all the way up to the sneering face that watched from the shadows. Hadian. I always knew you were a determined little prick, but even I admit that I'm impressed you have resisted the infection for this long. Hadian tilted his head, inspecting me as he paced towards the stone basin. I had coin bet on you that you'd have lasted 3 days at most. I edged away from him, slipping back into the water until only the top half of my face was visible. There was something sobering about seeing Hadian. It sharpened my senses, reminded me not to panic, but to think. So that was exactly what I did. As he stalked me, studying me like some pathetic prey, I drank in the details. The dark, heavy-aired room was somewhere I had visited before. The stone basin I floated in was surrounded by lit sconces, whose flames hardly penetrated the shadows. The dense scent of mould and salt confirmed we were in the deep belly of the castle. This was one of the cave systems carved into the rocky mound my castle was built on. These caves were where my father had stored those who had been infected by a mer, when he was having them studied for a cure. This confirmed Hadian had brought me back to Aya, and a brush of my hand over my lower stomach also confirmed that the spear had been removed and my flesh healed around it. There was only a faint echo of far-off discomfort, a phantom ache. I highly recommend you keep your distance, I warned, refusing to back down from Hadian's intense gaze. Those beautiful eyes once were my undoing. Now I longed to reach for them and tear them out of his skull. Haven't you heard that I bite? Oh, I remember. A wave of sickness rocked within me. Not only did his words appall me, but seeing him so at ease in the red robe was jarring, even though he'd never looked so comfortable. How long have you been hiding this part of yourself from me? I asked, longing to keep up conversation. The longer we spoke, the more time I had to work out a plan. It seemed like we were alone, but I couldn't help but feel as though the shadows had eyes and were watching. Since the first day we met, Hadian confirmed, grinning like a cat who got the cream. The priestess had sent all her acolytes across Aya. We were to bury ourselves deep into society, whilst searching for a weakness to bring everything down. It should have upset me, knowing that the Hadian I had known, the one I had trusted with my deepest secret, had been an illusion all along. But it didn't. Are you suggesting you found a weakness in me? No, not a weakness. Hadian's fingers curled around the basin's edge, his straining knuckles turning white. A weapon. A power which could topple cities, kings, and, most importantly, gods. That last word burrowed through me. I felt the thud of it, as though another fishing spear had been lodged in my gut. Seems like a waste of time, considering the gods long ago turned their backs on us. Hadian's lips lifted slowly at their corners, the smile spreading across his entire face until even his eyes glowed with glee. I longed to reach out and claw that fucking grin from his face, to dig my nails into his doughy flesh and peel it off. Since violence was out of the question, I chose my words carefully to make sure I hurt him as much as possible. And what would your priestess think when she hears of all the unholy things you did to me? Everyone knows the rules of celibacy the acolytes follow, and yet here you stand, chin raised high, knowing that you've bruised your knees for me, seen more of my insides than— His hand came at me so quickly I couldn't draw back. My skin sang with the sharp pain of his connection, and my ears rang. Blood oozed within my cheeks, smudging over my teeth. I could only imagine the horror Hadian must have felt in that moment as I smiled up at him, bloody-mouthed and red-cheeked. Had he not remembered? Pain was my motivator. I ran my tongue over my teeth, delighting in the taste. I'll take that as a no. Deep in my gut, the myrrh stirred. So it was still in me. Aliana hadn't erased it completely, but somehow I was in control, as though I could reach for the monster and use it if required. "Hold your tongue," Hadian hissed, eyes flared wide. I'd never noticed just how ugly he was. Perhaps it was my time with Killian, or the way the sconces skipped their light over the planes of his face, showing the unbalanced bone structure and bulging eyes. It exposed the poisoned soul within him. Hadian repulsed me. I could have stopped him from grasping my chin, but I wanted to feel the bite of his nails. I wanted more of a reason to hate him, if that were even possible. Something caught his attention as his eyes flicked down. He snatched my arm, lifting it upwards awkwardly until the bone ached in its socket. Hadian's eyes marvelled at the black ring of ink around my wrist, the one left from when Killian had offered me his deal. "Find something interesting?" I asked, as Hadian's hand tightened, his iron grip making my bones scream. The horrified and shocked look he gave almost made me laugh. It bubbled in my gut, but I wouldn't let it out yet. "He did this to you." "You'll need to be more specific," I spat, watching as his eyes crossed slightly the closer he inspected the black band of ink. "The Sea Witch. He did this to you. He's marked you." Hadian dropped my arm and reached for my chin instead. The suddenness of his hold conjured a hiss out of me, but it wasn't from fear. Nails bit into my flesh as he jolted my jaw, snapping my head so my neck was on full display. "Of course he has." I leaned in close, wanting Hadian to not only hear my reply, but see it morph my lips into unforgettable shapes. He marked me as his, in more ways than one. "No!" Hadian shouted, flying back. "That's wrong! You're dirty and unclean!" I smiled, almost laughing at his hysterical reaction. Hadian shot forwards again, bringing his face inches from mine. "How about I leave a mark on your skin? Skin that belonged to me long before him." "Don't be frightened, Hadian. You can say his name." The flash of a memory came to mind. Karakos knows I have. Over and over. I feigned a light voice, full of pleasure, as I cried out Killian's name in the echoing chamber. "Killian! Killian!" With each cry of Killian's name, Hadian only grew more infuriated. Jealousy sparked across his face, breaking it into a frantic snarl. I expected him to smack me again, to raise his hand and pummel me, but he surprised me. With Hadian's full weight, he forced me beneath the water. At the last moment, I sucked in a breath before the rippling water blurred his furious face. He was shouting, speaking about cleansing and prayer, Gorgana and death. All the while he attempted to drown me. I didn't fight back. Even as he held me down beneath the water as though he could cleanse the dirt from my soul, I felt my neck part with gills. My teeth strained in my jawbone, lengthening to points. Whatever magic Eliana had wrapped around me after I saved her, this was the result. The shift was partial. It was controlled. She had given me the same freedom from the curse that I'd given her. Hadian must have noticed the change, because he silenced himself with a choke. But before he could pull away, I reached up, sunk my nails into his neck, and yanked him into the basin of water with me. It was easy, shifting his weight, when my body, this new version of it, held the strength of a mer. Hadian was unable to fight back, even if he wanted to, and I was hungry. There was no thought as I tore into him. My teeth sunk into flesh, my claws gouged at whatever they could touch. Soon enough, it was not only water I was buried beneath, but blood, a thick and heavy blanket of red that filled the basin completely. I didn't stop ripping into Hadian until he could no longer fight against me. I didn't stop until he was nothing but pieces of flesh floating around me. When I was done, I could taste him deep in the pit of my stomach. The hunger that I had felt when I first changed, the one which had haunted me with every shift, was finally satisfied. I rose from the water, completely covered in his blood. As I stepped free of the basin, my gills smoothed the flattened skin, and my teeth and nails returned to normal. Shifting between both forms was taxing, but growing easier. Like learning to walk, learning how to love. It was something I would get in time. If I had time. Brushing the gore from my face, I flicked it to the floor. Every step I took, I left prints of red behind me. I was naked, only covered by patches of silver scales and Hadion's remains. Even if I wanted to take the cloak he'd worn, it would have been pointless. One looked back at the basin, and there was no determining what were ribbons of flesh and what were scraps of material. "Incredible," came the voice from everywhere and nowhere at once. I turned around quickly, almost slipping, as I tried to determine the origin. But it was as if the shadows themselves spoke, in a voice that I knew well. "I'd suspected you were watching, priestess." Twin crimson eyes flashed amongst the darkness before she stepped free of the shadows. One moment there was nothing but thick shadow, and then she revealed herself. Her deathly pale skin looked odd with the warmth of firelight against it. It hollowed her cheeks and made the red of her eyes flash as though they contained an inner light. "Did you enjoy the show?" I asked, as she looked behind me, smiling at the literal bloodbath I had left in my wake. "Have you come to see more? Perhaps partake in it?" "Oh, I did. I enjoyed it greatly." The priestess ran her tongue over her lower lip, seeming completely entranced by the blood, the death. When she looked back at me, her pride only increased. "When the mer were first created, it was in this vision that they were moulded, bringers of eternal death, monsters made to destroy Karakos, my children, my warriors, my children, my warriors." Would your god see such words as heresy? Surely Gorgana won't like you taking credit for her hard work, priestess. I'm sure ego is a sin in your beliefs. The shadows shivered, swelling around the priestess like wings. Her eyes flashed a vibrant red, two beacons of light that matched the deep colour of Hadion's blood. "Indulge me, Ernest of Ire. What do you know of gods?" Her nostrils flared as though she was sniffing at my skin. "You smell as though you're rather well acquainted with one in particular." Fear overcame me as I faced her, no longer sure who I was looking at. "Who are you?" "Finally, questions worth asking," she replied, her voice everywhere at once. "I believe you know my name already, although I will remind you. This vessel was once called Sophina many years ago." "Sophina?" My blood cooled in my veins. That was the name of Killian's mother, too, but she would have died a long time ago. Except, as I looked at her, there was no denying the similarities. White hair, striking features, haunted eyes. My fear quickly mutated to anger. Somehow, this was the woman who had taken a blade to Killian's throat and slit it. This was the woman whose actions had sent Killian into the grasp of a god, all to become his slave. "I see you've heard about me." Sophina's grin split her hollow face apart. "Does my son speak fondly of his mother?" My mind raced, piecing together parts of this story. It explained Killian's reaction when he saw Sophina after we discovered my father was dead. Killian would have known then, but had not mentioned anything, and I knew why. Because if he told me, it would have sent me directly back to her to destroy her, to rid Killian of his demons. That was my promise to him. And here his greatest demon stood, inches before me, an impossibility. "You are no mother," I snapped, longing to reach out and slice her neck open. "That's a title you don't deserve." "Perhaps not, but we all must make sacrifices, some greater than others. Killian was simply one of the many that came after him." Sophina floated forwards, moving on the clouds of shadow that seemed to pulse around her. This was magic I was not familiar with. It carried the stench of rot, the silence that came with death. There was no doubt that Gorgana had blessed Sophina with magic. Like Killian, perhaps it gave them both immortality. A god cannot gift their immortality to another. Sofina reached into my mind and drew out my thoughts. I felt the presence, like a blanket of doom that stretched like a storm. I cringed away from it, but found my body immobile, unable to do anything. "And yet here you stand," I replied through gritted teeth, eyes trained on the stalking woman with her piercing red eyes. I felt her, lingering in my thoughts, so I added the last words for her to find within them. "And yet your son still lives, even though you tried to kill him." "You are asking the wrong questions, Ernest of Ire," Sofina said as she shifted around me. I attempted to turn, to follow her stalking movements, but the shadows woven around my body, like hundreds of grasping hands, kept me in place. "Go on. Ask it of me." There was a final question, because Sofina forced it into my mind. She buried it into my skull, filling me with it, taunting me. Her influence forced the question onto the tip of my tongue, spoiling my mouth with its vile taste. "What are you?" The shadows seemed to release a collective, pleasured sigh. Then Sofina was laughing, filling the void of darkness with her madness. When she spoke again, it was not entirely with her voice. It was with the deeper, huskier tone of another speaker. "I am death. I am inevitable. I am Gorgana." Chapter 43. Ernest. It was believed the gods had forgotten about humans long ago, but as I stared deep into the boiling red pits of Sofina's eyes, I knew that history had never been so wrong. Because here one was, standing before me, and I had no doubt left. Gorgana, the goddess of death, taunted me with a laugh that wasn't entirely human. The sound scratched over my skin, flaying me from the outside in until I was confident I would never rid myself of it. "My son was not the only one to enter a bargain with a god," Sofina said, coming to stop in front of me again, the shadows receding until the cave-like room came back into focus. "I, too, gave my soul to aid Gorgana, a vessel to strengthen herself within, a place to call home while she gathered her power and searched for a way to finally destroy Karakos." "This is wrong," I said, my entire body tense, but finally free to move, and yet something kept me standing still. "Gods using humans. We aren't toys. We don't belong to you." "He has not told you his truth, has he?" My silence must have explained my confusion. That only made Sofina laugh harder, more feverishly. "What do you know of Killian's bargain with Karakos? You lay with him, you hold feelings for him, and yet you do not know him." I finally braved a step forwards, nails and teeth ready to tear flesh at the mention of Killian's name from her mouth. "Love. That's what I've learned from him. And what do you know about such a concept, Sofina? A mother is there to cradle her son, not draw a blade over his throat and bleed him dry. Duty," she spat, "not love. Sofina did what must be done for Gorgana, and look how well it paid off in the end. I see the way you look at me, the disgust, but I ask you, Prince Ernest of Ire, what do you know of duty? What have you done for your people except infect their minds and mould them to your own gain? Did you do that for love?" She tilted her head, unnaturally red eyes flashing. "No, I don't think so." I inhaled deeply, prepared to debunk her claims, but she wasn't wrong. There was nothing I could conjure in response to prove otherwise. All this death and chaos? To destroy a god who disappeared a long time ago? There was hardly a moment of silence. Sofina did not need to think before she replied. "Karakos is here, as he always has been. You just have not been looking in the right place." There was something in the way she looked at me, a knowing enjoyment as she slowly gave me pieces to a puzzle, waiting for me to put them all together. I strained towards her, eyes wide and lips drawn back over my teeth. "I don't know how many times you need to hear this, but I cannot help you. I don't have my magic. It is gone." She waved her pale hand in the air as though dismissing me. "Oh, Ernest, it is not your power I require any more. I have not planned and schemed for centuries, simply waiting for you to stumble into my path. Stupid human. You were merely a shortcut to what I wanted. But as always, this situation is proof to never rely on another for something you desire." Her eyes dropped to my stomach, to the unmarked skin where the spear had penetrated me. Before I could move, she reached and brushed ice-cold fingers over my navel. Even when I tried to recoil, I was frozen in place by the pressure of her shadows. "Don't touch me! Has my son told you the story about his precious trident? Because its presence has clearly had an effect on you. The healing of your body. You have used it, haven't you?" I had. It was the reason Killian hadn't healed on Thalassopoli, because I had kept it from him. Powerful, isn't it? Sofina was lost to thought for a moment, nail tracing slowly over my stomach, as though imagining the damage that had recently healed. A wave of sickness raced through me, passing across every inch of skin near her finger. Her touch was death. It was corpse cold, her skin lacking the warmth of life. Whatever Gorgana had done to Sofina, it was universally wrong. I kept my lips sealed, unable to speak even if I longed to. She didn't seem to notice, and continued speaking. "Stories tell that Karakos and I were the ones to usurp Nyssa, goddess of all, mother, and we did. I wanted her gone, wanted her oppressive power removed from this earth. But what has been missed in the tales is that it was I who told Nyssa of Karakos's plans to trick her. The Great Betrayal, a name for a time which has more meaning than you could have imagined. Nyssa, in her fury at her golden child's betrayal, used her powers to strip Karakos of his and forge it into a physical, tangible item. The trident. It was both a punishment and a reminder that we are nothing without our power. Of course, Karakos did not know of my involvement in this, but winning is knowing one's enemies as well as their allies. Sometimes those lines blur. It was no longer Sofina who spoke with her lullaby tone, but the creature lurking beneath her skin. The voice was rasped and ancient. It was a sound that made sense to my ears, yet I knew it was not spoken in a language I used. What helped was the scene the goddess's shadows created around us. I watched figures spring from the darkness, moving in wisps of smoke, only to disperse as the scene changed. It was the same scene depicted in mosaic patterns deep in the below. In the darkness of my mind, I saw it again. Nyssa pointing at Karakos, the trident, the weapon I had last seen wielded in Killian's hand. "I'm not interested in your bedtime stories, Sofina," I hissed, frustrated with how this woman toyed with me. "Are you not listening, Ernest? I am offering you the truth, and you are far too slow to put it together." "You're playing with me," I snapped. Sofina smiled knowingly. "I am." Something odd niggled at the back of my mind. I could not make sense of it yet, perhaps because I was too pathetic, or maybe because I was protecting myself from the truth. Once I knew Karakos had a weakness, something I could use, I returned to his side as if I had no dealing with Nyssa. Furious with her punishment, I used my brother's anger, combined our powers, and cast Nyssa from this world into the ether beyond. Once she had been dealt with, Karakos and I were alone, but he too had plans of his own. He plotted against me with the minor goddess Luna. Together they longed for a world smothered by water, full of creations of their own, instead of Nissa's humans. He was prepared to remove the potential of death from the world, thus making me powerless, forgotten. So, like all stories of warring siblings, I too revealed yet another level to my plan. I lay in place of Luna, and gave Karakos the true children of gods, monsters, the mer. All for the simple plan to distract Karakos long enough for me to sweep in and take his trident. With it, I would have his power and his control. My mind went back to the mosaic we had seen in the drowned city. How Nissa's presence was heavy amongst the old world. Her memory had been substantial before the great betrayal, and now I stood before the very being who orchestrated it all. Except one question remained. If Nissa was truly banished from Maya, how did I have access to my magic? I was her blessed, she my patron. All this, just for more power, I asked, cringing away from the fingers of shadows toying with my hair, my face, my naked body. Of course, the goddess within Sophina snapped, clearly furious with me for even suggesting there was another reason. When Nissa gave us each of our reins, she did not even contemplate what I may have wanted before she gave me death. Although eternal, what good is death? No one reveres it, and everyone fears it. My followers could barely keep me alive, so I had to find a new way to rule. Karakos was always driven by his ego. He believed he merited the oceans, ruling over most of the physical world, and what did he do to deserve that? He could not control the land. That was a domain left for the taking. But he was ready to do so, ready to swallow the world entirely if it meant keeping full power over everything. I could not allow him to do that. I smiled into Sophina's face, staring through the windows of her eyes until I regarded the goddess within and nothing else. I apologize for being crass, but I cannot find a fuck to give about your games and wants. You will. In time, you will. Because you, even without your power, are a very integral part of my final plan. Karakos will not willingly give his power over to me. But Killian, Sophina's son, is still human deep in his core. He has a conscience, and, most importantly, he now has a weakness. You. I felt the world snap into place, like the click of a finger or the spark of a flame. You. I was his weakness. But why would Karakos give his source of power to Killian, unless... Ah, Sophina exhaled, the noise close to an orgasmic moan. Finally, you see the truth. Tell me, Ernest of Ire, how does it feel to lay with a god? I mean, I know the answer, of course, since I've been with Karakos myself, under a guise. All sounds ground to a halt, as the realization settled over me. The tattoo. The power. Karakos had not only given Killian life through a bargain, but he had entered Killian's body as a vessel, just as Gorgana lingered within Sophina. No, I said to the dark, not speaking to anyone but myself. It can't be. It can, and it is. Sophina's laugh bounced across the stone walls. When I picked Sophina's body as my own, I knew it would taunt Killian's human side. That was why I used her. But you swept into this story and truly made it interesting. He loves you far more than he ever loved Sophina. Not that I blame him. But Killian knows what I would do to you, which is why he will willingly provide me with the trident. There will be no need for bloodshed and war. It will be a peaceful exchange. And if he gives it to you, will you spare him? I exhaled, not in response to Gorgana's words exactly, but that was how she took it. Actually, I was wrong. There will be death today. A god will fall, finally, and there will only be me left to rule over everything. Her hand laid on my shoulder and squeezed. If I closed my eyes, it would have been akin to bones pinching my flesh. Love is tragic. It is weakness. It is pain and torment. Love is far sharper than any blade or arrow. It cuts deep, it scars, and it kills. And this time, when I use it to take Killian's life, there will be nothing left to fill his body and bring him back. He should have entered my domain all those years ago, but Karakos kept him from me. After today, nothing will keep us apart. Footsteps sounded beyond the cavernous room. I was vaguely aware that all of the shadows receded, Gorgana's power hiding in the corners of the dark place as red-cloaked acolytes entered. "Speak," Sophina snapped, clearly displeased with the interruption. I was under the impression that these followers did not know that their priestess was actually the goddess they worshipped in flesh and bone.
"It is the city, priestess."
The speaker bowed, sparing a glance first to my naked body, then to the basin of blood and torn flesh that once was one of their fellow acolytes.
"Something is happening. The guards at the gates have abandoned their posts and left. The civilians are leaving in hordes, almost as if they're entranced."
Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Sophina wince. Seeing such a reaction pleased me, even amongst the roiling sickness that had settled within me after everything she had revealed. But I couldn't focus on that. I needed to focus on surviving this, on getting away before she could use me as bait for Killian, Karakos, whoever he was. But it was something that the acolytes said that distracted me. People were leaving the city entranced. There was only one being with such power to control a city to do their bidding. I took a deep breath in, closed my eyes, and opened my hearing to the divine. And there, buried in the distance, was a song. Faint as a whisper on the wind, muffled by the layers of rock surrounding us, but there was no denying the three powerful commands woven amongst it. Leave. Get out. Right now. Aliana was evacuating the city. "It's time," Sophina barked, fingers snapping around my wrists. "Make him decent. Then take Ernest to—" I jolted my head back, cracking my skull against her nose, giving me a moment to pull away. Gorgana was a powerful goddess, but in this form she was still susceptible to human ailments, like a broken nose. The shift was quicker, focused only across my hands. I pounced on the two acolytes like a cat, leaping from the floor and landing on their bodies. The sound their skulls made as they bounced over stone was pleasant. One quick swipe of my hand, and I tore their throats out. More red shapes flooded into the room. There was no time to count. I slashed at them, ripped them to ribbons, and left them in my wake. I didn't stop. I refused to allow myself a moment to think, only to fight. If I could just get out and reach the water, then Killian would find me. I could warn him. "For every life you take," Sophina's voice rose at my back, a wall of black shadows cresting over me, "I become stronger. Death feeds me, you fool." The pressure of the goddess's power weighed down on my back, flattening me upon the corpse of the acolyte I had just killed. It was then that I watched the shadows rise from the bodies. Not shadows, but souls. Souls captured in Gorgana's power. And it was oppressive and smothering. I clawed at the stone, trying with everything left in me to get away. But for the second time, my world slipped from me. This time, as the darkness overtook me, my conscience was still alive. I was simply drowning in the souls of the dead, being dragged into their imprisonment, while Gorgana's taunting laugh surrounded me. It was the laugh of someone who believed she had already won. And perhaps she had. Chapter 44. Killian. Regret burned like hellfire within me. I should have warned Ernest about my mother. I should have warned him about me, or the creature within me. It may not have saved him, but it would have at least prepared him if he'd known what he faced. Alone, I reminded myself. He was alone with the person who had ruined my life, the very person who had sent me into the open arms of a god who used the gash across my neck to fill me, to renew me. My mind toyed with all the different outcomes of the past hours. Time had stretched to uncomfortable periods, each second strained by my separation from Ernest. Mere days of being beside him, and I had lost my focus. It had been weak of me to keep the truth from him, even if I wasn't entirely sure what my mother was now, even if I wasn't brave enough to face it myself. Mother had haunted my mind since the day she had killed me. Her voice had followed me, taunting me from the shadows, infecting my mind with moments of uncontrollable anxiety. And no matter how much I told myself it wasn't true, I was wrong. I had made guesses as to how her being alive was even a possibility so many centuries later. She was different, with piercing blood-red eyes, a hollowed-out bone structure, and skin as pale as death. She had once been beautiful, kind, gentle, before Gorgana had infected her mind, and now, it seemed, her very soul. Karakos had seemed to recognize the entity that night as my mother stood above the oceans, watching down with eyes that were windows to the inhuman creature within her. Gorgana was using my mother as a vessel. I was sure of it. As Karakos had wormed himself into me, burrowing deep, lurking in the corners of my body. No, not lurking. Hiding. Waiting. Biding his time. I was nothing but a pawn, a pathetic human whose only use was his body. Soon he would come to the light. Soon he would be free, and I knew the destruction that would follow, which was exactly why I had asked Aliana to save as many of the humans of Ire as possible. Aliana had just ceased her song. She slumped over one of the rocks she rested on, strained from the continuous use of her magic. The air still rang with her power, echoing the soft whisper of her voice. It had bypassed me, slipping around any whose hearts had been infected by Gorgana. Her threads of power had woven amongst the city of Ire, urging the thousands of bodies to flee. The city was no longer a safe place, not with Gorgana occupying the land, and me here, watching from the water, trident in hand, Karakos's power at the ready. History told of what occurred when gods and goddesses clashed. These battles ruined lives, destroyed cities. I didn't want the innocents of Ire to be collateral damage when Karakos surfaced to take on Gorgana. Movement on the shore caught my attention. With every passing second, I expected to find Ernest and discover what my mother had taken him for. But it was the stoic bodies of Mer in human form who walked back towards the ocean. It was Aliana's altered Mer, changed from the soulless creatures to beings with purpose. Although they still looked monstrous, with their chins smeared with blood and their chests covered in rivers of crimson. Aliana had sent her Mer onto land, using them to slaughter the acolytes at the gates and stations amongst the city, allowing for the humans to flee. If I looked out across the distance, far beyond the city where the rolling hills spanned across the landscape, I could see the smudge of the fleeing wave of humanity. They climbed far from the city, closer to the cottage I had called home. It would be from there that they would watch as two divine beings warred. "Killian, I've done what I can. The rest is down to you." I admired Aliana's focus. The strength found in a person who was murdered by a king, only to find a purpose to keep her striving forwards, even past death. "Thank you," I said, straining in every inch of muscle. Now would be the time to get the mer as far away as possible. I cannot guarantee your safety going forwards." I was glad Aliana didn't ask what I meant. Perhaps she recognized what lurked beneath my skin and the danger it would pose to everything around me, mer or human, when it was unleashed. While I saw the mer had changed, would Karakos recognize the same when he was finally free? But he welcomed their humanity and put the twisted past of the mer's creation behind him. "Good luck. And Killian? Save Ernest. I would give my life for him." I had never spoken such honest words before. Aliana looked at me, concern pinching her brow. "Let's hope that's not the outcome." She leapt from the rock, slipping beneath the water, only to resurface inches in front of me. I expected her to leave, but the defiance in her emerald eyes suggested I was very wrong. Her red hair was plastered to the side of her face, making the vibrant green of her eyes stand out. She wasn't the same person I had first followed through the city that night she attacked Ernest. Inch by inch, she had found her way back to herself. "If you lose, the doom will not only stretch across the lands, but the sea, too." Aliana refused to look away from me. At her back, heads popped out of the water. Mer of all ages and stages of their change. "This is my fight, too. Ours. Together. Death has touched us both, and we are each given a second chance. No one is stopping you from saving your people, so don't ask me to turn my back on mine." My grip tightened on the trident, anchoring myself to its power. Winds picked up in the darkening sky, thick clouds billowing overhead until the sun was hidden from view. Not clouds, no, shadows. We looked up in tandem, watching the unnatural darkness swirl around the peak of the castle, twisting into a cyclone which slowly stretched out over the city. It fanned out across the sky, like the gaping jaw of a demon who wished to swallow us up entirely. The darkness spilled out of the familiar balcony far up in the castle's walls. I had been in the room it was attached to only once, but I knew it belonged to Ernest, so I wasn't surprised when he was guided out onto it. Everything stilled as Ernest's eyes met mine. It was as though the universe snapped into place, gathered together in a single moment that made everything else disappear. Fury built within me as I watched the 3 hooded acolytes hold him, 2 on his side and 1 from the back. Even from a distance I could see Ernest struggle. I watched as the acolytes held him tighter. One drew back a fist and smacked it into his face, knocking his head to the side. There was no denying Ernest's vicious smile in response, but that didn't stop me from reacting. Lightning lashed through the swirling darkness, splitting it apart. I kept it far from Ernest for fear it would hurt him, but close enough that I knew the hairs would stand on his arms from the static. Most importantly, it stopped the acolyte from bringing his fist down on Ernest again. "Can you stop them?" I said, refusing to remove my eyes from Ernest while speaking to Aliana at my side. "I don't have enough time to reach him." "No," she replied, voice emotionless. "Look at their ears. Killian, they've been—" Aliana choked on her words, just as my eyes settled on what she saw. It was not the red hood of a cloak, but hair matted by blood. It oozed down the sides of the acolytes' faces, spilling from the mounds of ruined flesh that once were ears. "Cut off! They're mutilating themselves to protect themselves from my power." Her power. She was right. The acolytes had removed their ears, all to be free of Aliana's power. There was nothing either of us could do to stop the acolytes from forcing Ernest over the stone banister. He was held at an awkward angle, his torso dangling over the abyss, whilst a new figure stepped in from the shadows of the room behind him. I knew what was to come before it happened. As my mother walked into the scene, silver hair tugged around her face by the roaring winds, shadows of power spilled from her shoulders like wings. In her hand she held a knife I'd seen before. The rusted sacrificial blade had sliced my throat open, and sent me into Karakos' hands. I was watching history repeat itself, a clear message from her to me. My mother stepped in behind Ernest, threaded her fingers into his black hair and tugged his head back. He strained against her hold, his neck on display. The dull light caught the faded mark of the conch imprinted into his skin, the one which once glowed with golden light, now useless and empty. Mother leaned into Ernest's ear, her crimson eyes not leaving mine for a moment. She taunted me, and she knew it. When she drew back, my name rang over the distance between us, although it was not her that spoke, but Ernest.
Killian!
Magic or no, I would recognize him in any life, in any world, during any time. That was how deep Ernest had woven into me. If I was not already full of a god, perhaps he would have taken that place. Ernest was one being I would gladly bargain my life for.
Killian!
Ernest said again, softer this time. His eyes filled with tears as the blade was brought to his neck.
Do not give her what she wants.
Mother's voice rose above Ernest's plea, drowning him out. As she spoke, her unnatural voice was amplified by the shadows around her. Shall we see if Karakos deems this soul worthy enough to keep from death? Or were you the only special one in Karakos' eyes? Her words pulled at the god within me, drawing it out from his concealment. Please, I begged to my mother, to Ernest, to Karakos, to the universe itself.
Don't do this!
Ernest's lips moved, forming two words beneath the roaring of the world. Forget me. I cannot, I said, muttering beneath my breath, knowing he couldn't hear me. Thunder rumbled above. Lightning clashed against the roiling oceans. I will not. A hand rested on my shoulder, nail itching over my skin. I barely registered Aliana from the horror of what was to come.
Ernest must save himself,
she said, the voice edged with something sharp. I could not focus on why, not as my mother took that blade and pressed it to the soft flesh of Ernest's neck. You can save him, Mother shouted, pure glee overspilling from her tone. It is up to you now, my son. I speak to you, not the god who stole you from me. I longed to scream at her, to tell her just how wrong she was. Karakos didn't steal me. She had forced me into his many-limbed grasp. She was the one who stole my life. She was the one who put me on this path. Her eyes fell on the trident. I sensed the desire in her eyes, as though it was mirrored in mine. But she was right. If Ernest could touch the trident, it would save him from the blade, from death. It would regenerate any wound, just as it healed my neck when Karakos gave it to me, sealing himself inside my cage of flesh. Blood pricked beneath the blade's edge. All thoughts of concern fell away from me. I drew my hand back, putting all my power in my arm. The trident left my hand, spearing through the air, ripping the ocean up as it shot away from it. Ernest's eyes widened in horror, the cut across his neck spreading with a swift slice of the knife. If he could reach it, take the trident, it would save him, heal him. I did not see if he caught it, not as I focused on that swelling line of blood. The blade reached the middle of his throat, just as a bud of golden light spilled over the metal, refracting light out across the world. Ernest opened his mouth, and the most incredible sound came out. It was pure power, destructive and beautiful, all in the same breath, and it was full of magic. His magic. The balcony split apart and crumbled beneath them, stone cracking as dust billowed up. It swallowed Ernest, as well as the acolytes and my mother. The only thing the dust did not hide was the glow of golden light. Everything fell into the ocean, burying all the sound beside the demanding laugh of victory. The beast within me Karakos shivered to the surface, called up by the sound of another god. This time, when a whip of lightning thrashed across the sky, it was not me who commanded it. My power was no longer in my grasp. "At least," sang the voice of death, "I shall rule." Chapter 45. Ernest. Strands of gold light had slithered from the ocean, flowing up towards where Sophina held a blade to my throat. I watched them, catching the faint whisper of a song carried on the currents of wind, a ribbon of magic-imbued threads which wove their way back home, back to me. It happened so quickly. I had barely caught a glimpse of Aliana, only seeing her emerald tail flapping at the ocean's surface as she swam back into the depths. Anticipation had me gasping for breath, opening my jaw wide to catch the strand of power. And as I inhaled it, breathing the ribbon down into my navel, tucking the golden power back into the empty scar at my throat, I felt close to whole again. Close. Not entirely whole. Not as my eyes settled back on Killian as he drew his arm back, trident seconds from leaving his possession. So I opened myself up to the magic, and did the very thing I had contemplated for years. "Break," I whispered as the blade continued to cut into my skin. "Shatter. Ruin." I closed my eyes as my magic split my castle in two. From deep in the rocky base, all the way to the tallest spire, it was as though a god themselves had brought a blade up from the belly of the earth and carved it in two. Perhaps Nissa herself had, using me to do so. The floor fell away from under me. Debris burst up, blinding me, filling my mouth with grit. I kept my eyes closed, aware of the absence of a blade at my throat, as my world fell away. As I hit the water, it felt as though I smashed into something solid. It knocked the wind out of my lungs, but that no longer mattered, not as my human skin melted away, leaving the mer beneath to rule. My eyes flew open. Stones fell around me, spearing through the depths. Bodies, too. Red cloaks billowed around the corpses of acolytes like freshly spilt blood. I swam down into the depths, my silver tail pushing at the water, dodging as chunks of the castle fell around me. The oceans shifted and surged with the force of the falling castle. As everything I had known crumbled around me, I swam vigorously away from it. All that mattered was finding Killian. Navigating the chaos of a sinking city, I continued pushing forwards. I was vaguely aware of the small cuts across my upper arms, made from the falling debris. But like the mark across my neck, they healed almost instantly. Karakos's immortality lived within his trident, while his spirit dwelled within Killian. Two entities separated by Nissa. That was what Sophina had revealed. I had to find him before Gorgana did the one thing she longed to do: destroy Karakos once and for all. In the distance, through the murky depths, I saw the flash of orange tentacles. Seeing Killian, or what I hoped was him, made me swim harder, faster, and it was him. Killian swam to the surface, a limp body held in his arms. It was a woman, not an acolyte, but an innocent person. I hadn't even contemplated if anyone was still left inside the castle before I'd shattered it. Chains were tied around her arms, dangling freely beneath her. She must have been imprisoned within the castle, the chain stopping her from following Aliana's siren call to leave the city. Killian and I both paused for a moment as we took one another in. There was so much to say, so much that we didn't have the time to speak of. But as I looked at him in a new light, seeing the man who housed a god, Killian also regarded me as something not lost but found. Shapes broke from the darkness, tails and teeth. Mer swam to Killian and took the woman from his grasp. As they continued to swim to the above, as the castle continued to fall into the ocean, causing great waves to ripple overhead, all I could do was look at him. "Ernest." He said my name as though he never expected to hear it again. My Ernest. Within seconds of his hands being empty, I was in them. my face pressed to the cool flesh of his chest, the inked tentacles blurred from being so close. "She's revealed my truth." 4 words, and each one worked to break me open. "Everything," I replied, voice muffled around his skin. Inhaling deeply, I gazed up at him. "I know everything." He gritted his teeth and nodded once. It was the type of silent confirmation that spoke a million words. Killian was alive because a god hid within his skin. His power was not only gifted from a god like the heroes of our past. He was the power. He was a god in flesh. Not only a sea witch, but god of the oceans. He was Karakos. "I should have told you before," Killian said, brushing damp strands of hair from his eyes. He shook slightly, deft hands trembling with unspent relief. "You gave me your truth, and I kept mine from you, and for that, I'm sorry." "There are many things I should have told you too, Killian," I said, wishing I could sink my nails into his skin so I could never let him go. But I knew the price to finally save Killian. I just wasn't sure when to pay it. "We should go now, whilst we have the chance. If we can find Nissa, we can ask the goddess to punish Gorgana, just as she did with you, with Karakos. Stripping Karakos of his power, forging it into a physical item that could be taken and used by anyone. There's no corner of this world where we can hide from death. There is no place Gorgana won't find us." Killian confirmed the very worry that haunted my mind. "Nor is there a corner I have not searched for Nissa myself. She's gone. Wherever the gods banished her to, I'll never know." "But my magic," I spat, feeling the swell of urgency in the base of my throat. "It had to come from a god, right? Larissa recognized the power as a tribute to Nissa. If I have it, surely she's close or reachable in some way." Killian dropped his head, as though this was nothing he had not already considered before. "We don't have the time." "Then we fight, Gorgana," I said, teeth aching, nails fixing into points. "I refuse to give up. For you, Killian, I will fight any god." I was ready. I would tear through Sophina, gouge my way to the centre where Gorgana lurked, and free the goddess with my fury alone. Nothing could stop me. Nothing except the look in Killian's eyes. "It's over," Killian said softly, barely audible as more of the castle smashed into the water in the distance. A powerful force pushed at us, so strong it nearly tore us apart. "Gorgana has the—" It was in that moment I noticed what was missing. Perhaps a moment too late, as another unseen force slammed into us again and again. It was a vortex of power spinning around us. Killian shouted my name, tentacles reaching out for me. If it didn't wrap them around my waist, I would have been snatched away from him. The water churned, rocks spun, debris from the sinking castle torn in the violent current. The ruins of an old ship, sunk many years ago and forgotten, rode the vortex of water as though a crew manned it. The water opened up like an eye to the above, and there, billowing in the clouds of darkness, was a large and monstrous form of shadow and decay. Suspended in the midst was Sophina, nothing more than a puppet for the goddess which ruled her corpse now, and in the shadowy hands of the giant winged being was the trident, flashing gold as it was dipped into the ocean. It was no more than a spoon in a bowl, turning the contents around, except it was the oceans Gorgana now controlled. It was the power of 2 gods. It was our end. Death ruled the world. Her laughter echoed across all of Ire, blending imperfectly with the menacing glower the shadow creature wore. Soon enough, we were on the sandy bed of the ocean, surrounded by a rippling wall of water. I forced myself to shift partially, enough to grasp for air instead of the need for water to keep me alive. Killian was before me, tentacles whipping around as he faced his mother and the goddess who ruled her. I was behind him, stretched out across the sodden ground, knowing exactly how this would end. "My son," the shadows taunted as they continued to turn the trident around the ocean. "Just as I brought you into this world, I too will bring you out of it." "You are no mother of mine, Gorgana," Killian shouted back, to the shadow's delight. "No, Karakos, for we are kin." The voice deepened and twisted into a knot of horrible sounds that grated across my skin. "It has been many years since I have seen you, Karakos. Although I cannot sense you, do you continue to hide from me because you know you have finally lost?" Through the wall of water, I could see the mer attempting to reach us, but it was no good. Aliana was there, her red hair pulled to the side by the force of the current, flying over her face, concealing the horror in her green eyes. We had no weapon to fight back against a goddess. Nothing to use. I could barely put myself between Killian and his tormentor in time to save him, because this was what Gorgana wanted. She had Karakos's power in hand, and was a goddess in flesh before him. Time slowed as the trident was taken from the ocean and levelled towards Killian. "It is over. I have won, just as I promised you I would all those centuries ago." Gorgana's voice was everywhere, in every shadow, in the water itself. "Killian, look at me," I demanded. Our eyes met. He offered me a smile and a knowing expression as he prepared to finally meet his end. Even over the victorious laugh that filled the dark skies, I could hear the final words Killian said to me. "Thank you for being my freedom, Ernest." Power hummed around the trident's pointed tips. Killian closed his eyes. I reached for him, tail smacking against the sand, refusing to let this be our last moment together. It was as though his words had woken me and reminded me of what I could achieve. I had made a promise to Killian, and I wasn't prepared for him to face death without my keeping it. "You're wrong," I shouted, desperate for him to hear my reply. I watched as my golden power reflected off the planes of his face, just as realization finally settled over him. He opened his eyes, mouth parting as he worked out what I was going to do. Perhaps he sensed the shackles lessen. Perhaps he recognized the return of his humanity, as my mind filled with the only desire I had left. "I promised you something. Killian, I free you from Karakos, from the bargains and deals and curses. I free you." Those final 3 words were woven with the threads of my magic. I wrapped my intention around each word as I said them. Killian's eyes flared wide. Somewhere above us, Gorgana screamed in horror, and as the desperate bolt of power shot towards Killian, it was not human flesh it met. Killian smiled at me as the outline of his body wavered, as though the light couldn't quite reach him. As he lifted a hand to his chest, still smiling brightly at me, he dissipated before my eyes. Like sea foam caught on a breeze, his body blew away. The trident's bolt passed right through where he had been, scorching the ground where he had stood, the heat of it turning the sand to glass. Killian's form had faded from something corporeal to a cloud of sea foam, melting over my tail and running back into the ocean until nothing was left. All that remained was the phantom press of his skin against mine, a reminder that he had once been real. But even that feeling wouldn't last. It would fade, and he would be nothing but a memory. Killian was gone. Not dead, because he'd perished a long time ago, but simply no longer existed on this plane. And the truth of that, above anything else I had learned about gods and betrayals, was enough to destroy me. I no longer cared for the trident and its power, or the goddess who controlled it. I didn't care for anything as I watched the final scrap of sea foam catch in the oceanic wall beside me. As quickly as Killian was standing before me, he was gone. I searched for him in the water, praying to find him. The broken pieces of my heart lodged in my throat. My breathing hitched as a world-ending sob worked out of me. I pulled myself across the sandy bed, tail slithering behind me. I cupped my hands in the puddle of sea foam where Killian had been only moments ago. It was warm, real, and then it slipped through my fingers, dribbling down my stomach and tail. Through the murky water, a new shape emerged, a bulbous form that shivered into existence. It was born from the water itself, solidifying into something gargantuan, with tentacles large enough to wrap around the earth, and two purple-hued eyes. This was not some monster of the deep come to protect its domain. It was not a figment of my heartbreak or imagination. It was a returned god, reclaiming its power. It was Karakos. Chapter 46. Ernest. As Karakos rose from the water, colossal tentacles reaching for the swell of shadows that was Gorgana, the vortex of water around me broke. It was a tidal wave of force, ripping up from my side and forcing me into a violent spin. I blindly reached out towards the place Killian had been, but it was lost to me. His graveyard, his place of death, washed away forever. I pushed away the aching sadness that threatened to crush my chest, in favour of the pure, unbridled fury which forged the cracks in my heart back together, iron hard. Killian had longed for freedom, but it had only led to his death, and I had offered that death to him, given it up to him without thought. But it was Sophina who had first taken the blade to his throat. It was Karakos who had imprisoned him in immortal servitude. It was Gorgana whose domain Killian now lingered in. They would all pay. I would make them. It took me a moment to find my bearings. Focusing on the halo of light from the above, I swam for it. Once I broke the surface, I scanned the scene, turning upon the warring gods. Shadows and water forged tentacles clashed together, causing the ocean to swell and ripple up and over the kingdom of Aya. There was no knowing where the city had once been. It had been suffocated by the oceans as they rose over it, devouring it whole with astonishing speed. The sky crackled with lightning as Gorgana pointed the trident towards Karakos. It lanced through the thick clouds, forks of white-hued power which sang with their own song of destruction. As the bolt broke away from the sky and connected with Karakos, the lightning shattered one of his tentacles, breaking it apart with ease. It didn't reform. This was Karakos's end, but there was something in that which made me jealous. Every soul, dead and alive, would have heard the gut-wrenching cry of agony the god let out. It shook the oceans and sky, filling the whole world with his torment. Gorgana was using Karakos's own power against him. His greatest power was now his greatest weakness, just like I had been for Killian, just as he had been for me. Aliana surfaced next to me, her red hair plastered across her face. I barely looked at her, but when I did, it was to see her kind eyes overspilling with pity, which solidified when she rested her hand on my shoulder. "Ernest, we've got to leave if we hope to survive this. Killian's dead," I breathed, salt stinging the multitude of wounds across my skin. My response had nothing to do with what Aliana had said, but it was all my mind could forge. "I know, Ernest. I'm sorry. He was a good man. But your sacrifice might just save us all," Aliana said, her words puncturing me deep into my core. That was all Killian was. A sacrifice to free a god, one powerful enough to contest Gorgana. Except the time of gods will end. "I shall see to it," I said, eyes falling back on the trident Gorgana was harnessing. The goddess of death was laughing, enjoying every moment of this. She was toying with Karakos, using his wrath and pain to swallow a city, threatening the lives of many. Gorgana didn't care if the world she ruled was inhabited by the dead or the living. for she had power over both now. She just wanted Karakos dead. He's weak in this form. Without his power, he'll perish, and Gorgana will win. Aliana's grip faltered as the water raged over Karakos, trying to drag him down to the depths. On and on, Gorgana threw more power at the god's form, leaving a trail of wounds in her wake. "Then stop her," Aliana said, staring at me deep in the eyes. Her intensity trapped me, like a spider in a web of iron, and I couldn't look anywhere else. "I know the power you have, its limits and capabilities. Use it." "I don't know how," I murmured, fighting back the tears. My fingers reached for my throat, longing to wrap around it and suffocate the life from myself. "Nissa didn't know either," Aliana said. So matter-of-factly I knew Killian must have told her. But she found a way of weakening Karakos. I have no doubt she would have done the same to Gorgana if she knew of her involvement in the Great Betrayal. Hindsight is powerful. Use history to fix this. "You're right," I breathed, my mind spinning with a sudden influx of ideas. I heard the smile in Aliana's response. "Of course I am." Nissa had trapped Karakos' power in a physical form, his trident. It gave him vulnerabilities, something a god didn't ordinarily possess. If Nissa was my patron, if she was the lost goddess who had given me her powers, had made me her hero, then what was stopping me from doing the same? I left Aliana and her words and dove down deep until my muscles burned, my tail forcing me faster and faster. I didn't stop until I reached the bottom, my webbed fingers clutching at the first thing I could find. It was a shell with an iridescent underbelly and a rough surface spiraling into a dull point. There was no ignoring how fragile it felt in my hands, but it would have to do. Being breakable was not a weakness. In fact, it might just save the world. I settled my gaze upon Gorgana. Karakos continued to thrash his tentacles down upon the city, ruining buildings and streets, levelling entire quarters. My castle no longer stood atop the cliff's edge, but had completely sunk into the belly of his domain, and more would follow. Homes, more cities, entire islands, innocent lives destroyed. I had to end this. Sofina floated amongst the shadows, a heart of life at the centre of Gorgana's phantom body. I opened my mouth and wove my own magic around the shell in my palm, tying it to the goddess hovering far above. It wasn't a song of joy, but instead one born from the broken parts of myself, the empty space left by Killian's death. Death was inevitable. It came for us all. It wasn't something to be feared, but accepted. It was unkind, careless and spiteful, and most importantly, just as Gorgana had boasted, it was eternal. So I laced all those intentions amongst my song, my throat glowing gold with magic, the sky brimming with the blissful sounds that slipped from my parted mouth. Even from a distance, Sofina turned her red eyes upon me and smiled. She likely recognized the empty space left after Killian's existence, likely sensing the very thing the goddess within her ruled. Death. Did they not see their own end? As Gorgana's smile broke, eyes widening and mouth forming a scream, I supposed they hadn't. Gorgana's shadows thinned, drawn down from the sky and gathered into a single thread. My golden power wrapped around it, capturing her power over death, guiding it into the fragile shell I held. Karakos continued to fight as I evened the battlefield. Gorgana screamed, distracted for a moment. I saw the surprise across Sofina's face as the goddess within her was freed. Death came swiftly for Sofina, as her body fell into the depths, no longer held afloat by power. She wasn't the only thing to fall either. The trident tumbled, spinning wildly, gold metal catching the light. As it speared into the roaring ocean, piercing the waves, I was sure I felt the thud in my bones. The mer would be gathered around Sofina, pulling flesh from her bone, devouring her corpse until nothing was left. Good. As the final dregs of power were collected in the shell, my fingers shivered around it, prepared to break it into pieces. I waited with bated breath, watching as the two gods continued their fight. When the trident rose from the water before me, I half expected Killian to be holding it, but I was met with the furious screen of Aliana's determined eyes. "Finish it," I said breathlessly, throat aching from the use of my magic. "Show Gorgana exactly what death means." "I can't do it alone." Aliana had to shout over the building power in her flesh. I threaded my hand in hers, grasping firmly. "We won't ever be alone." Aliana nodded and turned, water rippling around her as she levelled the trident towards the centre of the shadow body. She glowed with power, her eyes alight with it from the inside, whilst her skin shone with bolts of conjured lightning. I gripped onto the shell, holding the power of a god in my hand, just as Aliana held the other. It felt wrong. A twisted and dark force that didn't belong in this realm, and it had a song of its own, a lingering melody that worked at my conscience, longing to trick me into harnessing it. There were possibilities with this power. I recognized that, but I couldn't focus on it yet, not as the magic of ocean and sky gathered across the 3 points of the trident. Aliana's face reflected the power, the crackling lines of light enhancing the lines of her focused expression. Whilst she gathered the magic, I made sure the bolt of power was enough to end this all for good. I sang to it, weaving in the unending, unforgiving, all-eternal end that was death, ensuring there was no coming back from this. Aliana roared as the bolt of power finally burst from the tips of the trident. A ball of pure force shot across the ocean, waves chasing behind it. It passed through Karakos' whipping tentacles and met its mark. Gorgana's shadow-made eyes widened as a red line spread in a neat line across her neck. But instead of blood, it was more shadow that spilled out, falling over the ocean in a storm cloud of darkness before dissipating. Once the sky had been coated in the darkness of death, the air poisoned with the scent of it. But as suddenly as the shadowy force had revealed itself, it faded. Sunlight broke through the clouds, piercing rays that lingered across the world, dispelling any and all darkness from the realm. Karakos was all that was left, a watery kraken looking out across the half-drowned city, or what remained of the city, which had been utterly ruined during the battle. The waters continued to rise like tongues of a pack of thirsty dogs, lapping up streets and buildings. "Is it done?" Aliana gasped, her gaze renewed as the trident continued lending its power to her. I knew the feeling, the strength that came with touching it. Not yet. My heart slammed in my chest, threatening to shatter ribs and sinew. What good was a new world if Killian wasn't here to experience it? I swam forwards, diving over the calming water, knowing Aliana gave chase beside me. All the while, I did not release the shell. I held on tight, delighting in the unnatural power rippling over my palm. "Karakos!" I screamed as I got close enough, filling my voice with command so the god couldn't refuse me. I felt it turn its enormous, vividly purple eyes upon me. There was a sense of knowing as we looked upon one another. I supposed this god had gotten to know me well as he'd watched from his hiding place within Killian's body. "A deal!" I bellowed until my lungs burned with the 2 words. My throat hurt, too, as I knotted my gold threads around the god until he had no choice but to accept. "I propose a deal." At first, all I heard was the booming chaos of the below, the muffled song of waves breaking and currents hissing. Then it came, a voice as ancient and all-demanding as Gorgana's had been, except this was familiar in some way, as though I knew the deep rumbling tone as well as my own. It was Karakos. "For a life?" the god asked in return, the resounding voice rippling the water around me. "Yes," I answered, filling my mind with one image. Killian. His warm smile. His kind eyes and gentle hands, his scent of salt and sky, the way his fingers tapped 5 times over whenever he suffered mentally. I didn't stop until every inch of my skull was utterly full of him, and only him. For his life. Chapter 47. Ernest. Karakos glowered down at me, water dripping from his form, cascading into the ocean's surface until it thrashed around us. I was caught in the current, slowly drawn down into the depths, no longer in control of my body. The sounds of the world were muffled, everything unimportant as I waited for the god's reply. He was playing with me, waiting to hear what I would do for this one final thing, as if saving him from death wasn't enough. "You've done it before," I said, as the god encased me in his tentacles. It was familiar to feel the cocoon of his body, which I supposed made sense, since Karakos had been within Killian the entire time. "You brought Killian back from death, and you will do it again."
"Death is not my domain, child."
A spike of anger rose within me at the god's patronizing tone. "Child?" I spat the word out like a bad taste. "I am no child, and certainly not yours."
"No, it would seem not. Nissa's essence lingers within you. Does she forgive me for my sins?"
I ignored him, feeling my chance quickly fading away from me. "Please, Karakos, bring Killian back to me. Allow him a life without stipulations. His chance for normalcy was taken from him by his own mother, then kept away from him by you. Does he not deserve to experience freedom in life?" A stream of water snatched the tears from my cheeks.
"Do not cry for him."
I couldn't control my breathing. It was my turn to lose myself to anxiety, and this time Killian wouldn't be here to save me. I need him."
"A deal,"
the god echoed my earlier offer. "For his life?" I answered desperately. Time stretched. All I could do was wait for the answer. As I continued to sink into the below, the mer gathered in the distance, watching and waiting too.
"No,"
Karakos laughed mockingly, ancient eyes skimming over me.
"Not for life. For vengeance."
This was rehearsed, as though the god had said these words to another before me, to Killian. "And the price," I screamed, mouth full of salt water, eyes roaring with the swirling sea. "Tell me the price, and I will fucking pay—"
"You."
The water around my scaled body hardened like hands grasping me. No, not hands. Tentacles. Except this was not Killian's kind grasp, reassuring and careful. This was harsh and controlling, the whole of a god who believed anything with power was his to take. "And what will you give me in return?" Karakos answered, not with spoken words, but by filling my head with his price. He wanted me, not Killian, but me, to use me as a vessel, access my power, and claim the world. His plan had never changed. In all this time living within Killian, the god had not lost his thirst for control. If anything, his time away had made him famished for his ultimate goal. But I was not all Karakos desired. He, like all gods, like Gorgana and the many who had fallen before them, Karakos desired more. He desired everything. And with my power, he would have it. In my mind's eye, I saw the world coated in ocean, the land flooded by his power. There, and only then, would Karakos truly rule. My heart hurt, my chest tightening. If what Karakos had done to Aya was terrible, this was nothing in comparison. He wouldn't stop until the oceans rose over every island, until the world was entirely submerged. No! I pushed backwards, breaking free of Karakos's hold with the power in my voice. My fist tightened on the shell, concealing what it contained, until fractures raced across the surface. I couldn't do it. I couldn't give Karakos what he desired.
"Give it to me!"
Desperate need filled the ocean, echoing the god's voice.
"I am the last god. I am the king. I shall rule the sky and sea. I shall rule death. And with you, I shall rule everything in between."
Karakos was no different. How could I even think he was, when it was Karakos and Gorgana who had turned against Nyssa together? The god gained on me, purple eyes growing closer. Through the pressure of his watery limbs, I sensed another familiarity. A beating heart. The canter was steady and firm. There was no escaping Karakos's grasp. I was in his domain. Karakos swelled forwards, voice filling every crack and cavern within me.
"You will have your love back. You will hold him again. That is what you desire, is it not?"
There was no swimming away. No matter how I tried, I was lost to the draw of Karakos's reach. He grasped around my tail, dragging me back to him, catching both Nyssa's and Gorgana's powers. I wanted Killian, but not at the cost of everything and everyone else.
"You will be mine."
Karakos ceased his demanding speech as though someone had cut him off. The pressure around me lessened, and I was suddenly free. I turned back to see why. Aliana had sliced through Karakos's tentacle, the trident outstretched before her. She speared him, ripping him from the inside out, destroying him, just as she had with Gorgana. In one last-ditch effort, Karakos rose his tentacles up, readying to smash the world with his power. But like Killian, he dissipated before my very eyes. One moment he commanded the ocean with his sheer size, and the next there was no determining what was his body from the sea foam that melted off him. Silence followed. Pure, heavy, and suffocating silence. Karakos was dead, murdered by his immortality and power that had been forged into a weapon which Aliana held aloft, a war cry etched into her lips.
"The time of gods is over,"
Aliana shouted, clutching the trident as though it had always belonged to her.
"The time of demanding power, of holding control or desiring more, has come to an end."
Myr swam around her, hordes of scaled bodies slicing through the dark, murky water. Half of Aya had sunk, while the rest clung onto the shoreline just a stretch from us. There had been so much destruction, so much devastation, and still I didn't feel the relief that should have followed. "It's over," I gasped, a chill racing across my skin. The memory of Killian's touch was quickly fading, shifting away from me like a racing tide. No matter how I tried to sink my fingers into the feeling and cling on, I couldn't. He could have brought Killian. The price wasn't worth paying, Ernest. Aliana's expression was a mixture of pity and sympathy. Karakos would have used you, just as he'd used Killian. Look at what's left of your city. I glanced at what remained of the kingdom of Aya. The ruins of the city now belonged to the below. Chunks from the castle were scattered across the deep seabed, littering it with rubble. When I looked to the above, it was to see the amphitheatre crumbling into the water. It wouldn't be long until it was completely destroyed. It's over. No more hateful kings and vengeful gods. It's time for us to carve out our own futures. Tears continued to fall from my eyes, caught in the ocean's water. It was the hollow feeling of failure which captured me now. The knowledge that Killian was truly gone, and the potential of what he could have been. But what if I cannot bear to face tomorrow without the one person who was beginning to give my future purpose? There was so much more I longed to say, as though voicing the emptiness, bringing it to the surface and exposing it, would lessen the ache within me. Aliana reached towards me with a careful hand. When she laid it on my fist, I thought it was just to comfort me. But slowly she uncurled my fingers, exposing the shell in my palm. Throughout the silver belly of the shell were veins of black shadow, twisting and shifting like living creatures. You hold death in your hands, Ernest. If Killian resides in that realm, you can call him back. It's your power now. You hold it in your hand. It's your power now. I gazed down to my palm, knowing just how delicate the shell was. One wrong move and it would smash, destroying the power within. If I've learned anything, it's that power is dangerous, no matter whose hands it's in. I couldn't take my eyes off it. It ruins cities. It ruins lives. And yet, it's what you do with the power which determines if it is great or not. Aliana's hand tightened on the trident. The weapon suited her, as if she'd been born to wield Karakos' power. She had lost her life and found another, making it benefit not just her, but others who had perished before her. My magic, the innate ability which lingered in my throat, had only ever been used to give bad people bad things. Aliana had proven that wasn't the only thing my magic could do. She had taken it from me, just as I commanded her to do, and brought humanity back to the mer. And they surrounded her now, bright eyes full of awe, respect, and above all else, hope. Just as Aliana had offered it to them, she handed hope to me too. The choice is yours, Ernest. I held her eyes, reaching into the soul within, one I felt intrinsically linked to. And what if the power corrupts me? She brought the trident between us, a knowing smile on her lips. Then I will be here to stop you. I knew Aliana meant every word as she made a threat against my life. Relief came at the strangest of times. I gritted my teeth and nodded, closing my fist over the shell. Perhaps it was selfish to play with death. Perhaps it was wrong. Gorgana's power should be destroyed, never to be harnessed again. And yet here I was, ready to use it for my own personal gain. It was a shame I was never good at determining right from wrong. As Father had told me all my life, I was a selfish boy who had killed my make-believe mother. I almost wished he could see me now, see how truly selfish I was capable of being. The unknown was stretched out before me, and there was only one person I wished to face it with. Killian. I said his name beneath my breath, grasping the power of death whilst weaving the magic of life around it. I need you. There was so much more I could have said, but words seemed to be powerless to capture exactly why I needed him, so I put all my wordless emotion into the magic instead. The water shivered as an answer seemed to bubble from within me, his voice as real as though he swam beside me and whispered it into my ear. Is that so? Yes, I sobbed. My eyes watered with pure happiness, and my tight chest loosened with relief and hope. I do. Then find me, princeling. Call me home. Call me back to you. Part 7. Day Naught of Freedom. Chapter 48. Killian. Home. It was one word with enough power to draw me out of the eternal shadows. One word which continued to ring in my skull, bounding across the constraints of bone until every inch of my body reverberated with it. Where was my home? Was it the village on the cliff's edge where I had grown up? Was it Ire, with an ocean full of monsters and my body full of a god? No, I knew the answer. I knew it without the need to think. Home was not a place, but a person. Home was Ernest. I woke to the languid fingers of light cascading across closed eyelids. There had been so much darkness, my awareness barely a spark. And then, suddenly, I was conscious of everything. The heavy scent of salt and ocean breeze, the warmth of sun-baked wood, the tickle of soft sheets tangled against my naked body. Slowly, carefully, I opened my eyes to a familiar ceiling. a web of fishing nets strung between warm beams, hanging bags of herbs stuffed with fresh citrus and lavender tones that permeated the already heavy air, bags I had hung by hand myself. I would have recognized the cottage in any life or time. It was no different to the last time I had been here. In the distance I could hear the gentle lap of waves against the shoreline, the song of gulls flying overhead, the far-off rumble of wheels turning, followed by the bray of donkeys trudging up dusty tracks. But there was a difference, because I was not alone. Rolling my head to the side, I was met with a thick, dark crown of black hair. It belonged to a head which was lying on folded arms, the owner snoring peacefully. Home. Ernest. I reached out to him, my arms strained and awkward, the muscles numb as though I'd been lying on them for hours. Perhaps if I wasn't so focused on waking him, I would have noticed another difference. The lack of ink twisting up my arms, the tentacle shackles of a god. Gone. Ernest did not stir awake. He jolted from slumber, sitting up with wide, panicked eyes. Hello, Princeling. My voice was rough as ancient stone. I waited for him to speak, but it seemed he was unable to form a single word. He just stared at me, too scared to blink, as though I would disappear if he looked away, even for a moment. His mouth was parted, his beautiful blue eyes shining with tears. My fingers found his face, tracing the curve of his jaw. Ernest's skin prickled with gooseflesh, spreading beneath his loose tunic to a place I could only begin to imagine. I'm sorry if I woke you. Ernest sprang across the bed, grasping me as though a simple breeze had the power to blow me away. In moments, despite the warning groan of the old frame, Ernest had straddled my waist, drove his arms beneath me, and clung on for dear life. It worked! It took a second to work out what he mumbled into the skin of my chest. I closed my eyes and smiled, wrapping my arms around his back. I found my way home, Ernest. You sang and guided me back to you. There was no need to voice the third change. How deep in the cavity of my chest only one heart beat. Yes, the rhythm was odd after all this time, but what mattered was that my heart was my own again, captured by no god. Karakos was gone. I remembered everything until the darkness had overcome me. I remembered my mother, her body a vessel for Gorgana, and I remembered Ernest looking at me, the pain across his face as he offered me my freedom. There were missing parts which would no doubt be filled in with time, but nothing mattered now. Nothing at all but Ernest, his body, his proximity, his touch, the thump of his heart which rippled over my bare chest. I took my hand and slowly ran it across Ernest's back. If he hadn't moved to sit up, I would have painted circles across him, smoothing my touch into him until he would never forget it. How do you feel? There was no denying the concern across Ernest's expression. In a way, there was a hint of expectance lurking in the furrow of his brow and the pinch of his pink lips. How did I feel? Normal. That was one word that I could have used to encapsulate the entire feeling. My body was tired, exhausted even. Each movement, no matter how small, took effort. There was a tingling in the ends of my fingers and toes, as though blood was returning to a place it had vacated for a while. But out of all those things I could have said, I chose another explanation. Whole. I feel whole, Ernest. His shoulders sagged, relief immediately smoothing out his features. I'm glad. I'm glad, I echoed, cocking my head on the pillow. You've clearly had some time to think about what you were going to say to me, and I'm glad is all you could muster? The hint of sarcasm worked to draw Ernest out of whatever cavern of anxiety he was trapped in. Something bothered Ernest, but I just couldn't place my finger on it yet. He clutched at the loose material of his tunic, balling it up until his knuckles stood out through the skin. I placed my hand on the ball of tension, praying I could undo it for him. I thought I'd lost you, Ernest said softly, his lips quivering. "You freed me from Karakos. You saved me. But I know everything comes at a price," I said, just as Ernest settled his eyes back on mine. He released his tunic slowly and lowered his hand. It gave me a chance to work open the buttons, revealing his chest beneath. I knew I had died. Without a doubt, the darkness I was in had been death's domain. I had met that darkness once before, so I was familiar with the eternal stretch of nothingness, how it embraced one's soul, unless their soul was then claimed by another. In my case, it had been Karakos who had healed my slit throat and kept me reanimated, all so he could complete his task of eliminating the mer. But this time, the darkness hadn't been the end. Not completely. It had been nothing but a waiting place for someone or something to guide me to a place of rest. But then I had been drawn back from it, like a moth to the light at the end of a tunnel. There was only one God who had done the same thing to me before, so I had convinced myself that I knew the price Ernest had paid. But as I peeled back his tunic, letting it fall over his shoulders until every inch of skin was on show, I found no markings. No black, inked tentacles wrapping around his chest. No face of a god etched into the skin of his back. "Did you expect to find something?" Ernest asked in a whisper, eyes cautiously drinking me in. I did. I expected to find the mark that proved a bargain with a god. Karakos. "Sorry to disappoint," Ernest replied. I paused, making sure I looked over every possible part of him. How am I here?" Ernest took my hand and laid it over his heart. My fingers splayed over his small chest, my palm brushing his erect nipple. "There's only one heartbeat, Killian. You don't have to worry about that." And I felt it, confirming yet again that Ernest had not made a deal with Karakos to save me from death. But that still didn't explain how this was possible. Karakos and Gorgana have met the same fate that they condemned many gods before them to. I wouldn't call it death, but an eternal imprisonment, a place of non-existence, somewhere they cannot reach us or each other. Now they truly are nothing more than names on the pages of myths and stories. Ernest's eyes glazed over as he spoke. He seemed to physically be here, but mentally walking the same planes he spoke of. "It's over. The time for gods has come to an end, and the time for their heroes to forge ahead," I answered for him, "has begun." Ernest nodded, although his worries still didn't fade. "Aya is left in ruins. The people displaced. It will take years to rebuild, and that's if we have the resources. If sister islands don't send their soldiers over to seize what's left of Aya." "None of it matters." Ernest's mouth dropped open. "Of course it does. To someone, maybe. To you, it doesn't matter. Unless it's your choice to care. To help. Because this is the era of choices. Of making decisions for ourselves, not because of duty or bargains. So if you told me you wished to fix the world, then I would be there at your side, handing you the tools to do so. If you told me you wished to dive into the ocean and swim until we find the edge of the universe, then I would jump in the sea and swim beside you." The words flowed out of me, one by one, without room for a breath in between each. Ernest simply sat on me, unmoving, as he listened to what I had to say. When I was finished, we both took a deep inhale in tandem. "Killian, you're finally free," Ernest said finally. "I don't need to be your new captor. You too can make decisions for yourself. Princeling, you are my choice, my decision. I don't say any of this because I'm in debt to you. I say it because I can. Because I want to." Ernest was still for another moment, then leaned down over me and pressed a tender kiss to my mouth. I watched him flutter his eyes shut, felt the breath leave his nose in a long exhale. Then, before he could pull back, I ran my hands up his spine and grasped onto his shoulders, anchoring him in place. The kiss deepened just as I desired. I parted his soft lips with my tongue, weaving myself into him, tasting him, drinking him in. He groaned into my mouth, singing his pleasure into my throat where it sunk deep down inside of me. If I'd believed it would only be this, a kiss full of unsaid things and actions we were going to restrain ourselves from experiencing, I was wrong. Ernest began to rock upon my groin, rolling his arse over my hardening length beneath the sheets. He wanted more, as did I. I wanted everything. But in the next moment, Ernest drew back from my mouth, lips swollen, and spoke. There's something I should tell you. This was it. The moment Ernest revealed the secret he was continuing to hide from me. Talk to me, I encouraged, knowing at any moment Ernest could backtrack. My fingers caught a strand of his black hair and brushed it behind his ear. I wanted to see all of him, not a single inch hidden. He took a deep breath in, his chest swelling. Do you not sense the difference? You are no longer... Ernest fought to find the right words, but I knew what he was referring to. Like Karakos, I said, finally voicing the reason for the empty space within me. My own personal monster. Because I can sense that. My body is my own. It's mortal. There was no kraken to reach for. Nothing to shift my body into the half-beast that I had been before. Once I would have always reached for the trident, relying on it. Now I didn't bother to search for it amongst the room, not when my focus was entirely captured by Ernest. Mortal and free, Ernest pouted, a wave of sadness rushing over his face. I reached for his cheek, brushing his skin tenderly. Are you sad because you'll no longer get to experience the feel of my tentacles swell inside of your... He clapped a hand over my mouth, muffling my laugh. No. Well, yes, but I will live on, and you will not. Aliana has secured my humanity back to my soul, but that doesn't stop me from belonging to a new realm. The below is as much my home, my calling, as the above. Ernest, I have no intention of staying in this mortal form. His eyes glowed as the hidden meaning between my words sunk into him. Do you not? I shook my head. No, because you are going to bite me. No, I can't do that. I won't. Ernest pulled back, hands flying to his sides, but I caught him, wrapping my arms around him and forcing him to hold steady. You shall. Despite Karakos no longer hiding within me, I am sure there are plenty of mer inside the ocean who would enjoy a chance to rip their teeth into my flesh. I began to roll my hips beneath him, rubbing my cock against the curve of his arse once again. Ernest stopped withdrawing. I could see the wheels turning in his mind as he, too, began to match my movements, rolling like a ship across the waves. You really are persistent, Killian Metropoli, Ernest said, reaching beneath him. I thought he was going to grasp my cock, but instead I had the tear of material. When he pulled his hand back, there were pointed nails at the end of webbed fingers. The ripping material turned out to be him tearing a hole in his trousers, allowing for the bare skin beneath to be free. I take it that you'll bite me? I asked. Ernest leaned forwards, a spark of control returning to his eyes. It made my stomach jolt up in my chest, my heart skip a beat. Take me. Bury yourself deep inside of me, and then I'll bite you. Look who's being demanding now. It's called compromise. I can get behind that. After a little manoeuvring and shifting, there was no longer a sheet between my cock and his arse. I told him about a vial of lubrication I kept hidden beneath the bed. He looked at me and laughed, although I saw the jealousy behind it. How did I tell him it was not for fucking others, but pleasuring myself during all those lonely years? Lonely years I would never have to experience again. With honesty, that was how. I haven't taken anyone else in this bed, I said, as I tipped the contents across my length, working it in until it was completely coated. Then why the vial? Feels better when I'm pleasuring myself. Ernest's breathing hitched once at my reply, then again as I eased my thickness within him. A wicked smile curved his cherry-red lips. The spread of his tight ring across my cock was bliss incarnate. It was heavenly. I inched in slowly, making sure to take my time, allowing his supple body to grow used to me within him. Ernest threw his head back, singing to the ceiling, throat glowing with the golden aura of his magic. It lit the room, bathing everything in his enjoyment. I joined in too, finally releasing a growl. With my lubricated hand, I spread each of his cheeks, allowing me to fit every single inch in. Then, just to really show him what pleasure was, I allowed one of my fingers to work inside too. That was enough for Ernest, in a good way. His eyes opened wide, light oozing from his parted mouth, until I was wrapped up in his pleasure. It weaved around me, cocooning me as I began to thrust. "I'm ready," I said as I built my pace, thrusting with vigor as energy rushed back to me. "Although, will you still love me without my tentacles? Or is a tail a deal-breaker? I did rather enjoy your tentacles." Ernest's jaw rippled as his teeth sharpened to points. He was monstrous. He was deadly, and yet I was far from scared. "And I do not like to disappoint you, my love." "Haven't you learned yet, Killian Metropoli? I have the power to achieve anything I desire." Ernest leaned in with those sharp teeth and devilish eyes. "As much as I would love you with a tail, I'll be ensuring the tentacles stay." It didn't take much for me to know why. That moment between us, beneath the water, would forever be ingrained in me. And although those 8 limbs reminded me of Karakos, that form had also been a part of me for more years than I had been mortal. I owned it now. "Then do it, you little witch," I murmured. "Make me into the image you so desire." "I will, but only if you can grant me one wish." "Anything," I breathed, "for you." "Fuck me harder," Ernest said with a slight lisp, as his tongue was forced behind those pointed rows of teeth. A mer was not created by Gorgana to have a voice, but then Aliana had used magic to give them one. Ernest now used that same power. Golden light built in the base of his throat, flashing through the curled conch embedded into his skin. "Your wish is my command," I replied, as I exposed my neck, giving Ernest room to lower his mouth upon it. I fucked him harder, just as he'd asked. The bed groaned with each deep pump of my cock. He slammed himself down on me, too, working the lower part of his back to move for added pleasure. As his teeth slipped into my flesh, his mouth wrapped around where my neck met my shoulder, and there was no pain. Ernest must have used his magic to smother it, and it worked. Because as he spread the poison of the mer inside of my mundane flesh, as I worked deep inside of his tight ass, thrusting, pumping, fucking, I found that we were connected in more ways than I ever knew possible. I almost complained when Ernest drew back. He used the back of his hand to clear the blood from his mouth. His face was flushed, eyes roaming over mine to see if I was in pain. If I had the energy to speak, I would have told him I was fine. Instead, I used my thrusts to prove it. I took his cock in my hand and used the spare lubrication to play with him. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, his ring of muscles tightening. Gods, I was close. We both were. It was quick, and I didn't want it to be. But he was so ethereal, so delicious and deadly and demanding. I'm going to come," Ernest moaned, breathless and lost to the sensation of me inside of him. That was enough for me to break down the floodgates and allow me to follow him over the edge. "Do it. Come for me, princeling." Did he feel me grow more inside of him? Did he feel the quickening pace of my wrist, or the slowing of my thrusts as I, too, raced to my end? It was shattering. It was an explosion. Warm seeds splashed over my stomach, just as mine buried deep inside of him. We slowed in pace, laughing breathlessly, eyes hardly able to stay open. I still didn't feel the bite on my neck. Beside the tightening of the skin and the dribbling warmth of blood running down my chest, there was no discomfort. Ernest fell to the side, my cock popping out of him. It continued to throb on my lower stomach where it rested, the final dribble of seed smudging across my flesh, mingling in with his. Well, that was one way to celebrate this second chance we found. It was. Ernest choked on a laugh, his fingers brushing over the skin of my neck, testing if it was okay. He allowed himself a moment to lay next to me, then got out of bed, moving to a basin of water on the cabinet side and bringing it over. He cleaned us off, using the damp cloth to wipe my cock clean and the cum from my stomach as it dried. When he was done, to my surprise, I was still hard. Ernest noticed it, grinning to himself as he joined me back in the bed. "There are other ways we could celebrate," Ernest said, nestling into my side. "But lying here, in this room, with no thought of anything beyond the walls, is admittedly all I can think about right now." I wrapped my arm around him, bringing him as close as I possibly could. "You never did tell me how you brought me back," I said, smiling up at the ceiling as the burning ache of his bite began to spread across my shoulder. The threads of his infection would feast on the blood in my veins. It would fill me from the inside, overtaking this mortal body just as I had asked of him. I could give up my power. I could give up Karakos, but I couldn't turn my back on the below. The endless blue, the maze of deep caverns, seas of sand and underwater cities. There was so much I wished to explore with Ernest. So many more memories to make, now we were both free. "Nissa is my patron. Her power lingers in my throat." Ernest leaned up on his elbow, face flushed from sex, blood smeared over his lips from the deep bite. I didn't quite believe him, because he was shit at lying, but I respected that if there was something he was not ready to tell me, in time he might. And we had time now. Plenty of it. "How could I possibly forget?" I groaned, reaching a hand behind his neck and pulling his throat to my lips. "Your throat is good for many things." I liked covering the birthmark with the flat of my tongue. "Is that so?" Ernest said, although it came out in a breathy moan. "What else is it good for?" I drew back, taking my cock. "Oh, gods," Ernest stammered, lips glistening. My eyes burned with lust, my body buzzing with the need for a second release. My cock hadn't softened after being buried deep inside of Ernest, and nor did I believe it would. I could take him again, and again. "Do you think you can be a good boy and get on your knees for me, princeling? Show me exactly how magical that throat is." Ernest practically flew off me, pushing to the edge of the bed where he settled himself on his knees. "I can be good, bad, and everything in between." When he replied, it was with a prayer-like devotion, his hands clasped before him as though he pled with me. I sat up and placed my legs on either side of him. With his jaw clasped between my fingers, I worked his mouth open and forced 2 fingers inside. Only when they brushed his wet, plump tongue did I allow him to close his lips around them and suck. A burning started in the pit of my stomach. It was as hot as the midday sun baking stone streets. "I warned you that mouth of yours would get you in trouble." Ernest nodded enthusiastically, working his fist up and down as he continued to pleasure himself. Like me, he too was hard as rock. Gods, the tip of him winked in the dull light, which caught the seed leaking prematurely from the end. "Punish it, then," he said, words muffled by my fingers. A growl eased out of my chest, curling my lips up as I tore my fingers out of his mouth. I released his jaw and allowed him to dive between my thighs and take my length. Pleasure erupted out of me, intensified by the sensitive tip of my cock. I threw my head back, facing the ceiling as I shouted out with delight. "Good boy," I moaned, shaking the very walls with my voice. "My good boy." Ernest stopped. It was so abrupt, I looked down at him, the command for him to continue lingering on the tip of my tongue. "Mine?" Ernest echoed, holding my cock before his mouth as though he spoke into it. "Mine." The word was final. It was full of meaning and power. You are mine. I am yours. It was exactly what he needed to hear. I saw that in the way his face softened, the way his eyes glimmered. We were strangers, two men who had known one another for days, and yet I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that I was falling for him. Lust burned as hot as the sun for him, but beyond that it was fueled by the possibility of love. I was not simply falling, but throwing myself off the edge of a cliff, willingly this time, not pushed by a mother who had slit my throat. Ernest had the power to give me wings, to make me fly. I could soar up to the sun itself and remain airborne. That was how powerful his love was to me. "I think I could love you," Ernest stammered, eyes glittering as he echoed a statement he had said to me before. I never believed 6 words would have such power over me. They sparked something powerful in my chest, almost as if Ernest had woven his magic alongside them. But he hadn't. It was simply the honesty of his declaration, the glow of his eyes, that affected me so powerfully. I smiled down at him, brushing black strands of hair from his forehead, sweeping them back with my fingers. "I do not think I could love you, Ernest of Ire. I know I can. Slowly. There's no need to rush it. We have all the time in the world now, and there's so much I want to show you, so much I wish to experience with you." I stopped myself, knowing there was one more word that I had not said, a word that, for the first time, truly meant something to me. So much I get to live with you. Live. Because before I existed, not lived. But Ernest had freed me. He had freed us all, and I would make sure that he would receive praise every day for the rest of our lives together. Our lives of freedom and choice. Ernest was both. He was my freedom. He was my choice. And this time I was going to take it and never let him go. Chapter 49. Ernest. Killian was alive. Was that the word for it? Shadows clung to his body, an aura of darkness like strings being pulled by an unseen hand. It was the same shadow which lingered within the shell, storing Gorgana's magic. The shell I had held in my hand as I stood on the cliff outside this very cottage. The shell which spilled shadows across the ocean, determined fingers that searched for wisps of Killian within the water. And I had found him. Harnessing the power of death, I had not only controlled it, but claimed it. As waves rippled over the shore far below, a body formed. With every cascading crest of sea it solidified. Bare to the world, splayed out across the sodden ground, it was him. It had worked. I had run to him, practically throwing myself down the rocky path etched into the cliff's edge. Stones tumbled beneath my feet, clouds of dust billowing out behind me. Once I had reached him, I could hardly see through the tears in my eyes. I had cried and cried over his limp body, expecting Killian to fade away again. But he didn't leave me. At first I had believed to have done something wrong. No matter how I called his name, no matter how I shook his shoulders or sang for him to open his eyes, nothing happened. I would never forget the feeling of defeat that came over me as I clutched his body to mine, until it was faint at first, barely noticeable as I laid my head on his chest. A heartbeat, a perfectly mundane rhythm that thumped against my cheek. It had taken a further day for him to truly wake up in the bed of his cottage. When I closed my eyes to sleep, I had only intended to rest for a moment, but when I awoke to his wide purple eyes and handsome smile, my world felt complete once again, perhaps even for the first time ever. But the joy came at a cost. I could not tell him how he had been brought back from the plains of death, at least not yet. If he knew I harnessed the power of the goddess who ruined the first chance he had at a normal life, I believed he would not forgive me. So, as he slept after I rode him, sucked him, exposed my feelings to him in a moment of vulnerability. I took the shell containing death's power and hid it. I swam to the furthest depths of the ocean, down through a trench that lacked light and life. The water was so cold against my skin, it was like swimming through a field of needles. However, I didn't stop, not until I met the ground far below. I clawed at it, digging a hole deep enough that I could place the shell inside a small jewellery box and bury it. No one would find it here. Gods, I didn't think I would even remember the exact place. But I had to do this. Not only to protect the world from the deathly power, but to protect Killian. Because this shell, and the magic it stored, was the only thing keeping him alive. Yes, alive. That was what I would call it. What else could describe what I had achieved? Gorgana had ruined Killian's life, so it was only right the goddess's power gave him a proper chance at one. One by my side. Was I selfish? Most likely I would have walked into the fields of death just to find him myself if I could. I faced not one, but 2 gods for Killian, and I would do it again if I had to. At the end of the day, I always got what I wanted. And what I wanted most in this world, and the next, was Killian Metropoli. Epilogue. Knock, knock, open. A storm raged over the above. Lightning forked down upon the rough ocean, dispersing in snakes of stark blue light. Aliana was somewhere close, likely dealing with pirates from nearby islands who were attempting to claim rule over Aya and its unprotected waters. She was queen of the seas, harnessing Karakos' power with an army of mer at her back. Even far down in the depths, I could sense the growing storm as a song across my skin. But it was another feeling that I focused on, one that overwhelmed my senses and captured me in a trance. "Tell me what you hear," Killian encouraged, eyeing me with an intense interest as I laid my ear against the undersea tree's bark. I closed my eyes to concentrate. A thumping, like a knocking, but from within the tree itself. It had been weeks since Killian had first brought me to the forgotten city beneath the water. I had dreamt often about the strange tree of life, which still thrived in a place where it should have died. There was no denying that this place held the key to my origin. I longed for answers as much as I wanted to forget it, to pretend like nothing else mattered but the new life I carved out for myself with Killian. But something continued to draw me back. "Do you not hear it?" I asked, as I ran my fingers over the rough skin of the tree. Beneath my hand, the thumping continued, a regular beat as though a heart was hidden far within. "No," Killian said flatly. His powers had not returned when I dragged him from death. They were currently being wielded by Aliana, and Killian had no desire to have them back. Where he once could see the mark of magic, an aura around anything touched or blessed, now his vision was, as he'd put it, plain. Which was good, I supposed, since he would have seen the shadow-like strings tugging at his reanimated body, just like I could. "Here." I took his hand, placing it on the tree and pressing my palm atop his. "What about now?" He paused, drinking in the silence. "Maybe. Something faint, like far-off banging, like knocking on a door." "A door," I repeated. The notion strange, but then what wasn't? I had a tail, scales, and a jaw full of teeth powerful enough to shred flesh with ease. I could walk on land during the day, breathe in air, and yet return to the below when the moon rose over the sky. I had the power of a goddess in my throat, and had brought Killian back to life with the power of another. Knock, knock. Killian was right. It did sound like a door. The thumping was no different to knuckles rapping on the other side. We held one another's gaze for a moment, a beat of silence. Killian knew me well enough to guess what I was about to do. There was no surprise spoiling his handsome face, as gold light spilled from my throat. It bathed the intricate patterns in the bark, exposing every groove and wrinkle across the tree's flesh. Killian took my spare hand and held firmly as I opened my mouth and gave a command. Open. The knocking ceased. It stopped abruptly, as though the universe held its breath. Killian's grip on my hand tightened, grasping harder, tentacles flaring in anticipation. Then, as suddenly as it went, it returned. A force knocked against my stomach, sending us both back by inches. It was a ripple of water, like air trapped in a band that raced outwards from the tree itself. Then there was another, and another. Again and again the ripples were cast outwards, mirroring the frantic beat in my heart. This is what happened when I found Killian couldn't finish, as the pushing force became a pulling one, and we were not drawn away from the tree, but into it. Water crashed and thrashed, sucking us along in a wave of tangled limbs, tentacles and fins. My hand was ripped from Killian's as I was snatched away. The force was so great it blinded me. We could have been dragged for an age, the feeling of no control endless. Then it stopped. I barely had a chance to put my hands out before I crashed into something hard. I took in a deep breath of water, but choked when it was air that met my lips. The shift to human was partial. My gills flattened, allowing my lungs to accept the crisp air. It was sweet, almost, lighter than what I was used to, with a bit of autumn and spring woven together. I took in enough breath to scream Killian's name, but when I looked up to find him, it was the point of a spear I was met with. The stranger was garbed in tapered armour made of silver and gold. Beneath the leaf-shaped helm, I caught the glimpse of eyes so vibrant in colour they were like jewels hidden within a cave. I thought the points of either side of their head were yet more designs to the helm, but quickly realised they were ears. Fleshy, tall points, ears that I'd seen on no human before. Where were we? "Send word for King Fëanor," the armoured guard managed, before we were swept from the side, cast into the wall of a tree. The same tree we had just swam before, deep in the ocean, except far larger, in a room made out of its bark. Killian was there, swinging his powerful tentacles around like wrathful weapons. Each one met another guard as they raced forwards, spears drawn, orders being screamed. As he was protective over me, I too lost myself to the need to fight. One of the guards attempted to overwhelm Killian, until I swung my tail beneath his legs, knocking him to the ground. Then I was on him, nails peeling back the metal of his armour, tearing it back in strips, revealing the otherworldly face of a strange being beneath. "Who are you?" I hissed, sea salt and spittle falling across the frightened face of the guard. But before he could answer, or I could ask again, ice pressed against my throat. No, not ice, but the cold kiss of a blade, followed by a sickly sweet voice. "I would prefer it if you didn't harm my people." In the reflection of the puddle of seawater beneath me, I caught a face. Piercing red eyes, pale skin, and hair the hue of sand. Immediately my heart stopped, because I was looking into the face of Sophina all over again, except this time it was a man, as handsome as he was beautiful. Killian noticed it too, because the shock of seeing the crimson eyes stopped him for a moment, long enough for the guards to overwhelm him. A deep, rich voice came from the shadows. Now, Arlo, that's no way to greet our visitors." The blade at my neck withdrew, enough for me to swallow without fear of being cut. Every set of eyes snapped to the corner of this strange room, where the shadows gathered like a knot of material. Then a man stepped out from the darkness. He was tall and imposing, with a wave of obsidian hair falling down his back, threaded with red lace and jewels. Eyes of pure gold scrutinized me, flickering between my tail and the man who clung to my back like a parasite, a man he called Arlo. Every guard bowed, beside the one still holding Killian steady beneath the points of spears. "Release him," I spat, tail kicking beneath me, making it harder for the man to hold on. I knew my scales cut through his trousers, slicing his skin in thin lines, but it was as though he was immune to pain, because he only held on tighter. "Retract your claws, little kitty," Arlo hissed in my ear. "Kitty?" I couldn't help but spit. What the fuck is a kitty? His chuckle made the hairs on my arms stand on end, made the patches of silver scale shiver. I watched him out of the corner of my eye, stepping cautiously around me, moving to the taller man's side, the man who wore an intricate crown which held back his massive dark hair from his sharp face.
"Hallo, my darling. I think it is best we send word to Castle Dread. Jack and Marius will need to hear of this. They would be rather interested to know that Nyssa has just spat out some incredibly strange creatures."
One of the guards took this as a command and peeled out of the unusual room, footsteps fading into the distance. "Nyssa?" I shouted, drawing the attention of those golden eyes once more. "The goddess? The banished goddess of life? The one who was my patron, who gave me my power, a power I had yet to reveal to these strangers, saving it for the right moment?" "Fainir," Arlo said to the taller man as he stepped forwards, one sharp brow raised. This was the king the guards had called for. "Be careful with that one." Arlo used his blade and pointed at me.
"Forgive, my darling."
Fainir placed a hand on Arlo's shoulder.
"He is rather distrustful of new people, which, from the looks of you both, I can see you have in common."
Killian's deep voice boomed across the space, echoing across every shadow.
"You spoke of the goddess Nyssa. Is she here?" "In a sense,"
Fainir said, gesturing to the wall of bark at our side.
"We are currently standing within the tree Nyssa planted, a physical form of the once great goddess."
He smiled, a genuinely warm and kind expression that seemed to pull down my defenses for a moment.
"I am sure you both have many questions, as we also do for you. If it helps, I can assure you that we mean no harm, nor are you in any danger."
"Well, that depends on how they act next," Arlo said, drinking me in with his boiling red eyes. His tongue traced his lower lip, flashing points of two sharp teeth. I smiled, showing mine, letting him know that he may have had two, but I had an entire mouthful. If we were in a competition, I would have won.
"Where are we?"
Killian demanded, unbothered by the spears still aimed at him.
"You are currently in the realm of Neverseren, a crossroads, a place where all worlds and realms connect like the threads of yarn. And you both have just entered through a portal that has been closed for almost 30 years.
27, I corrected, not caring if I interrupted this strange man with his pointed ears and golden eyes, a man who oozed authority, such a concept I would recognize on anyone. Fainir looked to Arlo, who nodded in surprised agreement. "Yes, 27 years since it was last opened." Arlo's nose twitched, nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. Something passed over his face, creasing his brow in concentration. He then leaned into Fainir's side and spoke, whilst pointing a manicured nail at me. "He's one of the halflings." When Fainir looked at me, it was with a new gleam in his eyes.
"So they did survive?"
"It would seem so," Arlo responded. "Jack will need to hear of this." Fainir waved a hand, a large red gem gleaming on the back of his gauntlet.
"Guards, please lower your weapons and take our guests to more comfortable dwellings. See, they are, well, I am unsure if we have clothing suitable for your forms."
He tilted his head, inspecting my tail and Killian's tentacles, which, now he was free, were already positioning themselves around me in protection.
"We are going nowhere with you. Not until you explain to us what is going on here."
Killian's command was born from a deep growl, one that rippled over my skin.
"I would prefer it if we waited for our close allies to arrive. They will be able to explain things better. Jack Bishop, he is at the helm of this project."
I laid my hand on the tree, and gold light spilled from my throat. It was rather enjoyable to watch shock crease over Fainir's and Arlo's faces. It would take little effort for me to open this so-called portal again, and flood this world with an ocean on the other side. And trust me, the creatures which lurk inside it will not be as patient for answers as we are." "Oh, I like that one," Arlo said, nodding in my direction.
"Of course you would, my darling."
Killian straightened, growing taller if that was even possible.
"Ernest asked you a question. Trust me when I say you should answer it before he makes his next move. He's a man of his word." "No doubt he is," Fenrir said,
eyeing us both with evident concern, whilst fighting back a grin at my magic.
"I will explain as much as I can, and then we will see about those comfortable dwellings and continue the conversation over some wine."
"What is a halfling?" The question broke out of me like water held behind a weakened dam.
"You, Ernest, are a halfling. In another world you would be called a witch. 27 years ago, we sent the first group of halflings through that portal, in search of a world where they could live and train without fear of hate. There was a problem, however, with the transfer. We made a mistake. It was believed all those who travelled through had died, as we did not expect the portal to open in a body of water. But, as your being here proves, not all of you died."
Fixated on his words, I pulled free of Killian's tentacles. My tail melted across the floor, revealing the pale legs beneath. Both men's eyes widened, but their surprise no longer impressed me. Yes, I was naked, but that hardly mattered. You mean you put me through the portal?"
"Yes, amongst many others."
I looked around, searching my mind for any familiarity to this place. "Then you are responsible for the death of my birth parents." My magic built again in my throat, casting beams of fresh gold light across every inch of the room. One word, and I would bring it all down. Gods knew the fury in me longed for that destruction. But that all faded when the king spoke again.
"If it makes you feel any less murderous, your assumption is, in fact, only an assumption."
Arlo stepped forwards, grinning devilishly. "Allow me to put it plainly. What Fenrir is saying is, you are wrong."
"Yes. Halflings are the product of an elf and a human. We are only permitted to send halflings through the portal. Their families were not required to follow. So if you truly are one of them, which my Arlo believes you are, then your birth parents would still be on this side of the portal."
My world stopped. I was vaguely aware of Killian's anchoring hand resting upon my shoulder. At that same moment, the heavy footsteps returned. The guard who had left entered the room. He bowed to Fenrir and then spoke.
"The message has been received. Jack and Marius request a meeting at Castle Dread."
So many names were being said, but I couldn't focus on anything but the weight of the knowledge Fenrir had just dropped upon me.
"It would seem the wine and lodgings must wait," Fenrir sighed. "We must make haste and leave as soon as possible."
Killian spoke for me, because I could hardly breathe beneath the weight of what I had just learned.
"Leave for where?"
Arlo answered, chewing on the word as if it displeased him. "Dark Morn." This concludes Prince of Endless Tides by Ben Alderson, narrated by Sean Grindell. Copyright 2023 by Ben Alderson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ben Alderson and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.